ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. ಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದಲೇ ಇಹವು ಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದಲೇ ಪರವು, ಜ್ಞಾನವಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಸಕಲವೂ ತನಗಿದ್ದು ಆನಿ ಕಾಣೆಯ ಸರ್ವಜ್ಞ. ಇದು ಸರ್ವಜ್ಞನ ವಚನ. ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್: knowledge alone enables a person to succeed both in worldly life and in spiritual life. Even if a person has wealth, status, or material possessions, without knowledge they cannot use them wisely and they eventually suffer loss. Hence, knowledge is a true foundation of a meaningful and successful life. A very warm welcome to each one of you to Samvāda-AI 2026, the C-DAC Academia Industry Connect, with the theme Bridging Minds, Building Intelligence. Samvada means dialogue, and that is exactly what today is about. A meaningful dialogue between academia, industry, and research coming together to shape the future of education along with advanced computing in our country. We are delighted to have with us distinguished guests, eminent academicians, industry leaders, scientists, and faculty. Thank you for being here. It is said, a lamp does not lose its light by lighting another lamp. As per the tradition, every auspicious beginning is marked by the lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the dawn of knowledge, a fitting start to a day devoted to learning and collaboration. I now request our guest of honor, Professor P. Nagabhushan, Professor Emeritus of JSS Academy of Higher Education Research, Mysuru, Dr. S.T. Sudarshan, our Executive Director, K.S. Bhatt Sir, our Advisor, C-DAC Bangalore, and Dr. Ajit Padhyana, Project Director, VRIF, TCOE, VTU Belgavi, and Dr. Kavita Asnani Madam, Associate Professor, Directorate of Higher Education, Government of India, to please come forward and light the lamp, please. Thank you. May I now request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats? Thank you. May I request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats? So please come to the dais, please. Thank you. Before we hear from our distinguished speakers, let us understand the spirit and purpose behind today's gathering. I now invite Dr. Mohammad Misbahuddin, scientist at C-DAC Bangalore, to set the stage for Samvāda-AI 2026 and share the vision behind this Academia Industry Connect.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome from C-DAC Bangalore. We are from the Trust Strategic Technology Unit. Trust stands for Training, Reskilling, Upskilling, Services and Technology Proliferation. So this is the second edition of the Academia Connect. You might be seeing the name called as Samvada, and with Samvada we have AI. These days, if you are not using the word AI, people are thinking that you are not fully literate. So we thought that we will keep that AI, but here AI stands for Academia Industry Connect. So that is we thought that it should be a good way of using the existing technological terminology to attract people and then have a meaningful dialogue. And for further collaborations, already many of us have already met, and furthermore collaborations can be explored during this event. I'm really happy and thanks to each and one of you for coming over here, starting with Professor P. Nagabhushan sir for accepting the invite at a very short notice. Sir has started from Mysore at 5:30 in the morning, and there are many other professors and distinguished faculty members who are here, who have come from as far as Srinagar. So Dr. Maruf Qadri I am seeing here along with his team. So he has come along just to attend this program. I just now when I was entering, I met a professor from Wayanad. Madam said that I have reached yesterday night. So if you look at the statistics, we have actually received a very good response, overwhelming response. We have received more than 500 registrations, and sorry to say, we had to filter out the registrations because of the hall capacity. So still, many of you might have done that. After you registered, we sent the confirmation, and then we again requested you to reconfirm back. The actual reason was this because there were many people who wanted to come. So there were still 290 participants who will be part of this event, out of which we have around 170 participants who are from academia and around 125 from the industry. And if you look at the institution wise, there are around 100 institutions who will be participating today, and there will be 60 plus industry as well as corporate research organizations who are part of this particular event. So it's a great networking platform for everyone. So the last event when we did probably in March 2025, it was a very good beginning for the skilling activities of C-DAC. We also had got a lot of collaborations, and we started working with those organizations and institutions. And I hope that this particular event will also take our collaborations further and beyond Bangalore, beyond Karnataka, because the participants in today's event are expected to be from 15 states from across India. Major chunk is from obviously Karnataka, but I was really a little bit skeptical whether the outside Karnataka professors will they come or and join or not. But really happy to say that most of them have made today. Okay. And we also have the faculty development program right now ongoing. So the participants from that faculty development program are also here, who are also the teaching faculty members from across India. So more about the collaborative activities and what activities are taken up by C-DAC Bangalore Trust Group. So that I'll anyhow present it in the during my presentation. I again welcome each one of you. Okay, and then my special thanks to our mentor and our executive director, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, who was continuously traveling, and but thankfully, sir has taken out his time, and he was very particular. Yesterday night itself, he came again, and he took out time for this particular event. Thank you very much, sir. And he has a very vast experience in collaborations with academia, not only in India. In fact, when he was with ABB, he was in charge of some 15 to 20 countries. I mean, especially the academic collaborations and all. So the inspiration we are getting from him, especially in this domain, is enormous. Thanks for your continued guidance, sir. Thank you very much. I welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for articulately outlining the roadmap for the day and reminding us why strengthening the dialogue between academia and industry is more important than ever. In the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And it is now my honor to invite a distinguished academician whose contributions to higher education and research have inspired generation of students. Please join me in welcoming Professor P. Nagbhushan, Professor Emeritus at JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, lifetime professor, Triple IT, Allahabad, Prayagraj, Chancellor, E-Box AI degree programs, Amphi Ventures, former Vice Chancellor, PFSTR, Andhra Pradesh. I now request Sir to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. So much of silence. Good morning to all of you. That makes us realize that we are living, isn't it? Good morning. I just start with a very wonderful story. A beautiful girl, a very charming girl. सरदार जी आप ऐसे देख रहे हैं मुझे कि मैं डर जा रहा हूँ. A charming girl, a beautiful girl, a very attractive girl, lovely girl, and the boy looked at her legs like typical Indian, South Indian, or whatever. She did not have any rings on the legs, so she said he thought he could advance. There was a seat vacant on either side of the girl. There was also a seat vacant opposite to her. He started thinking. He started thinking whether he should use his natural intelligence to decide or artificial intelligence to decide. Today's generation would have simply called ChatGPT or Claude to ask where shall I sit. but he was in a mix because natural instincts were overflowing when he saw this girl. And therefore, he was trying to decide whether I should use natural intelligence and natural decision or artificial intelligence and an unknown decision. Right? Because although anybody would prompt, what AI would give out probably may not be predictable. But then the problem was more complicated. You recall the problem? I stated in the problem there was one seat on the left side of the girl which was vacant, and one seat on the right side of the girl which was vacant, and the seat opposite to her was also vacant. So there are three parallel problems. Where should I sit? Isn't it? Naturally, he has got to contact C-DAC Param because it is a parallel problem and he cannot solve this problem sequentially. He has got to solve it concurrently, and the status quo should be known to him immediately. Only then he can take a decision. So it is a perfect concurrent parallel computing job. So naturally, it requires HPC also, not only intelligence, but also HPC, high performance computing. Right? But then, young ladies, ladies when they were young, and men, now you cannot even think of that situation because you would be more worried about the reminding of your spouse's face. You remember and recall the problem. It is not an ordinary problem. Computer scientists, computer engineers will definitely know that this is a non-deterministic polynomial hard problem. You cannot solve it. You don't have a solution in a polynomial time. It's a non-deterministic NP hard problem. So even HPC cannot solve it. Only HPC can accelerate solving provided there is a way to solve it. And naturally, again, we have got to go back to C-DAC asking for a quantum solution for this. The qubits quantum solution for this. So every problem in life looks obvious. And it is the stupidity of any teacher to convince a student by telling it is quite obvious. Can you not understand that? The word obvious, when expanded into a formal proof, the teacher can understand that the formal proof is impossible for obvious. Teachers quite liberally, quite comfortably use the word, it's natural, it is obvious. Nothing can be obvious, nothing can be natural. And that's what all of us have got to understand, and that is why I started with this story. But then, I would like to know what would be the solution. Where should this young man sit? Next to the girl or opposite to the girl? Opposite? That's what the girls are telling. That's what the girls are telling. So that's the best solution. See, the answer has come from the destination. Right? The answer hasn't started from the source. Source would be thinking better to sit next to the girl. Occasionally he can touch her, but the destination tells you sit opposite to me, and then without any problem you can stare at me. Isn't it? Without even worrying about anybody, you can comfortably look at that girl because you're sitting opposite to the girl. If you sit next to the girl, it would look very artificial to turn your head and see like this. And turning your head seeing like this would definitely make others feel that you are very much interested in seeing the girl. Now, when you look opposite, I'm sure. देखिए ये तो इतने मुस्कुराहट इन्होंने I'm just totally so happy that you can stare straight into the eyes. But when I mention straight into the eyes, the most important point one has got to understand is establish not the line of sight, establish the line of communication properly. It is not line of sight, it is line of communication properly. All right. But then what has happened in the Indian education? Today, right in the morning, you tune any Akashwani, there will be wonderful lot of advertisements that their engineering institution is the best educational institution. Isn't it? Morning, 7 o'clock, morning 6:30, 7 o'clock. After all Bhakti Gitas are over, this Yukti Gitas will start. My engineering college is the best. We have the best faculty. We have the best branches, artificial intelligence, machine learning. We have the best branches. We have the best record of campus placement. गधों को भी भरा जाता है campus placement में, वो अलग बात है. So there's a best placement for the campus placement. Along with that, there is a wonderful change. C-DAC also comes on Akashvani. Right? C-DAC also. You might not have heard in the morning. You should hear it in the morning. The beautiful voice. C-DAC also comes. All right? But then C-DAC doesn't make any claim. It just explains. It just tells what are very essential. Now, what has happened with this conventional education? First of all, the very origin of engineering education in India is on the wrong foot. It is on a wrong step. Simple reason is the following. When engineering education started, people just tried to emulate the counterpart education like BSc Physics, BSc Chemistry, similar way. So similar way when they started civil engineering, when they started mechanical engineering, and when they started electrical engineering, they also said that it is laboratory. Come on. In engineering, does laboratory have any meaning? You should think. You should think. And this did not stop. When a versatile branch like computer science started, people still call it as computer laboratory. Come on. Forget about it. Okay, even laboratory I can tolerate. But the great boards of studies and great universities went ahead and started telling that these laboratories should also have a syllabus. That is where a true academician cannot withstand. Because any laboratory should not have syllabus. The syllabus, what has got to be done in the laboratory has got to get naturally originated from the theory classes. A teacher in the theory class should have such a effort, such a very wonderful control over the subject that at the end of every 10 minutes he should be able to raise one important issue which has got to be established through laboratory. How can laboratory have a syllabus? And my God, look at the beginning syllabus of computer science in laboratory, solving quadratic equation, finding out the largest of three numbers. Right? That is how it started, and that is how the whole laboratory experiments were thought of. What I just wanted to mention here, to all the teachers over here, to all the elder teachers over here, unfortunately, in engineering education in India has not been understood to be an engineering education. When do we understand that engineering is entirely different from conventional teaching like economics class or like political science class or like an English class? Engineering is something where the learner should get more involved and the teacher should also make him feel that he is walking along with him. A teacher, just because he stands on a pedestal over here to deliver a lecture, should not feel that he is at the helm of the affairs or should not feel that he is the source of knowledge and the knowledge is flowing from a higher potential to a lower potential. But the teacher has got to give a feeling that he is walking along with the learner. Only then an engineer will get the confidence to work. Now look at what has happened in a conventional. I'm not talking about IITs, I'm not talking about triple IITs. I was a director of triple IT for 5 full years. I was vice chancellor of a university. But that is not the issue. The issue is, unfortunately, in the universities, what is happening is every theory, every class, every course shall have 4 hours of theory. Have you any time understood what does it mean 4 hours of theory per week? Nobody has tried to understand. And everybody wanted to have 4 hours of theory. And then some laboratory. The whole point is real engineering education is in Samvāda. The word beautifully coined over here. The real engineering education is Samvāda. In other words, the real engineering education happens only through interaction between the teacher and the students. Where is the interaction happening? Interaction is absolutely zero because you are on the stage and you think that you are the Hitler, and as Hitler thought, you think also the students are sheep and goats. You look at the resume of Hitler, you look at his biodata, you look at his story, he will tell, how are you so strong in addressing such a big crowd? And then Hitler tells, I never thought that there were crowds of human beings. I always thought that there were crowds of sheep and goats. That is why I was able to deliver the lecture. Well, then our teachers also do the same mistake. They deliver the lecture and they are not bothered. They are not even bothered to check whether the students have understood the lecture or not. Main point in interaction is to ensure that whatever has been delivered to the candidate has been understood by the candidate. Examinations, the way the dirty, stupid examinations, the way they are conducted by the universities, shall not measure whether the candidate has understood or not, because those examinations require only rote learning. And all that you have got to do is just reproduce whatever has been learned, which mothers at home definitely will persuade every candidate to go to learn a lot of things. So now, Samvada has got to increase, which means monologue in the class has to come down. So the monologue delivery has got to come down, dialogues have got to increase. Therefore, the model has got to be the beautiful model which has been advocated by Government of India, a model called LTP, but often misunderstood by all academicians, by all principals, by vice chancellors don't have time to think about it because universities are not run by vice chancellors. Universities are unfortunately run by controller of examination or registrar evaluation. He doesn't have the time to think about teaching. His whole focus is only on conducting the stupid examinations, the ritual examinations. So L, as you think, should not stand for lecture. It should stand for listening comprehension. It should stand for enhancing the listening comprehension by the student, right? And that listening, in the modern world is highly limited to a shorter duration of time, and 4 hours per week cannot make a listening comprehension. Therefore, lecture classes should come down. Then Samvāda has got to happen, which will happen in T class. T normally people will tell it is tutorial. It should not be tutorial. It should be transactions. The Samvāda. The transactions have to happen. Now, the beautiful thing is P. You could be thinking that P should stand for practicals, no doubt. It should stand for practical, but the real meaning of P should not be practicals, it is practice. Practicing it for the skills. Kaushalya, skills. So, practice is also a greater dialogue. It is a dialogue amidst the peers, and transaction is a dialogue between the teachers and the candidates, and L is to enhance the listening comprehension, and this is the model that an engineering education has got to take. More so when you are teaching the advanced subjects like computer science and engineering, like today's buzzword that you want to teach artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, or intelligent systems, or whatever it is, or when you are going to teach high performance computing. I'm very positive, I'm very sure there must be plenty of teachers from the engineering institutions over here. Still, even today, the universities across, particularly in India, still they believe in conducting theory examinations of 3 hours. Now tell me, when you are teaching a very essential subject like data structures or algorithms, how can you expect a candidate to write 3 hours and fill up the paper pages? Okay. Even if you ask beautiful creative questions, and even if he writes, let us say, an algorithm, even in a pseudocode, forget about Python, Shaitan, or C, or whatever it is, forget about all those things. Even if he writes the algorithm, as an evaluator, do you have the patience to go through that C code, or do you have the patience to go through that pseudocode? And can you understand from the pseudocode what has been written? The whole point is candidates should be asked to synthesize the solution, design the solution. Where is design thinking? And without design thinking, how can he become an engineer? How can he become a technocrat? So even today, right from the day when I was a student, between 75 and 80, ours was 5 years BE degree program. Between 75 and 80, right from those days, this is a very big confusion which has been happening within me. What is the point in writing in 3 hours? How can you write? What stupidity can you fill up in the answer books of an examination on DBMS? Come on, tell me. And what sort of questions can you ask in DBMS? What sort of questions can you ask in computer graphics? What sort of questions can you ask in algorithm? What sort of questions can you ask in computer networks, which a student should be able to fill up the answer book? That is where the teachers have got to think very seriously. And I'm not worried about the teachers who are getting retired. I have already got retired, that's a different issue. But I'm not worried about the teachers who are going out. But what are the young teachers doing? They don't have the voice. Obviously, they don't have their voice because they are also busy with the mobiles all the time. Right? They cannot throw away the mobile. They want to keep the mobile inside the classroom also. This is what is the status of education which is happening in India. Just compare with the counterpart. When you do a master's degree from America, how many credits would you complete? I think some of you could have completed master's degree from America. How many credits do they expect you to complete in USA? It is only 32 to 34 credits. Against, in India, which at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, it is 64 credits, MTech. And unfortunately, in the university system, 100 credits. Have you anything understood what is a credit? Have we, including me, I am asking the question. I am not pointing only to you, including me. Have you understood what is a credit? A credit, 1 hour of credit should always mean at least 1 hour of interaction with the faculty, followed by the faculty's ability to extract at least 1 hour of work from the candidate. Every one credit should imply extracting 1 hour of work at least from the candidate, at least in Indian context. In American context, at bachelor's degree level, it is 1 hour of contact extracts 2 hours of work, which is true even today in IITs. In fact, when we were students in our MTech days, we were praying that the teacher shall not come to the class because 1 hour of class would imply 4 hours of assignments for us. Right? We were really praying. Today, for some reason, my professor should have a meeting, he should not come to the class. That's what we were praying for. Now, where is that happening? We have not understood. See, 1 hour of credit, 1 hour of interaction should extract 1 hour of work, and that is not from an individual, it has got to be from a group because engineering is always a group activity. No single person shall work anywhere in silos. It has got to be in a group, at least a group of 3 or 4 people, which means 1 hour of work that a teacher extracts should be equivalent to 4 man-hours of work a teacher should extract for every 1 hour of his interaction. When you do this calculation, a candidate in a week can at most spend 48 hours per week. 1 plus 1, 48 hours per week, which means the course at the undergraduate level should not exceed 24 credits per week. Should not exceed 24 credits per week. Including everything, including the repeat course, including the add-on course, whatever it is. Therefore, the actual content should only be about 20 credits per semester, which people have not understood. So 2 points which I wanted my would-be faculty, my would-be torchbearers, the torchbearers who are going to create the education, particularly after this National Education Policy of 2020, whose thumb line is naturally experiential learning. Let us not politicize like politicians would politicize. Forget about the politicians, but then you understand the spirit of national education policy. People used to ask me, sir, in your opinion, I was also associated with this national education policy. So people were asking me the question, sir, why Kasturi Rangan? Of all the people, why Dr. Kasturi Rangan heads this committee? My answer was very simple. A man from space can look at the entirety from this space, whereas a teacher on the ground can look at only the local. Right? So you have got to have the entire content visible. So the very simple thing, what I just wanted to mention is when as a teacher goes to the class, he should be at least 10 years ahead of the student in the subject, in that particular course. He should be at least ahead by the entirety of the subject. Unfortunately, today I have seen in most of the engineering colleges that hardly the teacher will be 1 hour ahead of the student. Isn't it? He will be just preparing and getting into the classroom. Under these circumstances, I really wonder what magic people have been driving these institutions like C-DAC, ISRO, DRDO labs in India. because the people have come from this background, but still they are driving, which means there must be an internal commitment and an internal mission which drives them strong. Right? So this one point you have got to just remember, and you have got to also remember one point: how does an examination be relevant for any engineering subject, be civil engineering, be mechanical engineering? You just think over, because engineering is learning by doing. When whole engineering is learning by doing, how can you simply write down on a paper? You still have that. That is why national education policy clearly states that you move away. You move away from the dead stack of conducting the examination. You move away from rote learning. You move away from giving the more importance to this memorizing the things. In fact, I think I'm sure many of them could be computer science professors over here. Their favorite questions, I know that, sorting algorithm. Well then, okay. But then what is the point? You have taught it in the exam, you have taught it in the classroom, and what is the point in asking the question? Same question. It is like a Kannada teacher, a language teacher, asking the question in examination: describe how Sita was carried away. And one prompt student said, describe how Sita was carried away. Said, you carried away Sita in the class only. You did not understand the pun there. Okay? You carried away Sita in the classroom, and then wow, where is the opportunity for me to carry away Sita again? You have already carried away Sita. Alright? On the other hand, can you not ask the question in a little twisted way? That had Sita undergone karate training, had Sita been a black belt expert also, how this episode of carrying away of Sita would have happened? Then the student has got to extrapolate from whatever he has learned, and extrapolating is what is engineering. Today, certain engineering colleges, naturally, thanks to these, Akashvanis and newspapers, we teach latest technology. Come on, if you have got to teach latest technology, if you have got to teach, that latest technology should also have happened yesterday, not today. That means even the latest technology that you think that you are delivering should be of the past. On the other hand, an engineer has got to be brought out to build a tomorrow, an unknown tomorrow. Right? So, what has got to be taught? That is where C-DAC Samvāda should definitely force every one of you to think very seriously that how can I make an engineer to build it tomorrow? What is tomorrow? I don't know. Even teacher does not know. I still remember one simple interesting example of IIT Bombay professor. He went and he gave away the question papers. After the question papers, naturally after the test hour or exam hour, some 4 by 5 boys went to Professor's room and asked, sir, from where did you pick up this question? What is the answer for this question? The teacher said, I did not pick up this question from any textbook. I picked it up from my own experience, and honestly, I do not know the answer. That is why I have given it as a question in the exam. How many of our people have done that? How many of our people have done that? I have got to tell 2 interesting episodes which have happened in my life. When I was a student at Birla Institute of Technology, as a student, I was obliged to be a teaching assistant also. I had a candidate who was attached to me, very brainy, very, very wonderful boy. And in those days itself, Birla Institute of Technology's undergraduate programs used to be tri-semesters. This boy went to the examination hall, read the question paper, threw away the question paper, and walked out of the exam hall. Professor K.M. Rai, even today I remember his name. Professor K.M. Rai was head of the department, and he called me. And you know, when a student commits a mistake, which is quite natural in the family also, when a son commits a mistake, husband calls wife and tells, "Look at your son," as if he is the son of only wife. Right? Look at your son. And madam also does the same thing. Look at your daughter. Right? But both of them are confirming that both of them are responsible for that. But then look at your son attitude was from Professor K.M. Rai also at me. Look at your boy. He has walked out of the examination hall. How can we give him any medal? And he deserves the gold medal, but he doesn't write in the exam. So in the evening, I was sitting in my hostel. This boy walked into my hostel and said, "You don't want to talk to me?" Who said I'm not going to talk to you? So you're remaining silent. No, I was just doing some work, I told. And then said, "Are you upset with the way I did in the morning?" "No, I'm not upset, but you have not given me any explanation about that." Then he said, "Sir, after reading the question paper, I felt it is below my dignity and below my standard to answer such a stupid question paper." How many of our students can do this? They would be very happy to get a stupid question paper because they can fill up the pages. They can overload the answer. And that is the type of stupid question papers which are being set. Where are the design questions? Where have we understood Bloom's taxonomy? And we tell that it is higher education. And our question papers are lower than the primary schools. And we tell it is higher education. Section number 9.4 of National Education Policy tells that your higher education should start from the application layer. Read section number 9.4. Higher education starts from section 9 and section number 9.1 and section number 9.2 would illustrate the expectations of higher education, and section 9.4 and section 10.2 covered entirely. So simple, so beautiful. And it tells you the whole engineering starts from application. Ask anybody from C-DAC. They also start telling you start using, applying your mind. Application. Alright? Where is that happening? You know what is Bloom's taxonomy? Alright? Where is it happening? Alright? Okay, good. But then questions have got to extract the thinking ability of the student because the future could be deceptive. Like today's artificial intelligence, many people are knowing very clearly that whatever the greatest beautiful advertisement these engineering colleges give, they cannot get these people employed. That's for certain. Because AI today can write all the codes that earlier we people used to sit and write. I'm not going to get into that. But I would call the attention of every one of you to read the book 21 Lessons for 21st Century by Yuval Noah Harari. Yuval Noah Harari's book titled 21 Lessons for 21st Century. And you should note that Yuval Noah Harari was not an engineer. He is not an engineer. He is an historian. And he has written such a wonderful book. Right? He tells that even tomorrow, just tomorrow, the machines, probably C-DAC machines, high performance computing machines, quantum computing machines, can hack every human being. And the equation for hacking is to hack a human being, is BCD. B stands for biological, biochemistry, biochemical algorithms which are happening in the human body. B stands for that. And C stands for C-DAC, computing power. C for computing power and D for data. Right? D for data, correct data. I'm not going to speak about the correctness of the data, but anyhow, correct data multiplied by the computing power, multiplying by the understanding of the biochemical algorithm which is happening in the human body. If these three are abundantly understood, it is very comfortable, very easy to hack what is happening in the human brain. All right? That's what is the wonderful equation. Another book by Yuval Noah Harari is the recent book called Nexus. Everyone should go through that if we are engineers. The most beautiful book which I enjoyed was Rajiv Malhotra's book. Rajiv Malhotra's book is AI, Artificial Intelligence, Five Battlegrounds. Five Battlegrounds of Rajiv Malhotra. A very lovely, beautiful book. All right. So these are the things which are going to explain AI. Now, the word AI has become a word of fashion, but there is nothing artificial with intelligence. Intelligence can never be artificial. Intelligence has the value only when it springs from natural source. Intelligence has the value only when it springs from the human origin. Intelligence has got to be human origin or human source. But look at bots and look at all these things which are happening. They are intelligent, not because they themselves have become intelligent, but because the intelligence has been simulated in them, and it is not the intelligence of one human being. On the other hand, it is the intelligence, collective intelligence, which has trained these systems, and collective wisdom is because the man could model it. The natural intelligence could model the collective wisdom, and that's what is working, and that's what is going to be the artificial intelligence. All right. We, as a teacher, I was asking my MTech students a very simple question way back: can an algorithm design an algorithm? And that's exactly what today has happened, that the machines themselves would write the code. Right? But then that does not mean that we don't need engineers. We really need engineers because the proper implementation of artificial intelligence, properly taking further the artificial intelligence, we need more powerful, intelligent engineers. That is the direction in which today's engineers have got to be trained. You have got to. So that is where two things. Number one, reduce your monologue classes, increase dialogue classes. Number two, increase your assessment component. Don't call it as great examinations. Stop it. Stop calling it as examination. Call it as assessment, and it has got to be continuous assessment. More so, it has got to be formative assessment rather than end semester examination, because learning has got to be continuous, learning has got to be incremental, learning has got to be absorbing, and learning has got to be the stages of building up the solution. Right? So it has got to focus on formative assessment. So formative assessment, theoretically, time should be infinite available for the candidate to solve the problem, theoretically, but still you give him 1 week time or 1.5 week time to solve the problem, whereas the problem cannot be solved by a single person. Ensure that a team would solve. And now, today, with the modern day, you should always ask the candidate, you should always enforce the candidate to check the solution, to validate, to cross-check the solution from the solution which can be obtained from AI counterpart. So, any any exercise that a student would do, he has got to do without AI and with AI, and he should learn what has gone into AI. Before I get on to my final stage, the education, tomorrow's education will be only on the two following streams. One, AI plus domain plus data. AI plus domain plus data. Data of the domain and AI. AI is first. The other education is domain plus data plus AI. See, for instance, health systems, for instance, remote geographical information system, remotely monitored geographical data analysis, all right, satellite data analysis. These are all data intensive, already originating from a domain. So a domain becomes more important, and domain provides the data, and then the naturally AI drives that. The other way around is build up an AI system, build up an intelligent system for which any domain should be applicable and established through a particular domain. AI plus domain plus data is one model, like the courses on AI, machine learning, data sciences, intelligent systems. They are of the first domain. Second domain is intelligent health systems, intelligent irrigation system, intelligent transportation system. Tomorrow civil engineering shall not exist as civil engineering as is being taught today, because tomorrow civil engineering shall be smart transportation engineering, smart construction engineering, intelligent construction engineering, intelligent architectures. All right. So the whole civil engineering itself shall have 5 or 6 verticals, 5, 6, 7 verticals, right? And each of them should have this intelligent component. It cannot be just brick and mortar. All right. That's what is going to happen even with electrical engineering, electronics engineering today. Without computer science, without AI, is incomplete, because the chip design essentially depends upon this entire gamut of whole programming. All right. Programming does not mean learning Python, as people always confuse. We have taught Python for our students, therefore they are AI experts. Python does not make an AI expert. The natural intelligence, the ability to intellectually, intelligently operate on whatever the problem, creates an intelligent engineer. And Python is only a tool which would be learned. And no wonder what is going to happen tomorrow, whether Python would be existing or some other language would be existing. And tomorrow, probably natural language itself is more than enough, because today already indirectly natural language programming is happening, because you are prompting an AI through natural language and AI gives the solution. But when AI gives the solution, you should be in a position to check, to establish that the algorithm or the pseudocode or whatever the code given by AI is valid. That takes you back not to debugging of the program, but automatically, mathematically proving the correctness of the code. So you should be strong mathematically. The mathematical proof. This was the course which I took when I was a student of MTech, and many people were afraid to take this course because it is mathematical proving. And today, I have heard people and I have heard parents telling that we put our children to computer science because he is weak in mathematics. This is the common sense. Because he is weak in mathematics, he takes computer science and he weakens the entire nation, and he weakens the whole fulcrum of computer science. Because without mathematics, computer science has no meaning at all. Mathematics is a starting point. I tell that mathematics should be an essential subject even for economics. Mathematics should be an essential subject even for understanding medicine and surgery. Right? The whole the intravenous injection is a simple, beautiful differential equation. The way the intravenous injection has got to get into the bloodstream is a beautiful differential equation. And then people do not know real meaning of solving a differential equation. A differential equation has got a forcing function on the other side. And what is forcing function? What is an excitation function? Why a differential equation will have two solutions? One is called complementary function, another is called particular integral. And what is complementary function engineering wise? It is called transient solution, and the one is a stable state solution. All these things people have got to understand. So AI is not just a superficial marketing thing. AI needs a deep, thorough understanding, which means you should be strong. Every learner has got to be strong in the foundations. If the foundation is strong, foundation no doubt shall remain invisible, but that invisible strength is the one which is really going to build up a great engineer. I even today remember the then TCS chairman who had told me in an interaction, I don't need so-called electronics engineers. I don't need so-called computer science engineers, but I need only those people who are foundation-wise strong. Let him be civil engineer, let him be mechanical engineer, let him be any engineer, but his mathematical imagination has got to be strong. Unfortunately, our engineering education sans lacks this mathematical imagination and mathematical penetration. So I call upon all people, all faculty members, very wonderful faculty members who are over here for this Samvāda, for the simple reason that you are committed to build a powerful India, to build a greater India. And as Modi ji always tells, India shall belong to the world because world needs India. Let us give a strong foundation to all learners, and I am very sure Samvada will take you to the greater imaginations. Before I conclude, I have got to just quote one Mankutimana Kagga. Listen to me carefully. ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು ಹಳೆಬೇರು ಕೂಡಿರಲು ಮರಸೊಬಗು. ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು ಹಳೆಬೇರು ಕೂಡಿರಲು ಮರಸೊಬಗು. Only ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು called AI will not solve the problem. ಹಳೆಬೇರು ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ಸ್. ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು AI ಚಿಗುರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹಳೆ ಬೇರು ಕೂಡಿರಲು ಮರಸೊಬಗು. ಹೊಸ ಯುಕ್ತಿ, ಓನ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಹೊಸ ಯುಕ್ತಿ ಹಳೆ ತತ್ವ, ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ, ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್, ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಹೊಸ ಯುಕ್ತಿ ಹಳೆ ತತ್ವದೊಡೆಗೂಡೆ ಧರ್ಮ. ಋಷಿ ವಾಕ್ಯದೊಡನೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕಲೆ ಮೇಳವಿಸೆ. Philosophers' voice and scientists' voice should get blended. The blending of philosopher's voice and a scientist voice. ಋಷಿ ವಾಕ್ಯದೊಡನೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕಲೆ ಮೇಳವಿಸೆ. ಜಸವು ಜನಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. ಜಸವು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ. So ultimately, the entire thing is done not to wage wars, not to encourage people to fight amongst themselves, but to create a society which really takes every one of us to a blissful horizon of life. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and thoughtful guidance. Your perspective were truly inspiring and provided valuable clarity. Thank you. I now have the privilege of inviting the person under whose leadership this entire initiative has taken shape. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. S.T. Sudarshan, Executive Director, C-DAC Bangalore, to deliver the presidential address.
Namaskara. Welcome to Bengaluru, Bengaluru. We are always proud of Bangalore being a place of happening. So at the outset, we had a truly special address. Why someone is called Professor Emeritus? I think we all got the understanding. Thank you so much, sir, Professor Nagabhusanam, sir. Um, that's the reason we did not give any title to the talk. We just made it special address because everything comes from the heart. So before I say a few words, I would like to thank each of you for taking your time and coming here all the way. So few things just I'll kind of build upon what Professor has just highlighted. First thing he talked about intelligence, AI and otherwise. So truly speaking, there is something, if we say intelligent or intelligence, how do you know someone is intelligent? On what basis do we conclude someone is intelligent? Many a times, the reaction to a situation, only one reaction is enough to decide the person is he is very intelligent or she is very intelligent or not. Why does it happen? It happens because it is because of something called intuition that we all have. What is intuition? A situation you are facing for the first time, instantly you tell a solution, zero calculation, zero time, zero effort. That is intuition. So ideally, if a system is intelligent, it should consume zero power, zero energy, should give the result or the response instantly. So as long as we use some compute, there is a time delay, there is some energy. Obviously, intuition is not going to happen, or we cannot call it intuition. Perhaps that is the reason we are calling it artificially intelligent, because it is not intuitive. So now, how do we enable more and more intuitive solutions to come from the next generation that we are targeting as people from industry academia here? And the thinking that many times have today's kids don't have enough attention span. They cannot sit through for 30 minutes, 45 minutes. We are not able to sit. We blame them. But coming back to this, and then we say these people no discipline and things like that. But let us see the reality. Generation after generation, at least as a humanity, we are saying we are progressing. How can you progress if the next generation is actually so dumb and so careless? We were also fired by our teachers' parents, right? But we are claiming victory, saying that we have progressed so much. That means the next generation is so intelligent, what we are saying is dumb to them. So it is for us to change, not for them to change. So just a bit of excitement, signals induced by sir. uh, Coming back to the point, I will not take too much time so that the wonderful panels to cover various topics will take you to the depth. But at a higher level, a good samvada or connect happens when the bonding is strong. Bondings are strong not because you are always right, not because you are always soft and nice to a person. No, bonding is strong because the line of communication is straight. There is no hidden agenda. So, how do you ensure the communication is straight and strong? Because anything can go wrong, right? So long as we know it happened because of a reason, just like we accept our friends, family with their plus and minus. If the bonding is straight, obviously there will be no scope for confusion. That requires, in technical terms, a fully interconnected mesh. That is what 6G plus we are also talking about. A fully interconnected mesh, wired or wireless, noisy situation or noiseless situation, with media, without media, all those kind of things. So purpose of this Samvāda is to create a fully interconnected mesh between the industry, the research institutions, the academia, and possibly the government agencies or the ministries that are driving it. So the second aspect that we are looking at today is beyond Samvāda. So much we discussed about academia. Then what is there for industry? We have 60 plus industries here. Now today industry is dealing with the issue of laying off a good chunk of people. But if you look at all of them, they are programmers. So once upon a time, a country's progress, we looked at elimination of lot of demeaning jobs like scavenging, manual scavenging. So that was that era. It is bygone. Today's era, coding should be below the belt because it can be done by anybody and anything. And anyone can, even a school kid. 3 days, one can get a certification in any programming language. That is all it takes. They don't have to go to an engineering college or anywhere. 5 days, you get advanced certification. So these are so mundane, easy to get, easy skills. So coding is not going to take people forward. So today industry needs people who are software designers. Will the job stay for software designers? Maybe for little bit more time. It's also kind of in the last stage, maybe in the ICU, waiting for the tubes to be pulled out. But what will never be pulled out? A very simple way to look at it is the software architects who can think of new ways of building solution. In fact, we have a B-Arch, not a B-Tech. If you want to do architecture, you have to learn a little bit of lateral thinking and other kind of things. That is where if you look at an Institute of Science, now they have become departments because of the structural requirements, I believe. But they had a few wonderful departments. One of them was SERC, Supercomputing Education Research Center, not as a department, but as an independent facility. They also had something called the CEDT, which was focused on product design, Center for Electronic Design and Technology. So like that, they had departments or labs or centers which did not follow traditional academia, but were looking at this kind of architectural or new way of doing things. So if you want to really support our next generation in the right way, anyway, they are intelligent enough to find their own ways. But what we can do to accelerate that is to focus on architectural aspects. When you look at architectures, a simple thing could be, for example, whether you want a layered architecture, you want a agent-based architecture, or you want a service-oriented architecture. Then each architecture has a pros and cons. they have to be evaluated, and the evaluation has to be through some strong mathematical theoretical foundation. So if we start going in that direction, obviously industry will have very few manpower working, but amazing delivery. We will develop our next generation as faculty members who can think like that. Now the question is, if numbers are reducing, what about the jobs? I think here I want to recollect what I was told in the 90s and 2000s, around that time, that in a particular country, I think it was Australia continent, I was told that in a typical person, average person, works only 2 hours per day. Rest of the time pursues the passion. Because that time the questions are coming, how come whether it is swimming or anything, Australia is winning medal after medal? Where is the time for them to practice? Because you are at that level, working 2 hours is enough. I am paid so heavily for the 2 hours. Remaining times I pursue my passion. We don't do overtime, we don't work on Saturday, Sunday. I don't work 12 hours a day. Right now, we have to change our mindset that let me do my job for a limited period and pursue a passion as a human being. So it is not about I have a job or not. Am I having enough to live my life? Job can be 1 hour per day, 1 hour per week. Another interesting example, I heard it from a CEO of a top Fortune 500 company, CEO one on. It was part of one of my so-called, when I was promoted in some cadre in one organization, they sent me for a mandatory 5-week management development program. So this CEO came and told, in a year, which is 365 days, I work officially only for 2 days. And I'm paid this much. He is the CEO, and the tax he is paying is equivalent to many countries' entire annual budget. Then people asked, what do you do rest of the time? He says, I read newspapers. Those days, no internet, not and listening to maybe radio, little bit of TV. Read newspapers, read books. What else to do? What do they do 2 days in a year? Because those are the 2 days. There is a board meeting of my company. It happens half yearly. In that meeting, we decide where to invest, where to divest, which one to close, which one to expand. That's all. I don't do anything else. Only those 2 days are my working days. Rest are all, I travel first class, not even business class, first class in air, go everywhere, read newspaper. But those 2 days the decision he is making is keeping the company in the Fortune 500 for ages. So it is not whether we have a job or not. Are we doing at the right level in the right way to live our life in a passionate manner? So I think that is where we are going forward. Let computers, whether it is quantum, HPC, GPU, AI, whatever it is, let them do the compute job which is mundane. We should not look at our next generation doing the laborious job which we have been doing so far. Let us prepare them for a truly white collar or gold collar jobs. All the blue collar, let it be done by the machines, by automation. That way, we have a society that will reinvent the passion for arts, the passion for debate, the passion for Samvāda. And in that direction, today's dialogue that we are going to have will cover convergence of various technologies, be it HPC, be it AI, chip design, IoT, drone, anything and everything under the core technology that we look at is covered in various panels. We have half a dozen panels lined up. Now that the larger context has been set by Professor Nagabhushan, the panels can probably directly can go to the point and summarize, hit the bullseye straight away because enough ground has been prepared. Now in the end, I'll give a small, very small example of how C-DAC Bengaluru in the last 5 years has grown because you all came at our invitation. First of all, we are grateful to our Ministry, Electronics and IT and our Director General for letting us play on our playground. Because control is the first thing which stifles the innovation. So we had the freedom. Now 5 years ago, we were just recovering from COVID. At C-DAC Bengaluru, we had about 200 employees. Today we are 650 and we are looking for 300 more to hit 1,000. So that is the kind of growth happened. How did it happen? The next question. Something simple. As scientists, all of us were engineers passionate about what we do. I was worried about my publication, my paper, my project. So everybody was doing amazing work. But was it orchestrated, synergized to serve a larger purpose? Independently, everyone was doing amazing work. And they were supporting their way of thinking, growth, solving a problem in their community which they are connected to. So we slightly changed the game. We said no more project proposals that are less than 25 people. Earlier it used to be 4 to 5 people, one team will do. So less than 25 people working in a project proposal, we will not count it. No permission. Then what was the typical budget for a project? If it was ballpark was average 1 crore, we said less than 10 crore, no project proposal will be considered. So I took a lot of beating. So one of the reason I am looking fit. So with all those beatings, but people also saw the purpose. Because people are really capable. Suddenly people had to talk to each other, find what is common between the two. So because to make a project from 1 crore to 10 crore, I need a larger problem definition, something that is meaningful to solve. And funding agency also, if I go for 50 lakhs to or 25 lakhs to DST, I had to do 2 publications, get 1 for 1 doc, 2 postdocs, whatever it is, 3 years, done deal. So long as publication is there, tick, 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 salary, stipend paid, you are done. Publications have come, KPI is achieved. But if the same DST has to ask for 50 crores, we are putting a big money weight. What is it we are going to tell? We are going to deliver for an amount. So suddenly we are not output oriented, which is paper publication, we become outcome oriented. So the change happened. Instead of output, we moved to outcome orientation. So that has resulted in today 650 people and we have another 300 we are not getting. So when we are not getting, what we do? We have to solve our problem. We should not depend on others. That is how C-DAC, thanks for mentioning C-DAC along with ISRO and all. Because when in 88, we were denied, we had to help ourselves, C-DAC was done. We came with acts, course, the entire system software. Today we don't teach compiler design, all those things in colleges. We design compilers. So when we go to that kind of outcome oriented, start solving our own problems, that is where more and more, earlier we were doing a lot of acts, that was the PG diploma course for students. But of late, if you see last 3 years, the number of master trainer FDP programs have increased. So we are engaging at a higher level with faculty rather than directly focusing only on students. Now the Samvāda, today one of the agenda is to go to the next stage of evolution, where to scale out across the country. We have 17,000 institutions in the country roughly. We want to set up a hub and spoke model so that this culture of outcome oriented thing what we have successfully come so far can get a place and act as an inspiration and role models for a larger scale. I believe in that. So why if now say outcome oriented has reasonably succeeded, many of you know it, but I'll just restate to reconfirm that our strategy delivered some outcomes. Today, C-DAC Bengaluru has the largest EDA toll grid for chip design in the world. That is operating out of C-DAC Bangalore. And we have half a dozen countries asking us how to set it up in their country, including those countries for whom we were a colony. So that is the kind of level playing game that today we have. Second, we have a HPC server designed in less than 2 years from idea to actual physical server, designed and made in India along with industry partner. You are going to hear them in one of the panels. And that HPC server is now being put in a 30 petaflop rack. So we are going to have not only our own indigenous HPC server, a 30 petaflop HPC data center is coming in C-DAC Bangalore. And in that, one of the biggest thing that we have found is software is not good enough to utilize the performance of the hardware capabilities. So we have a complete system software stack which will allow us to exploit the hardware. So that is happening from C-DAC Bangalore. Then, thanks to National Quantum Mission, we are also responsible for hybrid computing cluster. We are setting up a 108 qubit superconducting qubit quantum computer here. As I speak, 80% of the work is already over. So during this year, you will see that also being launched, available. While the hardware is being set up, we have a Quniverse, which is a quantum simulator. 15,000 plus people are using. I just to give a few examples, we have our own indigenous drone flight controller and so on. Few examples to say that when we give freedom and create a fully interconnected mesh where everybody is connected to everyone. In fact, when you are fully interconnected, the availability by default becomes high availability. The cost of communication, number of nodes increase the cost, increase the noise. You have a problem is zero because it is point to point everywhere. And how do we scale? Probably traditional networks will not because the complexity is exponential. We need quantum superposition kind of new ways of connecting. So the hybrid computing will allow us to experiment between multiple CPU, GPU, QPU architectures under one umbrella. So therefore, today's idea is not a mere interaction that will be undermining the value that is being created among us. For industry, I have a request. Sir has put so many things for academians. For industry, only one request. Industry knows what they need. They need architects and designers because code is today low code, no code, whatever you want to call it. But still, when they come to hire, they also have the question bank. Very few industries are actually asking questions to figure out the candidates' thinking process and capability matches aligns to our company's requirements and our vision. Because only if there is an alignment of thinking and goal and capability, success will happen. So somewhere my request to industry is change the way you ask questions to hire. One example I will give, with that I will conclude. So when we go for interviews, a lot of my colleagues are here. They will agree because they have gone through that pain with me. They go, we ask questions, we interact with potential people who want to join C-DAC to work. Many times we have urgency. Let us pick. Project needs people. If I don't pick today, I need to wait for another interview, another bunch of candidates. So we are ready to compromise in a hurry to pick. So the example I give is, let us not do shopping. This is not to kind of put bucketing. Like, they say men are from Mars and women from Venus. That kind of books are there. So similarly, when you do shopping, a typical it is a bias that we can call it AI or otherwise also. So you go, you see four shirts, t-shirts, pick one. You have similar set, so it's okay. I have only 5 minutes, I pick and walk. But someone who is very particular, if they want to buy a specific sari, 10 shops, 20 visits, entire shop, all the pieces seen before they pick one. They may wear it only once or twice in their entire life. But they don't choose just because there is a time limitation. They won't pick till they get what they want. That is what we should do. When we pick a person for a job from industry side, choose in such a way that chosen for a purpose. Instead of vocation, it is for a particular deliverable project or the vision and mission of the organization. So they stay with you lifetime because it is an aligned purpose. We should not hurry in picking up. Let students also realize that I tell them, some of them don't believe, many of them take it and they go forward. We are not rejecting you. There is no alignment for you to be successful in our organization. You have to find your place. We will find our person who will deliver what we want. Similarly, I think we should start grooming our students. We have to educate our parents also. You are not putting students for a placement. You are putting them to learn. Let them learn. That will result in let them own earning. Learn to earn, not join to place. I think there is a cultural shift that is needed. That can only happen through consistent dialogue. And today's connect probably will find ways and means of taking it to the people. So with that, I'll thank everyone for your patient timing. I know we have, as we call, time overrun, but in one way, we all come from what we call a risk and development background. R&D we do, risk and development. I do not know about research, but we do risk and development. And time overrun is one of the well-known challenges we have not overcome so far. Today also we have not overcome. My apologies for that for the everyone. But thank you so much, and I will enjoy. I am here for rest of the day. Thank you, and looking forward to the interaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your visionary address and for your continued support to bridging academia and industry through platforms like Samvāda-AI. May I now request Sudarshan sir to felicitate today's chief guest of honor, Professor P. Nagabush.
Though I am currently holding the ED post, one of my predecessor, whom I succeeded, who is responsible for where we are today, is also here. So I'll request him to join. Will you facilitate person Nagabhushan? So I may request Dr. Sarath sir to join on the stage. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. These beautiful words of Helen Keller capture the very spirit of today's gathering. A sincere gratitude to Professor P. Nagabhushan for his inspiring presence and thought provoking insights which have enriched this occasion. We are deeply grateful to Dr. S.T. Sudarshan, Executive Director, C-DAC Bengaluru, for his visionary leadership and constant encouragement in strengthening academia industry collaboration. Thank you, sir, for your unwavering support in making Samvāda-AI Academia Industry Connect a meaningful platform for innovation, collaboration, and shared learning. Thank you. We will now conclude with this the inaugural session of Samvāda-AI 2026. May I request the audience to please proceed for tea and please be back within 15 minutes because we have an exciting sessions ahead. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Sure. Attention, everyone. May I request all the delegates to kindly take their seats as we resume the proceedings for Samvāda-AI 2026. Best way to predict the future is to create it. Our first panel of the day takes this to heart, addressing a question at the very core of our education system. How do we build universities that are truly future ready? And how do we empower the next generation in scientific computing? To moderate this discussion, I invite Ms. Deepika H.V., Scientist F, C-DAC Bangalore.
Thank you. So we'll start a panel. Good morning, everybody, and namaskara, and welcome to Nama Bengaluru. We'll start with our first panel, Building Future-Ready Universities, Empowering India's Next Generation of Scientific Computing. So before any introduction, I would like to call up my esteemed panelists. First, Professor Satish Vadiyar, Chairman, SERC ISC, and also the NSM R&D Chairman. NSM stands for National Supercomputing Missions R&D Chairman. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Parminder Singh, AVP Vividian Technologies, our design and manufacturing partner for C-DAC's indigenous HPC servers, the Rudra series of servers, and the Shavak, which is there in the other side of the exhibition hall also. Welcome, Parminder. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sridhar Rao, architect of Linux Foundation India. Thank you, sir, for coming. I would like to call upon Mr. Gokul Tirthan, Scientist F, the person behind the setting and managing of the 30 petaflop supercomputing system, India's largest national supercomputing facility in India. Thank you, everybody. Currently, we are in a very defining, or we can say, the edge of moving on to the next set of change in HPC. It is not just the software, it involves the whole ecosystem, or not just the hardware, the whole ecosystem. So, because we have always called supercomputing as a niche facility, a niche kind of an area. So, I think we have crossed the nicheness over the years now. And we would like to tell, yes, we are here where I think everyone needs to use a supercomputer for any kind of large computation. And it's no more a niche computing. And today, there is a lot of changes which is happening in the research and innovation field because of the entrance of the artificial intelligence or quantum computing. There's a lot of digital twin happening for the different kind of simulations, and the applications are changing the way they were computing for it. And with that comes the change in the sea of change, let us say, in the hardware architecture, where we are bringing in different kinds of CPUs, different architectures of CPUs, different kinds of accelerators into the supercomputing. So, however, this whole research excellence cannot be just all about the powerful hardware. A complete, sustainable scientific computing ecosystem is required. And on this stands the four pillars: the advanced computing infrastructure, a robust software ecosystem, a skilled human manpower, open collaboration, and strong partnership between academia, research, and as well as industry. Without the collaboration and partnership between these three, I think what our two previous guests, Dr. Nagbhushan sir talked, or even our Sudarshan sir talked, that this is a main thing required right now: collaboration among academia, research institutes, and industry. And today on our panel, we have the four pillars who represent these different verticals of it. Without much ado, let me start out with the questions for the panel members. First to Dr. Satish Vadya, sir. So today we have, as we have been saying for many years, HPC was viewed as a specialized resource used by a handful of researchers. Today with AI, digital twin, climate science, genomics, and rather depending upon the different kinds of advanced computing, why should every research university now think of HPC as an essential research infrastructure rather than as an optional facility?
Right. So thank you, Deepika. So first, quick introduction. I was introduced as chair of the Supercomputer Education and Research Center in Indian Institute of Science. But for this panel, what is more relevant is I've been a HPC educator for the past 20 plus years, plus HPC research practitioner. In my role as faculty member in Supercomputer Education Research Center, as well as in computational and data sciences. But now coming to this question of why HPC should be treated as a fundamental area that has to be learned in educational institutes. Now, there are two categories, right? So one is computer science and related, and the other is the other domains, mechanical engineering, civil engineering, and so on. So now if you take computer science and related areas, traditionally, if you look at the learning process in these departments, right from our days, we have always learned the internals of what we use, right? So that is how we learned operating systems, we learned data structures, we learned algorithms, we learned architecture, because computer scientists typically use computers, right? So to get certain things done. But then along the way, we then, but more importantly and fundamentally, we try to learn how that is enabled by the computers, right? So we just don't learn Linux commands. We get to know, right? So how the processes are created, how the processes interact, what is the distinction between the kernels and the user level, right? So we go into the internals. So likewise, anything that we use, we get to learn the internals, and that has always been the education pattern when it comes to computer science and related areas. Now, this is an era where HPC is in use, whether we realize it, whether we like it, right? So AI, one of the topics, right, is everywhere, and there is no escaping from AI. Even if you ask your students to hold for some time, they just want to learn AI, and AI now cannot be done without the HPC architectures, without accelerators, without GPUs. So that is on the programming level. So at the architecture level, the phone that I'm holding, I'm sure has got multiple cores, or, although I've forgotten how many cores. So each of our phones have multiple cores. Any reasonable desktop or servers that we buy for our labs will have multiple cores. So at the hardware, under the research level, there is parallelism, there is HPC. So now when we try to use these machines for our problem solving, so going with the pattern of computer science and related education, we should no longer stop at getting things done, but try to see how things are being done internally, right? So how do the threads interact? How do the different processing elements in our HPC architecture interact, right? So when AI is run on a set of GPUs, right? So why do we need these GPUs? Why do we need these GPU cores? How do these AI workflows use these GPU cores, right? So the computer science education should get into these internals to make students who are knowledgeable on this to be able to contribute well in the future. So that is for computer science and related fields. For the other domains, mechanical science, civil engineering, etc. So they we have traditionally not asked them to get into the internals of how things work in computer science. They have their own problems to solve, so that is fine. But even for them, now the primary motivation is scale, right? So in mechanical engineering, we no longer well, we do look at microprocessors, but there are also these macro processes that one will have to be worried about, right? So in civil engineering, with right, so we think of constructing large flyovers, tunnel routes, right? So we need to be able to simulate, right? So we need to be able to simulate these processes, and when you go at a large scale, the only option is to go for HPC. You can no longer confine yourself to sequential machines. Right, you should be able to scale well your problem. So it has become very fundamental, right? So almost to the extent of there is no escaping HPC. So I see many academicians, right, so who are here, and policymakers who are here. So to convince your students that HPC is a fundamental learning area, you need to be convinced first. And I hope some of these words have convinced you, right?
Great, sir. So I guess that says everything, that HPC is becoming fundamental to any kind of research. So moving on to Gokul, our next question is, you've been interacting with lots of researchers through your supercomputing facility, what we give to the users and for the applications. Do you see this change or the shift of new users and new kind of application users coming in?
Yeah, so thanks for this opportunity. And so with the questions that is asking about HPC, there are new users coming. We must understand one thing. We are living in a generation, right? So for everything we use AI today, right? HPC is there for quite some time, and we thought about making the task parallelizing. So that's the key aspect of high performance computing. We try to do the task parallelized and then get it done at the earliest by scaling up the task which are we are putting onto the HPC system. But with AI, so we see that again the larger bigger steps that we're taking forward, right? The lot of computations are the thought process are putting into training mode, right? So in terms A is doing a lot of things that generally we do it manually, right? So that is the big shift. So now we need to think beyond what we are conventionally doing. For example, one example could be a programming, right? So now AI can do programs within a short period of time. Even developing a simple web application, it used to take months together. It happens overnight. So these are the shifts that have happened over the period when you talk about HPC and AI, HPC infrastructure, right? So with my experience, what we are having in NSM, almost we have close to 40 systems across the country, and we have two HPC system in Bangalore, right? So we have one is Paramutkarsh, and then we have recently inaugurated launched our 20 petaflop system, which is in Bangalore's electronic city, and we are in commissioning the largest computing facility in India. That's going to be 30 petaflop system, which is mostly on GPU based system, right? So the shift is happening. And with respect to end users point of view, whether it could be universities or it could be industry, now the works that is happening is advanced research kind of a work. It is no more the basic lab work that we do. And the time the advantage of using HPC or AI, it takes very less time to evaluate your design or whatever you're doing. It used to take months or years. Now we can do it and evaluate the whatever the design, whatever thought process coming, whatever the ideas that you're generating. It could be put into a system and do a simulation and get it designed or done it in a shorter period. So it could be starting from chip design to aerospace simulations and things like that. So that's where we see a lot of users, especially in universities. And one of the key thing that I want to put it here, especially the startup companies, right? So C-DAC, we were in pure HPC, we were doing a pure HPC systems, right? So with the Paramutkarsh was dedicated for MSMEs. So that's where our biggest learning curve has come, because MSMEs not just they want a pure compute, so they wanted different kind of services. It could be like porting or training, like EDA tools. So, I mean, Sudarshan sir explained today morning, we have the largest EDA toolkit in the world, right? So many of the company, they wanted HPC facility for designing the chips, right? Starting from timing analysis and verifications and synthesis, simulations, all those things, they use HPC computing. So there is a huge, requirement towards using the HPC facility or the AI computing facility so that, we can do advanced research and then we can bring the product to the market in a shorter time. So that's the.
Thank you, Gokul. So, since we started on the topic of the industry, we'll move on to Mr. Parminder. What, as the industry perspective, are you seeing the similar increase in the demand for the advanced computing capabilities? And what is the kind of the domains which are looking up for these kind of capabilities?
Yeah, thank you, Deepika. See, from the industry side, right? If you see, more of the shift is going towards the AI and the hardware required, maybe the infra required for the AI. Even in all the organizations, right? The shift is happening in the manpower, the manpower who possesses that skill set or a ready manpower which is available immediately. We also, even if when we are into hiring, right, when we see whom to hire. So today we have around 5,000 R&D engineers with us working within the organization and building different kind of solutions. We take the such resources and we train them first, right? Now we from the industry we want to reduce that efforts. Now when we take a resource, we train them for 1 or 2 years, and then that resource or the individual becomes ready, who is a learned professional who can and then work on the actual platforms. This is what we are looking, and from the what we see from the academia side, if this thing can happen there, the students and the graduates who are coming out of the institutes, they will be immediately working on the actual problems. Now what every segment in the industry has different problems which are now being solved through the applications, and it is going very fast. So we are looking from the industry side that we should have a skilled individual who has already worked on such applications and the who is already aware of how to use those applications, the infra required for that. That is where we are more focused and looking that if that can be taken care from the day one, so that the individuals can be start working in the coming platforms on the day one.
Thank you, sir. So, moving on to the fourth pillar, something India is still not, I would say, not in a collective and organized way that we are still aware of. The open source. We are known as the Silicon City of India. So it's always a software which always has led to many things. And as you all are aware, even in HPC, we don't create, most of our softwares are not built from the scratch right now, because most of our softwares have been being built since 70 years on. So there is a lot of open source contributions which have happened world over, which we use and optimize to our new hardware architecture. So, and since the software is completely, or rather, let's say, most of the software what we see today in HPC is open source. There is no better other person to give the global trend of how this requirement of the capability of this infrastructure is required than Dr. Sridhar from Linux Foundation India.
Thanks, Deepika. Thanks for the opportunity. First, let's look at the trend that has been changing all over the world. Everybody mentioned, the convergence of HPC and AI that's happening. And now, whenever whether the Europe is doing AI factories or even US is doing the AI factories kind of a thing, where these kind of factories generate these learning LLM models for scientific purposes, thing, right? With that trend and also the second trend of cloud computing and HPC getting more and more closer. I think people within the HPC domain also wants to use this cloud models of elasticity and other things. And at the infra level, both the scale up and scale out, how they're even that is kind of blurring up thing. So if you look at these different trends, now from the university point of view, most of the things is they are focusing at the having a minimal local compute, what we call it as thing, and an integration with the national assets. For example, whatever Gokul was mentioning about we treat it as a national treasure, right? Every country is treating it as a national treasure for us. Now, access to that national treasure from the HPC side, and also the universities will have access to the cloud side at the same time, public cloud providing these kind of AI compute capabilities. So the trend is to ensure that the university researchers will have access to this both the compute, the local compute, the cloud access, the AI, and the data workflows. And if the university is not ensuring that researchers have this timely access to these things, then they're lagging behind. To counter that, right, that's where when it comes from the software point of view, you rightly mentioned that open source is kind of dominating, and HPC is no more like just a hardware, buying an hardware. It's more of an ecosystem now. Now, if you look at the within the Linux Foundation, we have at least three things like OpenHPC, HPSF, and E4S until last month, where C-DAC came in and contributed the Paras ecosystem also to the Linux Foundation. That's been very, very good and excellent complementary effort, I would say. I would not look at it as a competition with HPSF or other things. It's more of a complementary to HPSF that's happening. So now with this HPC as an ecosystem, not just as a single hardware kind of a thing, if you look at that, the responsibility or the roles of university changes. How do we support this ecosystem as a whole, not just focusing on the infrastructure thing? So there, when you start looking at an ecosystem from the software perspective, there are various things. Some of the points from the systems so engineering, Dr. Satish also mentioned where the universities, when the curriculum, how they should focus on the understanding the systems very well, the internals of the system. Along with that, it goes beyond that, having this access to the cloud, how to use the cloud technologies that are happening. So, and also the compilers and the tools change that are there out there from the open source point of view. And from, if I want to answer what is still today lacking in the community, we need is, especially from the Paras also coming into the Linux Foundation, we need a strong testing effort from the community. So I'm hoping going ahead in coming months, there'll be more contributions to the Paras also going ahead. Thanks.
I have one follow-up question. So, since we are asking for contributions, the natural question that the people will have is, what is the benefit we get out of it? Or why is it required? Or how does it matter to us to contribute to this open source? Maybe you can say something.
So, see, contributions from the contributor point of view, it's a kind of a just like how organizations treat open source as a strategy. Even the contributors treat open source as a strategy of late, right? Today in India, if you see our youngsters, especially the really brilliant minds, most of them start these open source initiatives and they end up as a cause, basically to convert them into a commercial entity and become millionaires overnight kind of a thing, right? That's the idea thing. So a lot of open source projects around these things start as a strategy. Now, when it comes to the scientific computing contributions, right, that's a different perspective. So they, when in the scientific software community, contributing to open source is not necessary to be a cause going ahead, but also in terms of having a more of a visibility or a leadership kind of. See, from the university, there are different levels of contributors come into thing. Most of them starts with documentation, bug fixing, reporting bug fixes, and all those things. Then gradually start contributing at a more at a leadership level. I think how do I become the technical leader of this particular sub project within a community kind of thing. Or some people will mostly focus from the testing point of view. How do I do the testing, and how do I contribute to the reports and benchmarking and particular thing. So they choose at what level to contribute, and the fundamental thing is, why should I even contribute? So first is it improves your visibility and your skill. Of late, nobody sees your resume, right? They see your GitHub thing. How much of green things are there in your GitHub profile, right? So it is a mechanism for getting a job or even growing in the technology domain as a contributing. That's one of the major reason. Another thing, you can work with the who's and who's of the world, right? In open source community, when you join a technical meeting, you will see all great minds over there sitting and discussing very interesting topic. So you get that kind of exposure working with the community. And also with this visibility, your name is out there in the public all the time. For example, why people contribute to Linux kernel, right? Because their name and everything they can see throughout their life. It's visible. It's a kind of a very good marketing tool, I would say. Why I would even want to contribute. Apart from the knowledge enhancement, uh, and and there is also the angle of society, the community service. I'm helping. It's more of a philosophical level, right? The people who strongly believe in open source, nothing should be like closed or should be patented. There are huge set of people who believe a strong commitment towards open source philosophy. So for them, it's a no-brainer for them to even to not to look at open source at all. And everything runs on open source today. In fact, the whole world is running on open source today. Without Linux, nothing, the world will come to a stop.
Okay, I would like to add one more point which you didn't. I think what India is also looking towards it's not just the software. Now we are heavily into the RISC-V architecture. The reason we are behind RISC-V architecture is an open ISA. So it's an open hardware where you can have your own implementation. And that is also part of the Linux Foundation. In fact, a major contribution what's gone in keeping it open source is from Linux Foundation. So moving on to our national computing mission. This is a question to Dr. Satish. So we started NSM with the requirement of giving access to these supercomputers, to these bigger facilities. And now when we are at the fag end, what is the impact we see in terms of HPC? How has it transformed the research?
Right. So just yesterday, many of us, including the moderator, myself, were in Pune for the NSM conclave. And just yesterday, I gave a talk exactly on this topic, but more on what I see facilitated in terms of R&D projects. But overall, the transformation has been huge. And if you believe that the AI transformation has been huge, the primary driver of that is HPC, right? Hence, the HPC has transformed AI research, and through it, right? So research everywhere, right? Then there are significant number of non-AI research as well. One of the so one of Once we facilitated these NSM projects on the NSM machines, one of the primary projects related to finding vaccines in COVID. At that time, there was a heavy rush on finding suitable vaccine candidates. Many vaccine candidates will have to be screened, right? It's a problem of drug discovery where there are these huge simulations which you will have to do at the femtosecond level and take it all the way to the seconds and the minutes. So lots of simulations, many time steps, and that is possible. That was made possible only with HPC. And likewise, even in climate and weather modeling, good changes have happened where people have used a combination of HPC and AI techniques now to for effective prediction. And moreover, many of these are driven by natural demands as well, right? Even as citizens, when we see all these cyclones in Mumbai, right? So natural question is, right? Is it going to affect the weather in Bangalore, right? So do I need to carry an umbrella tomorrow, right? So one needs to study the overall Earth system phenomena to be able to answer that. And solving that requires a lot of simulations with many grid points, for each grid point involving multiple six-dimensional variables, and you just can't solve it on sequential computing. So the transformations have been on many of these core areas, many of them involving molecular dynamics, and good transformations have also taken place in life sciences. So there was a project related to studying cerebral aneurysms, which was made possible only with HPC, where there is a direct interaction with the neuro scientists, and then the images come for HPC backend processing, and then there is a almost real-time feedback to the neuro scientists. So if you have to facilitate that, HPC is the only way, and HPC has transformed such research as well. So there has been major transformations we have seen thanks to NSM and thanks to HPC on NSM in various areas related to energy and storage, life sciences and medicine, computational fluid dynamics, even programming, developing programming models, and so on. So, right, so that has been the transformation.
Thank you. So the next question is to Mr. Parminder. VVDN has been in this ecosystem space of infrastructure quite long before this incentives for your MSMEs and startups started. So we can say you've been one of the torchbearers in this industry. So what are the challenges that has been faced, and what is that you would like to share with the new MSMEs and startups, that what is that they need to look out for if they're entering this industry?
See, to start with the challenges, when we started, the main challenge, I will divide into two parts: the research and development, the design side, and the manufacturing side. It started with only manufacturing. So we have the designs available, and we were only manufacturing those. And if I say what all products, it can be, they were all IT products, including storage, servers, switches, routers. And then the problem at that time was getting into the design and making it here in India, setting up the complete infra and a world-class infra which will manufacture the products which are world-class products. So that was the starting problem, or this problem, the issues. Once it was settled and taken care, now today, from the manufacturing side, from the IT infra, if you see the bigger brands, they are being manufactured here in India. From the server side, there are big brands, storage side, which are getting manufactured here in India, and from here these brands are selling it within India and globally. The second thing which came up after the manufacturing was set up was the design side, that we should have those hardware designs within India and with us. That started, and then it took around 2 to 3 years to get into and have the designs ready here in India. So today, as on today, if I talk about only the IT infra and the server side, so you have servers who are designed within India with the company sitting here in India and now getting manufactured in India. So these are 100% designed and make in India products. This is what, and it took around 4 to 5 years to get this thing done. So the problem was there. IT infra was design, manufacturing was the first one which was resolved. Design was the second one. Today, seeing the market conditions, uh, the component side of the hardwares, that is where the challenge is today, because in India we are still having, we don't have the companies who make these electronic components or electronic one components in India. So that is the one which is pending. I think what we keep on hearing from the government side also, that they are also working on it. And what I see, I think another 2 to 3 years we'll have that thing also resolved. So after, or by 2 to 3 years, we will not be having any dependency on any of the external organization or the vendor. We will be having everything done within India. Okay.
I think that's a good news to hear. And that's why I said we are in a verge of changing where we are going to be more self reliant. And moving on to the next question, rather a 1 minute question to all of you, one by one. What would be, if you want to introduce some new three skills to an engineering curriculum, what would that be? Starting with Dr. Satish.
Uh, I'm not sure about top three skills. I would probably summarize all of those skills under one umbrella, which is adaptability. So the that has to that has to be carried on at various levels. The course syllabus will have to be adaptive to the changing world. So the students should be highly encouraged to be adaptive to what is going on around them and fine tune their learning process. The teachers will have to be adaptive to modern teaching methods, very well articulated by our chief guest. So there has to be adaptability is definitely the primary skill. But behind all of that, uh, one thing as an educator I would like to emphasize is there is just no substitute for structured learning. So that structured learning will definitely have to happen right at least till the first semester of the third year. And so that is the only period where we can bring some stability in the students and learn through a structured learning process, and agree that they will be moving soon to a noisy environment, right? So where they will have to play catching up, keep pace with the world. But the important skill is to try and somehow marry the stability induced by structured learning with the chaos and the noise, right? So that is highly demanded in the outside world, right? So be it the industry or everywhere. So there has to be this gradual process where the students move from one phase to the other.
See, instead of skills, what I want to say is how we can increase the activities in which students can involve into more of the activities. Now, when I say activities, it is, let us go the subjective. Each subject which they study, they should solve one live problem which should be requiring or not by themselves. They should have some application or AI application built to solve that problem which requires the hardware. So that this is how they will be able to understand and create their own use cases. AI is not only the applications which we use to get some work done. No. So AI is, you can implement AI everywhere. You have use cases everywhere in AI. So that is what the students should do more. They should find out the problem wherever they see, and then they should resolve it through the by using AI or making AI applications which will and it should happen in all the fields. It should not be that so the software or the hardware side. No, even if you see, I think there are some of the presentations coming up where you will see the AI and HPC being used into different domains, whether it is agriculture or HPC or AI or the medicines part. At the college level, they should be involved and doing more of such activities so that they can learn how to resolve that and how to use existing tools to resolve that.
Dr. Sridhar.
Yeah, I'll be very specific. The first skill is open source literacy. How to go from a consumer of open source to a contributor of open source, users to a contributors. That should be the first one. The second one is we should introduce a skill on taking advantage of the accelerators. Today, it's with hybrid compute, it's not just CPUs, right? CPUs, GPUs, DPUs, and IPUs that are coming that are there. With this heterogeneous environment, whether it's a micro heterogeneity or macro heterogeneity, students should maybe add the skill of taking advantage of accelerators. Maybe a course on acceleration technologies and how to take advantage of acceleration technologies, largely specific to scientific computing. With the infrastructure that has been changing and with the HPC and AI being coming closer and closer, students can focus on application design, how to build these applications, which can take advantage of both high precision and also in some scenarios, maybe some low precision operations can take advantage of these cloud computing models. So this newer programming models, that what we call that's if you look at a recent white paper on predicting the future of supercomputing, one of the barrier that can become is on the programming models. So student should maybe spend effort on develop the skill on taking advantage of programming models and working on the newer programming models.
Yeah. So I think I just want to reiterate Nagabhushan sir said in the morning. He well narrated saying that what is the fundamental thing required for a student, right? He said new skills with old root, that is fundamentals, right? So any students for that matter, so their domain, they should have a very fundamental, strong knowledge on the domain. For example, if it's a mechanical or a chemical, students, so they have to be very good in their fundamentals, and they have to at the same time understand the current technology, whereas the different skill sets are available like AI tools or simulations, especially available for making use of their ideas and put into the simulation or computational dynamics, and try to find out whether the ideas are working right or wrong, rather than just understanding the shallow layer of whatever the, especially because the students coming out to the market, they'll be more oriented towards getting employed, right? So the focus would be more of employment. So then they try to understand what is the current trend in the market and try to understand the shallow layer, but without having that deep, strong, fundamental knowledge of the domain. So that will never be possible to reach beyond certain limits, and that's where the tools comes into picture. So the bridging gap between your fundamental to your skills, the tools required. Tools, what I mean, it could be a chip design tools or the simulation tools, or for that matter, you need a right infrastructure to run it and then try to see, validate whether our ideas are, we are able to get the yield from the ideas. So this is what is required, I guess.
Thank you. So one last round of questions, just a minute on it. One thing we have established, there's a lot of catch up the academia has to do to be future ready. So if we have to say the university have to be future ready for the scientific computing or the upcoming technologies, what is that they have to improve on to make themselves future ready for the scientific computing? All of
Right. So one thing I would like to see is some fraction of syllabus that is adaptive and dynamic. In fact, I would go on to suggest that the syllabus needs to have a do-it-yourself component where the students should be encouraged to dynamically set the syllabus on their own. It doesn't mean that I'm not suggesting the instructors then can sit back and relax. They will have to play a primary role in the coordination and ensuring that it aligns with the demands. So I would like to see a phase where uh, industry and institutes like C-DAC are powered by these institutes at let's say the beginning of the fourth year or the beginning of the third year for the undergraduate students, sensitize on sensitize on the demands of the real world, right? So the areas that are being actively looked at, and then with these keywords, the universities and the instructors can actively encourage the students to see if they can come up with their own syllabus aligning with these keywords. And then right, so maybe in 1 or 2 weeks, and then the instructors can play an active role in trying to tighten up the syllabus, trying to play an active role in that syllabus, right? So that way, I would like to, the analogy is similar to Master Chef, right? So for which many of us are fans of. The ingredients are all there in the buffet, right? So the students can go out there, pick the ingredients, right? So and come up with a dish, right? So come back to the right to the chief chef to see if it's on the right path, right? So I think that kind of adaptability is required towards the end of the program. And this also aligns well with the modern day student requirements, right? So where they basically ask us to stay away, leave us alone, right? So this could be one way to ensure that. Thanks.
See, from the institute side, institutes should offer and give the platform to that to those students. If I go specific to the HPC and AI, that platform, we can name it anything. It can be a AI lab, it can be a HPC lab. That platform should be there within the institute, which the students can have access. That can have a bigger environment from the infra side, or they may have the smaller environments also. When I say smaller environments, the same applications with the little or the small infra, and then we have the if you have the more number of students, it can be expanded or scaled up. It should be easily accessible to the students. It should not be like, okay, 1 hour in a week you can access this platform. No, it should be available to the students so that whenever they want to use that, they should use it.
Yeah. Dr. Satish has covered on the curriculum side and Parminder covered on the on-prem infra. One thing just to add to them, whatever they've been mentioning, we need also universities to also to access to this national treasures, whether it should be as HPC or whether the cloud, we should do it. And the one thing that is found missing in our Indian university compared to other global universities in US especially, right, proper governance policy. So we need a very strong governance policy that caters at three different levels: the infra level, at the curriculum level, and also at the how the resources should be managed at the university level. I was trying to look at, maybe I'm looking at the wrong places. I was trying to look at university policies with respect to governance in these things. I couldn't find it. Maybe I'm wrong. But one thing that should be made explicit, the university should work on creating a proper governance policies that facilitate this HPC and AI integration going back.
Yeah, so what I strongly feel, one of the key area that we are lacking. So if you see other developed country in India, so only one thing is differentiate from them is technology. So they are very well advanced in technology. So that is the area we have to closely work on. And for that matter, for any technology from TRL 1 to TRL 4, so it is a university's role, right? So most of the innovations comes from the university, right? If you look at around the world, and that's where from 4 onwards, either prototyping or taking it to the market. So maybe like C-DAC or industry can take over. For that, in past we had a lot of challenges. Now, with the government, a lot of initiative like Indian Semiconductor Mission, or Supercomputing Mission, or the Quantum Mission. So government has coming out with a lot of national treasures, sir has slightly said. And universities should make sure that all the resources are highly utilized, and so that students can come out with a lot of innovations, so that can uplift our nation.
Thank you, panelists. So, with this, we come to the end of the first panel. And before we move on, maybe we'll all move out. We are going to play a small video on the open source offering what C-DAC has done to Linux Foundation India. And what we are looking at is contributions from you all to make it more strong and vibrant community of India. Yes, we have this community worldwide, but we do not find the Indian community as strong as we find with the outside world. So that is what we are looking at, and the reason why we have offered it to open source. AV, please. Thank you.
India is building the future of high performance computing and artificial intelligence.
Okay, so thank you, Mrs. Tika, and thank you to all the. Can you please play the
through innovation, collaboration, and open technology. Para's ecosystem is an open, device-agnostic software platform for HPC and AI, built on the SYCL programming model for unified programming and universal reach. Write your application once in SYCL, and Paras runs it seamlessly across CPU, GPU, and AI accelerator architectures, and beyond. At its core is one unified engine, the Paras compiler, the high-performance CLAP libraries, and developer tools for building portable HPC and AI applications. From compiler to applications, Paras brings the whole software stack together, delivering portability across architectures, scalability across devices, and performance for demanding AI and scientific workloads. And now, Para's ecosystem is open source, launched as a project hosted at Linux Foundation India, to grow a strong global community. We welcome contributors from everywhere, researchers, developers, students, startups, and industry. Explore the code on GitHub, the entire stack is open and waiting for you. Join us, let's build technology that is open, collaborative, and future-ready.
Thank you. We have a small 2-minute presentation on Param Shawak, which is being displayed in the exhibition hall. The PPT, please. Mr. Goku.
So I'll just talk about a very few words about one of the opt supercomputing on a table. Right, it's called AI in a box. So that solution is available, and recently that has been approved for almost 50 institutes across the country. So these systems are going to be delivered. So maybe next slide, please. So I'll just go through a few slides which is talking about what are the features of Param Shower. There is a Param Shower machine is kept outside the hall. So during the break time you can just have a look at the Param Shower. So this is about maybe you can go to next slide. So I'm just going to talk about 2-3 slides which is mainly talk about Param Shower. Thank you. So the Pine Shower is the box, all-in-one box kind of a solution where you can run any small AI models or HPC application on top of it. So this comes with just not just hardware. So the complete ecosystem is built by C-DAC. So from hardware, so it is indigenously designed with Pavilion, and the software system BOSS is C-DAC's operating system along with all the application stacks. So if you can see, it is Indian solution. So this is the machine, the same machine which goes into the Param Shower. And this is talking about all-in-one. So it is C-DAC as a solution from this single box tabletop solution to large HPC application. So this system can sit on your lab, or it can sit on your desk, and it is having the specialty of it's having the liquid cooled solution, right? So it doesn't make much noise. You can have a machine sitting around you and you can continue your discussions. So, and then accessibility, affordability. So I'm not going to go into details. We can have a later discussion. So this is the machines, configuration parameters, like what process. We have Intel and AMD, and along with GPU cards for AI workload to be, accelerate. And then the network parameters almost equivalent to any server class machine. And then this is the software system stack. So starting from hardware, indigenous hardware to indigenous OS, and then all the libraries that you require to run your HPC and AI applications. Right, and then you have the various systems, along with Param Shower variants, and this talks about what are the applications that you can run in your, Param Shower mission. So starting from CFD to molecular dynamics, or the whether applications or any computational applications can be run on a desktop machine. And this again talks about what are the libraries that is there, all Python-based libraries, and then the Rapidas, tasks, all the applications are inbuilt into the system. It's kind of a ready-to-use kind of a system. You can use it in your lab. So, and then it talks about further more applications, what you can run. So it's talk about potential usage, what are the use cases that you can do. So it is mainly built for, academics and universities. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to please call all the panelists who are here for the felicitation program. Please come on the stage for the felicitation program. And I would like to invite Dr. S.T. Sudarshan, the Executive Director of C-DAC Bangalore, to please represent the mementos to all our panelists. Thank you everyone for such an engaging and thought-provoking discussion. Thank you, Deepika ma'am, for moderating this session. Thank you. Okay, so moving on, as they say, technology is best when it brings people together. And our session showcases how technology initiatives are transforming the way we learn and teach. I now invite Dr. Mohammed Musbauddin, Scientist F, C-DAC Bangalore, to take us through this session. Please, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I hope that the panels are, very good because the way they were discussing about how to connect industry and academia and how to utilize the best of the industry, okay, to improve the student strength as well. So many more panels are there, more specifically post-lunch, even though it is difficult time, but we have also kept a very important panels at that time, AI and quantum especially is scheduled. So let me just, walk through a few of the activities that Trust Group is carrying out here and the collaborative activities. I hope that many of you would be interested to know more about this. Okay, I'll just directly get into the activities that we have and what is that we are trying to do. So, as in the morning also I said, the trust is about training, reskilling, upskilling, services and technology proliferation. So, as part of this group, there are many activities that we are doing. Initially, some years back, few years back, we were concentrating on postgraduate diploma courses. Now, our postgraduate diploma courses across India, across all C-DAC centers, have now changed to postgraduate certificate programs. These are NCVT certified, and it has 24 credits available out of this. So these programs generally are, offered to those who have completed their engineering, MCA, MSc. Okay, and there will be a national level test that is called as CCAT, CDAX Common Admission Test. So annual two batches we run. One is February and another one is August batch. Okay, generally an intake of at Bangalore we have an intake of around 500 students. So basically these programs are hands-on intensive, and the focus as well as the objective of these programs are to make or create the industry-ready manpower. Okay, so right now we are presently running the courses which are listed here: advanced computing, more about kind of full stack development, and then embedded systems design, then big data analytics, and then IT infrastructure systems and security and artificial intelligence. This first time we are starting the postgraduate certificate program in AI as well, with a limited intake of 30. But whereas the other programs has varied intakes, starting with advanced computing, we have 240 seats available in this. And then we are also successfully running a program called as Practicum, which is basically kind of final year project. Okay, or for those who are actually looking for a job and they want to be industry ready. So for them, there will be a 3-month training program in which we train them on a particular technology, again in these areas, and then give them a live project which actually C-DAC teams are doing. So they will be trained on that particular technology and also soft skills as well as part of this. And we have recently started this particular activity with the Karnataka Minority Development Corporation. So around 200 students have been trained in the last 2 batches. Okay, many more are to come. I mean, in before October 2025, we'll be able to train 500 more students from KMDC. Okay. Apart from that, these practicum courses right now we are also running at Chennai. I'll come to that center's details later. Then we have an kind of internship kind of a program called as work-based learning. Okay, it's a 6 months program wherein this is a multi-funded initiative wherein the students, the candidates who are in the final year of their MCA, MSc and engineering, they apply through AICT portal. And I mean, there is a process of selection. So once the selection is done, they will be deployed at C-DAC for 6 months. So this is for those who are in final year until 3 years from the date of completion of their course, they can apply. So here there are categories that are there. SC, ST, economically weaker section and women candidates can apply here. That is where, since these are limited seats, only 16 or 24 seats per batch generally we get. So that is why we introduced the practicum program at par with the work-based learning. Okay. And then experiential learning is a 1 week to 2 week program which have been taken by a couple of universities, including more prominently VIT at Bhopal. So really surprising, and we are seeing their enthusiasm also. For the last 3 years, regularly they are coming, and minimum 500 students comes from there for 1 week to 2 weeks program, which is conducted by C-DAC in all our STU domains, strategic technology domains. C-DAC Bangalore has quantum computing, HPC, and then VLSI, then IoT, cyber security, and also strategic and special projects. In all these domains, we are conducting these experiential learning. This is basically second year students, whether they are in BCA, BSc, MCA, MSc, or engineering. They come here and then they try to understand what actual career path they should select. So they will get some clarity when they attend these experiential learning sessions for a week or 2 weeks program. And it is hands-on intensive. So till now, in the last 3 years, we have trained 2,000 students from VIT Bhopal alone. And then there are other projects which we have got. We have both funded as well as, the commercial programs as well. The funded projects, if we have got a funding from ministry, obviously we'll extend it to our partner institutes. So SCST IoT upskilling based using BLP, blended learning content that we have created along with IEEE. So we have trained around 17,800, almost kind of 18,000 students in the last 3 years through this BLP. And then future skills, Prime is a project again which is funded by Ministry of Electronics and IT. So different centers of C-DAC has some expertise, or you can call it as lead resource center. So C-DAC Bangalore is the lead resource center for IoT, for future skills program. So we are also conducting a lot of boot camps. Many of, I think, a couple of institutes where we have conducted these boot camps might also be there participating here, right? So if you have a request, you please give it to us. I'll give you the contact at the end. Then you can write to us, and then we can conduct 5-day boot camp for faculty members and separately for the students as well. This we can do it in, again, all the domains which I have listed earlier. Okay, like cyber security, and we can do it in IoT, embedded. Okay, so different domains we can do the faculty development programs and boot camps. So wherever funding is there, we will extend that one. And then ISCA, Information Security Education Awareness. This is also ministry funded project. This is to create, cyber security or cyber, hygiene aware manpower across India. Okay, lakhs of people have already been trained in the last, last decade. In fact, the person who has initiated this particular project is right here, Dr. Sarachandra Babu sir. When he was the executive director of C-DAC Hyderabad. At that time, it started 2007 and it is continuing. And this is the third phase that we are running right now. And C-DAC is also the co-lead center for embedded research. Okay, so basically kind of hardware security that we are right now doing as part of the research while creating the awareness among masses. As part of this program, we have also trained the trainers. Any train the trainer program members are there? Here they are there. Certified train the trainers are already sitting here who have gone through this. So these trainers, master trainers, they in turn train the other students, whether from college or in the community or locality, wherever you can conduct. And there are little bit some small incentives from Government of India that will extend to it. So in the last 1.5 year, 2 years time, 21,000 participants we have reached out and then conducted so many trainings. Okay, and 295 master trainers developed, and we are ready to train more and more as much as possible. And C-DAC Bangalore is responsible for Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Pondicherry, and Lakshadweep Islands. So these 5 states comes under us. We are called as Regional, Coordination Center (RCC). Okay, under this project, under this program. Recently, just last week, I had a meeting with the DIG of CID. So we are very soon going to conduct a very big program in town hall and other places with the help of with the support of the Karnataka police as well. Okay, and then master's courses already Christ University is here. So we have been doing for the last 2 batches the master program. So basically, we want to scale it out with many other partner institutes, and like Dr. Sudarshan has mentioned in his address, that we want to do it in hub and spoke way. So you can again connect with us how to do it. Basically, MCA. Our idea is very simple: MCA, MSc, and BTech, MTech students. Okay, they can come to C-DAC, or we can facilitate if large number of students are there in your campus. The trainings, hands-on based trainings, which C-DAC does. So the training will be carried out by C-DAC, and based on our discussion, we can come up with how many credits courses that we can offer, and then assessment is also done by C-DAC. And once assessment is done, we'll give those gradings to the partner university. Okay, so this is another service, education service that we are offering. Corporate want to establish here very soon. We will float the expression of interest as well. Okay, if you want to establish a center of excellence, there are many center of excellences we have already established, especially in the area of IoT. Somewhere around 350 plus institutions are there, including IITs, where we have established our IoT research lab kits based labs. Okay, and now in this center of excellence, since all the other STUs are there, you have already seen Param Shavak. We have other tools as well in other technologies, especially in AI, and then we have in quantum. Okay, and in cyber security, there are products. So we can establish a center of excellence from C-DAC with the choice of technology that you have, okay, or the requirement that you have. Based on that, we can establish a center of excellence here. Okay, and then obviously we have our own training management system, which is kind of a solution. Okay, automation of all the workflow managements that happens in the trainings. And this is one thing that we have initiated with the Christ University. Discussions are going on, a collaborative PhD program. So C-DAC with a partner university. So what our idea is, in fact, 2 more universities has recently spoken to us, and we are going to come up with that model very soon. Here, we follow whatever academic requirement is there of the university for a particular research candidate. A research scholar taking admission in your institution, okay, there will be a specific and separate advertisement for C-DAC and partner universities PhD. Once we start that, there is a mandate of UGC or AICTE that he has to complete the coursework for so much of duration that will be completed. And then once it is completed, the candidate will be posted at C-DAC Bangalore, and he will become part of the R&D group who is actually doing a lot of indigenization works. By the time he finishes his PhD, it is obvious that he will have more hands-on experience than the academic kind of PhD that right now we are seeing, many of the academic PhDs. Okay, so that those type of scholars are actually required for the industry as well as for strengthening the academic institutions as well. So we are open for collaborative PhD programs as well. Faculty industry immersion program, basically 1 month of online and 1 month of in person. So recently I came to know from the academic community that this faculty industry immersion program also fetches some points for the NAC or NBA accreditation. Okay, so here the faculty members, whenever they are having a lean period, I mean between the semesters or after exams or whenever, so they can come to C-DAC, but discussions have to start obviously well in advance, and then they can come to C-DAC, they can contribute, and C-DAC also will give them some research work that they have to carry. So hands-on based research work that they have to do, so that with the emerging technologies, all the members of the academia, they'll also be at par with, they'll be fully upskilled and relevant with the emerging technology, so that we are seeing that many of the students who are there, who are coming with GPT or with whatever knowledge they are getting, obviously they are feeling that there is a huge gap that is there between the students and the faculty members. So that can be bridged with the faculty industry immersion program. Okay, industrial visits every year, somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000 students footfall is there at C-DAC Bangalore. Now we have come up with the experience center as well. I hope that the number will grow now. So here 2 to 3 hours immersive industry visit will be there. There will be expert talk, and many a times we demonstrate our products as well to the students. This can start from second year, third year, and final year students. They can come to us. Okay, there is an email ID. You can simply write IVBLR. IV is industrial visit, BLR is Bangalore, IVBLR at cdac.in. Simply drop a mail that your students wants to visit C-DAC Bangalore for industrial visit, and the process will be followed. Okay. We have we have done the outreach in Karnataka since 2023. We started, and we are going to reach out to institutions by way of road trips. So the team has almost covered the entire Karnataka region. Now we have entered Tamil Nadu, Kerala, as well as some other region. Basically, we are going there and we are delivering the technical talks. And then we are also looking at what kind of collaboration we can do, what C-DAC can, how C-DAC can support, and how we can work together. Okay, so this year again, generally we do this outreach during the month of November as part of the Kannada Rajyotsava. And apart from that, there are a lot of tech expos, and Professor also was mentioning in his special address, that recently we have started the series on All India Radio, especially here in Karnataka. Okay, so Akashvani, and 52 episodes we are going to do, and we have recently completed, I think, 6 to 8 episodes till now. And this particular program, it is aired every Wednesday as well as Friday. Okay, so 2 times they are airing. This repeat episode will come on Friday. Okay, it is at prime time at 7:30 in the morning. So I request you, like Sir has mentioned, that we are not here to say that C-DAC Bangalore is so and so. We are only talking about technology, and we are trying to, connect with the people and try to make people understand how these technologies are going to help the masses. Okay, and if you have any doubt, you can come back to us. Those type of contacts are also given, and thankfully, this program has created a lot of interest, and we are receiving a lot of calls from not only from the institutions, individuals who are actually tuning to that particular channel. They are calling us and they are asking a lot of questions about the technology. Okay, and this program, we are, since it's a Kannada channel, so we are doing it in Kannada language. Okay. And from the technology proliferation, we have been doing all these events. Academia Connect is the second edition. Samvāda we are doing. Now, skilling across the frontier, as I told you, these are the areas where we can support you. AI, ML, data science, cyber security, IoT, embedded, full stack, quantum, HPC, and UAV as well as drones. These Many of these technology demonstrations are already available outside during your leisure time. You can please visit the stalls and see how these youngsters, all you will see all those who are there under the age of 30 who have developed those technologies, obviously under the leadership as well as the guidance of the senior members. Okay, that actually motivates the students. When the industrial visit and the students are coming to our center, they are seeing that almost their age group, youngsters, they are actually delivering the lectures and then showing the demonstrations, which are really a motivating factor for all the other youngsters as well. Okay. Now, I want to highlight that we have recently established a center in Chennai with MEBS. MEBS is Madras Export Processing Zone. Two of the top management officials are here right now. Mr. Sundar Rajan is here, and Mr. Prabhu Kumar is also here in this hall. He is also sitting there. So thanks to them, we did it at a very faster pace. Basically, here we have established a skill center as well as center of excellence. Okay, so we again for that region, more specifically industry-led trainings and the center of excellence we want to establish in the region in Tamil Nadu, because MEBS, Madras Export Processing Zone, basically they manage the special economic zones of TAP region. TAP is Tamil Nadu, Andaman and Puducherry region, Pondicherry region. So we want to tap that particular region. That is why we have already established a center. Initially, we are running some courses there. Right now, Mr. Krishna, who is my colleague who is sitting here, he is in charge of that MEP center there. And we have also received a couple of requests from other universities as well in Tamil Nadu region for extending these courses in their respective universities as well as institutions. And then soon we already had a discussion, couple of meetings also happened. Professor Nagbhushan sir also part of that meeting. So in Tumkur University, we are going to establish an AI center of excellence exclusively for Tumkur University. Okay, right now the construction and all is happening. Maybe in couple of months' time, once the construction is completed, the AI center will be established by C-DAC at Tumkur University. Okay, and we have recently completed a collaboration with UTEM, University Technical Malaysia in Melaka. It is not only collaboration, that is what I just want to highlight. When we are collaborating with a particular organization, it should not just be a document. Okay, a document for any accreditation or any approval or gaining some points. So we are not interested in that. Suppose if we have that synergy, especially to go forward and to, carry out some collaborative activities, we are really happy to collaborate with everyone. Similarly, in Malaysia, the first activity in December, we have signed the MOU. Now, the first, despite that it's a different country, the first program that we are going to conduct is next week, basically. So there will be a training for the faculty from AI and cyber security, okay, of UTEM. In addition to that one, that is not this is just the beginning. Now the discussions are on for establishing an HPC AI center there. So C-DAC's Param Shavak, whatever you have just now seen, we are going to establish that center there. In addition to that, there will be discussion on the student exchange program, and most probably from September onwards, the students will be coming to C-DAC, and we will be working here for 6 months. And in addition to that, the faculty industry immersion program from UTEM is already on the cards. And also the collaborative PhD programs with UTEM, where the candidates will come here, scholars will come here and work with C-DAC members, C-DAC scientists for carrying out their R&D. Now, this is what I want to highlight, and I also want to, engage with you is advanced learning ecosystem for emerging technologies. This is a project that we have submitted to Ministry of Electronics and IT for funding, and in principle, approval has already accorded, and the committee has recommended this proposal. Very soon, we will be starting this program. If you see on the left-hand side, critical infrastructure security, data visualization, HPC, IoT, quantum. SWIWOC is software engineering body of knowledge, basically a standard-based mechanisms for, doing the coding. Okay, and then VLSI plus VLSI security. So all these courses will be offered by C-DAC through blended learning mode with minimum 1 credit for each course. So student will be given an opportunity to choose minimum 2 credits. Okay, so overall we have 12 credits in this platter that you are seeing on the left hand side. Okay, and since it is a funded program, these courses will be minimal charge for the students. First of all, the good thing about this course is it is blended learning. That means student need not come out of their institution and then spend time in person time for the courses. Okay, and those universities who are autonomous, who takes their decisions, they can recognize these courses to offer honors degree for the students. And here the ministry has given the approval. They said that don't restrict only BTech. They said anyone, even a diploma holder, he might have been working in an industry for last 5 to 8 years. Now you want to upskill, you don't stop them. So this is open for everyone. Now whichever university comes to us, we'll look at that and then we'll enroll. And C-DAC has a mandate to train 50,000 candidates in the next 3 years. And without your support, it is not possible. Okay, so I seek your support in this. Very soon we will launch this program, but before the formal approval document has come, since a big gathering is there, I have announced this program. Here also we will make spokes as the colleges. Okay, the colleges will be the spoke. You enroll the student and you let us know that these many students will be there. Okay, so 50,000 is a very big number, but from overall pan-India perspective, it is not that much big. Okay, so many of the universities, because we have a mandate of covering the Northeast region as well, okay, and certain aspirational districts as well. So it's obvious that we have to cover all those. So there will be a kind of competition. So whenever it is announced, we will announce it on our LinkedIn as well as we'll intimate to all of you because we already have the connect with you. So please enroll yourself as a spoke as early as possible for these courses. And one more important thing I'll tell you, through NCVT, we are getting this credit. In addition to that, since IEEE is on with us on the same platform, we are going with IEEE to get the equivalence of this course across the globe through a platform called as CPD, Continuing Professional Development. So this continuing professional development will give the equivalence of that course in 95 countries across the globe. Okay, so the student, if he has completed the course and if he wants to go for the masters, and there the credit is to be recognized, NCVT credit may or may not be recognized by the university there, but US, Europe, and then Australia and many countries, 95 countries will be recognizing these particular courses. Okay, and this is not only that blended learning course, we are also developing the virtual labs for their hands-on practices. And apart from that, our assessment will be very strict. Obviously, it will be AI proctored, and it will be something like a GMAT kind of assessment. Okay, once you solve this problem, the next will have the higher complexity. If you get a higher complex problem, that means you have answered the previous one correctly. Okay, so that kind of system is there in this. Now, one more announcement I want to make here is, along with IEEE Standard Association, we have become the authorized agency for India as well as Asia Pacific to train the manpower in ethics for AI system design. So ethics for AI system design is IEEE certification basically. So once and it is aligned with IEEE standard is there called as IEEE 7000. So it is aligned with IEEE 7000. So basically, everyone is talking about AI and all. So AI can throw anything. So, but AI should respect the human values. There should be a transparency. Okay, there should be a privacy that should be provided to the data. Okay, so with all those values, Okay, the person should do the programming so that the outcome of the code that he is writing, that outcome should respect the human values. So this course is all about that one. So we have already signed agreement with the IEEE, and we are very soon again launching these training programs. Already we have received a couple of requests from some multinational companies for training them, and most of my team members, I think everyone is now trained on this, IEEE certified courses. Okay. We also, it's not only that we are in skilling, we are also carrying out some R&D projects. PKI IoT we have just concluded. We are also doing, identity of things. Okay, IDOT project, wherein we are actually designing an identity for IoT devices. Apart from that, identity and access management for the IoT devices is being done. Now, if I summarize, these are the numbers in the last 3 years that Trust has done. We have candidates we have trained is 33,450 plus, and all these numbers are there, which we are able to capture as well as train those many numbers in the last 3 years through various programs, funded programs, as well as the commercial programs that we have conducted. Okay, so our vision ahead, as I told you, that whatever panels panel members are going to discuss, we have aligned these panels in such a way that they bring to you the best of C-DAC products and C-DAC Bangalore products more specifically in those emerging technology areas. And once those products are there, we will be front-ending to establish the lab. Okay, establish the, I'll correct myself. I'll not use the word lab because professor has already told you should not tell lab. So I'll better use the word center of excellence. Okay, and so you are absolutely right, because the way these products are developed, all are indigenous products. Lot of effort has been done, and then these products, once these students and faculty members, when they take, they're going to learn a lot, obviously. Okay, so including drone and everything, I'm not going to talk about those technologies because those panels are going to discuss that. I don't want to eat up their time. So this is what is our vision. Thank you very much. Any query you have, you please write to ACTSB acts b at cdac.in. So this is the ID. You please connect with us. ACTS acts ACTSB without any space. ACTSB, B is for Bangalore, acts Bangalore, ACTSB @cdac.in. We'll take all the queries during lunch hour. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Misbahuddin, for that comprehensive overview of the technology initiatives shaping the learning landscape. I now invite Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, sir, to present the memento. Alvin Toffler once said, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." Our next panel explores exactly this, Education 4.0, and how we can catalyze the skills ecosystem of tomorrow. To moderate this session, I invite Dr. Janaki C.H. And on the panel, please welcome Dr. Ajit Padana, Program Director and Special Officer, Vishveshvaraya Technological University, Belgavi; Mr. Prabhukumar K., Deputy Vice President, HR and Admin, HLL Biotech Limited; Dr. Ganesh Nanjappa, Senior Scientist and Head at ICAR JSS, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Mysore; and Dr. Kapil Tiwari, Senior Manager, Software Development, Amazon. A warm round of applause for our panelists.
So, good afternoon, all. So, welcome to this very interesting panel on Education 4.0, catalyzing the skills ecosystem of tomorrow. So, we have a very interesting panelist experts with a diverse experience, like coming from industry, academia. We also have a domain expert from agriculture domain, and we have from HR and management. So, sir is there. So, I'll briefly introduce all the panelists. So we have Dr. Ajit, an academic leader, currently program director at Vishweshwaraya Technological University, Belgavi. He comes with vast experience, 17 plus years experience in HPC, AI, quantum, advanced computing. And he's a member of the Quantum Task Force in Government of Karnataka. We have Shri Prabhu Kumar. Sir is Deputy Vice President HR and Admin at HLL Biotech Limited. Which is a PSU under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He has over 35 years of distinguished leadership experience across Government of India, public sector enterprises, special economic zones, R&D institutions, and large manufacturing organization. He also happens to be ex-C-DACian, who was heading our HR department in C-DAC Bangalore. So we have Dr. Gnanesh. He is senior scientist and head of Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR Krishi Vignana Kendra at Mysuru. Sir has vast experience in the field of agriculture, genetics, plant breeding. We have Dr. Kapil Tiwari, a distinguished senior manager of software development at Amazon with over 20 years of experience in AI, big data, and privacy preserving machine learning. He received multiple awards such as EMC Rockstar Award, EMC Excellence Gold Award for his significant contribution. So, welcome all the panelists for this interesting session. So we have a interesting topic on education 4.0, which everybody here can connect very well. So once that's national education policy was initiated in 2020 by Government of India, we have seen a major shift, right? So where we are seeing that at a very early stage, that is from first semester of engineering, we are seeing that not only just theory, there more emphasis on the practical aspects, hands-on sessions on IoT, AI, quantum. So we are seeing this kind of shift. So with this background, we want to see that how academia, industry, and our agriculture, we have research organizations coming together to work together in this particular space. So with this, I just want to start the panel discussion. So to Ajay sir, so we see that under policies like NEP 2020, we talk heavily about learning anywhere and anytime, right? So we have certification courses apart from the regular courses. So how are universities, higher educations adopting to this kind of thing and encouraging students to take part and complete these courses? So your opinion on this?
First of all, thank you.
You may please briefly introduce yourself, followed by the.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Ajit here. This question is 5 marks or 10 marks or 1 marks?
Now it depends on when JS is going to come. So ED only can tell.
Anyway, so since
So sir, maybe 2 minutes you can just say.
yeah, since lunch is approaching, people will not be kind of a what is that open mind to listen to us because the mind is outside. And so anyway, so coming to this particular aspect of the micro credentials which you are talking about. See, education cannot be replaced with the certification courses because the first and foremost thing which all of us need to focus, or maybe the higher education side. Higher education talks about the technical skills. At the same time, we are building a personality. So when you are building a personality, it is not just about focusing only on the needs of X companies. So that means if somebody is talking about, let us say, HPC or maybe AI or maybe the cybersecurity, cloud computing things, these are all some of the tools which is needed for certain aspect. Maybe the 4 or 5 months of micro credentials can fit in for their individual needs. But when it comes to the education, or when you talk about a 4-year course or the 3-year course, whether it's a BCA, MSc, or a BTech programs, we are focusing on all the different aspects which is needed for the student to learn.
So in that way, if you ask specifically about the higher education side, I don't think so. Micro credentials can replace education what we are currently working on or currently we are dealing with, because that is where the students start building and understanding how the industry is expecting us them to do. So they also they learn technical skills, at the same time they build a personality there. So my sincere one mark question is answer is no, which is not possible to replace these kind of things with the micro credentials. So it can be add on. That means they learn, at the same time they can add on with their some time they can explicitly keep for themselves to learn these kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a very interesting answer. So we'll hear from Dr. Tiwari on the same topic, but I want to ask, like, with the technologies like quantum evolving very well, so how is industry playing a key role, and are you really accepting these micro credentials? And then how you are working with academia to set the to make industry ready talent pool.
Thank you. I think easy answer. I think Dr. Ajit have already given. The answer is no. I think there is no replacement for the higher education. I think I would like to maybe divide the whole, for example, the syllabus into three categories, right? The one part of the category which actually seldom change. For example, 70% of the syllabus is about the basics, the fundamentals. For example, if you are talking about AI, everything is dependent on to probability, arithmetic. Maybe transformer architecture is new, but like the internal lead is linear algebra, right? So nobody's going to replace it. So that is a part which seldom change, maybe over decades is change. And then there is a second category, which is the medium category, which changes over like 5 to 7 years. So I think Dr. Nagbhushan told about the architecture patterns, the system design. Like I think whether it's a service-based architecture or a microservice-based architecture or an agent-based architecture, I think this is something which changes every 5 to 7 years. And then the third part games come, which is like changes every quarter, as you mentioned, right? Like the tooling. Like I think every single week we have a new AI model coming, and it says that like yeah, Fable was great, but now I have Kimi K3. This is the news, right? So now suddenly I need to actually be the expert onto that area, like the tooling, API framework, right? And this is where I believe industry can actually come and help. I think I have three very tactical suggestions which I think industry can help with. One is I think Ms. Basa just spoke about like solving the real industry problems, right? I think I, as an individual from industry, I would like to give a pipeline of problem statements which I face, but I do not have enough time to implement. For example, if if I my systems or my softwares are actually trying to address the Europe privacy laws, I need to implement something called as machine unlearning into my software. I don't have enough time because right now I'm doing agentic architecture, right? But this is something I would like to give it to academia. Hey, can you please solve this for me? Right? So I think industry can actually build a pipeline of problems. Second thing, which is maybe a little controversial, but I would like to say, I think when we say that like industry is willing to take interns, right? But I would like to say that I would like to take interns as the faculties, because when a faculty come and actually intern with us, they see how industry is working. They go back and actually train a army of students, right? This is what I would like to do. And yeah, exactly, it is scalable. And this is something I would like our VCs to actually support, that like maybe allow your faculties to go to industry, like just spend 5, 6, 7 weeks there and learn on something. And third, I think sir touched upon in the morning, Sudarshan sir, that I think industry need to change how we assess the individuals, right? I would like to actually say that like industry should actually expose transparently what is their assessment rubric. So for example, in my company, I have been involved into like 470 odd hiring decisions, and my take on it is like I don't actually look for a person who can actually build an AI agent. I do like for a person who can actually question an AI agent's output. right? So I think these are the three things I would like to do, ma'am.
Sir, Prabhu sir, this question is for you. I think we heard from Tiwari ji, like what is that they are really looking at from industry perspective to while hiring. So what are the changes or the strategies you are adopting in hiring with industry 4.0 and AI?
Good afternoon to everyone. I thank this opportunity for Dr. Sudarshan, Dr. Misbah, and Dr. Janaki. Um, this talent acquisition strategy is really evolving, especially currently the convergence of education, technology, and workforce expectations. All these things put together, there is a lot of changes happening in how the industries hires, how the talent acquisition happens in various industry. For example, if initially it was used to be degree based hiring. Now the degree based hiring changed into now skill first. Based on what skills they get, based on that only the hiring happens. If you take qualification based hiring, now changing into competency based assessment. Every organization based on the competency what the current candidate is having, that is only decide them. Not only experience, for example, before now the experience based hiring happens experience centric. Now potential based centric. What potential this candidate bring into the organization? What potential he can do this current industry? That's what they look at it. Before the, again, one time education is over. Once you have finished your degree, okay, you come to organization, you are done. No, nothing like that. Now online educations, continuous learnings, very, very important. So that's again change. Again, before any organization hires, they only look for the job specific skills. Now nobody look for the current role. They look for the future capability. What you can do in this organization in future. For 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, what you can bring into this organization. That's what more important. So now that the technology acquiring skills mainly based on skilling, upskilling and reskilling. These are very three important changes happening in current role. This is what my view. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Ganesh, so whenever you say industry education 4.0 is meeting industry 4.0, we talk about IT, manufacturing, software. But when comes to the domain like healthcare, agriculture, we see there is suddenly a trend where, for suppose in agriculture, precision farming, so IoT, AI, there's a boom like where we see that there is a lot of demand for students who understand this. So how are agricultural universities, your KVKs, are gearing up for this kind of change, and what new things you are adding in your curriculum?
Good afternoon to all. First of all, my sincere thanks to C-DAC and Janki Madam for giving this opportunity. So, as you are aware that currently to feed the population in by 2050, 50 billion population will go 50 billion. So, to 10 billion population is around, and to scale up that, we are lacking resources, especially like water. As you see this time, El Nino effect, we are losing 60% of the rainfall, and farmers are suffering. And second thing is fertilizers. Again, we are shortage of fertilizers, and one more major problem what we are facing in agriculture is labor problem. Nobody wants to come and work in agriculture. To keep up these three things, we need engineers to work on. Now, currently, the trend of agriculture is from knowledge. We have to transform agriculture from knowledge based to technology or data driven base. In this regard, many agriculture universities like Gandhi Krushi Vignana Kendra, which is in Bangalore, as training the complete one semester of the students AI based, suppose like smart farming, which includes robotics, drones, and so on. There is a collaboration with a company called Hexagon where they are doing training or designing tractors without a driver and completely AI based remote sensing. The tractors are running, and wherever they need a specific application of fertilizers. So, agriculture graduates need to be like engineers to cater the future needs of the farmers. Especially, we need a technology, and since many engineers and we can see many engineering graduates also coming to train in our KVKs. Similarly, ICR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, manages so many companies have come up, startups also, they have opened many courses on IoT based agriculture, precision farming, smart agriculture. And to be fortunate, we have in our KVK around 50 acres of land. In that, 3 acres of land is dedicated for artificial intelligence and precision farming. In that, we have grown 7 acres of, 7 varieties of banana using AI technology, mainly to conserve water and fertilizers. Similarly, we have dragon fruit and butter fruit. Now, we want many students to come up and take up the technology to learn. And for that, everything from morning we are discussing, seeing is believing. So unless they come and work in the field, see how it works, then only they can learn. Many intern students are coming. And also what we see is companies, we want more companies to step up in agriculture. As of now, there are only very few companies like Agraion and Microsoft. And one more thing is in KVK in Baramati, to take up an example, they have gone far behind than any imagination. They have collaborated with Microsoft, and more than 11,000 farmers in sugarcane farming have been benefited by this. How means 40% of the important water resources have been saved. 20% of the sugar content or sucrose content in the sugar has been increased by using artificial intelligence, and 60% of the labor environment have been saved. This is the best example where there is a collaboration between industry and a KVK Krishi Vignan Creation, like me, where I am heading. So for this, we need collaboration with C-DAC and so on with the companies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a very interesting point which you raised. So when we talk about AI, responsibility is also, important thing we have to. So responsible AI, we are talking a lot about that. So this question is to Dr. Ajay. Sir, how are you balancing AI adoption in your university with provision of required hardware infrastructure? Because all the students who are is interested should be given the required facilities, the hardware, and at the same time, ethical guardrails should be there in place so that they are not misusing anything, whatever is given, and ensuring original thinking is still there. So, how are you adopting this AI in your university?
Okay, I'll uh, an- give an answer in two different levels. First is the infrastructure. I would like to quote my friend who is sitting in NER at the US. So he said the AI, the current AI revolution is because of yesterday's HPC's investment. That is a quote which is close to my heart. So if you want to scale it up with respect to the AI, the HPC's investment is the most important thing for any education institutions and to contribute in the growth of the students. That's the first answer which I want to give about things about the responsible AI. See, students and faculty is the absolutely. I want to talk about the faculty more than the students because the faculties are enablers and use of the tools. Because AI is just a pet dog where you can use according to how do you want it. So now, when it comes to our university, we actually gave the 3 credit courses for all the different verticals, whether it is civil engineering, whether it's a mechanical engineer, biotech, everyone has to have a 3 credit course on introduction to AI for making sure that this AI is able to be applied in their own domain. So in the I think one of the speaker was speaking uh, about AI, data, and the domain. So this will actually lead into the next level of the industry revolution. So now, with respect to the responsible AI, so ethics is most important, and the faculty has to understand how exactly these are the aspects which students should know. Whether it's an examination conduction or whether it is a how to use. In the past, when we were students, we were writing code, so now there is no more writing of the code, but at least to understand the code well. So that means ChatGPT can give or maybe the Cloud or maybe Gemini, whatever the large language models can give the code for you. But if students are not able to understand the code which is actually there and where to put that particular code in their application development, it is of no point. So faculty has to adopt, faculty has to upskill, faculty has to understand irrespective of the domain which they are in, and then they can choose and make sure that this AI is applied in their own domain. So that is where I would suggest ethics. A lot many things I can talk about, but the most important thing is adaptability. So use those tools for your domain and make sure that student learn and ready for the industry to absorb that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you hit on the app point, like language models where we have generative AI generating the code completely. So I'm sure industry has challenged while recruiting, manpower. So what is that important skill you look for when you're hiring? So where, it's easy for you to assess the candidate.
Correct. I think this is by far, I think the most uh, interesting problem. I think the hiring in industry we are facing right now. I think you won't believe. Like I think the online interviewing, like which actually started somewhere in COVID time, is actually losing its sheen. Now, actually, in my companies, we actually prefer candidate to come offline because you don't trust that like whether they are using something in the background. But I think the problem is not that. Problem is in our assessment, right? I think my interviewing should not be about okay, write me a quick sort program, because I think the quick sort program can be done by any code assistant tool, right? Claude Code can write it. But I think my question should rather be, okay, so I am maybe making a Swiggy kind of an app, right? What is this? What is the great architecture style I should choose? Should uh, service oriented architecture, or I should go for an agentic one, or I should go for a microservice one? I think this is where I can force or see the candidate if they are applying their judgment. And I am going to hire a candidate for their judgment and not what they can produce. Because whatever they can produce can already be done by any code assist tool. So, in my opinion, I think industry has to actually change their hiring rubric. They need to go for checking whether the human can actually apply judgment. And in my company, there is one interesting leadership principle called as like deal with ambiguity. So that means, can I make a judgment when I do not have enough information to actually make that judgment? And that is something which is a human, only human can do. AI can never do that. So I would like to actually look for the candidate who can question the output of an AI tool. That is most important for me. Thank you.
May I request Shri Prabhu on the same question? So what is that important skill you look for while hiring?
Actually, very difficult to point out one very important skill. But once a person having a degree, it will only help you to get into the job, so you can enter the career. Then what are the technical skills you learn over the period of 2 3 years, that also get irrelevant or will become obsolete. So one important skills which I feel is the learning agility, the capability of and capacity to learn things, learn, relearn, learn, unlearn, relearn. These capability only very important to go forward. See, if you see the most of the people down the line, 10 years down the line, 12 years down the line, the managers get stagnated because they're not able to learn beyond certain points. So the continuous learning is very important part of their career, because the technological advance is changing rapidly changing every 2 years, yes, rapidly changing. So once you are capable to learn and that having a learning agility, so lifelong learning is very important. That's what I feel the one critical skills.
So while speaking about learning, so I want to ask Dr. Gnanish. So now many actually when we interact with many of the professors, they are showing a lot of interest in agriculture and a domain side. But if you see the actually core domain we don't have. Though we have, we can adopt, means we can talk about AI and IoT technologies, how we can see. So what kind of courses do you suggest so that, we can actually work together, the domain industry as well as academia can work together, coming out with some interesting courses so that professors also who are interested faculties can work together on this particular area.
Thank you. Nice. This is a very important question. Just to give an example, if you take we have different branches, animal husbandry, fisheries, so on. If you give an example for animal husbandry, currently, how many farmers or how many laborers we require to maintain some 1,500 cows? Just hardly using AI, we need 18 laborers, one doctor. Just by tying the AI tag, it will monitor when it will become pregnant, when it is, how much it's feeding, everything. So that kind of courses we need very specifically. Not like that. If I ask food, they should not think that what kind of food we need. Specifically, I should say that veterinary means yes, that it is very related to the cow. Similarly, fisheries. Already one of our sir we are discussing on that. Fisheries is also important. When you go in a farm pond, how much methane has become, whether what is the food condition of the fish. So nowadays, when the interns come, they just come with an app, take a picture image, and they go for diagnosis of the uh, diseases. That won't work. They have to go to the farmers or agricultures who are working in a specific field, dig out the specific problem, and come up with a solution that will help more rather than overall seeing in agriculture, because agriculture is very, very vast to take up. So very, very specific problems help us. Once again, my specific thing is in soil testing. Everyone come up with NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, means it doesn't help. We need for micronutrients, which are very essential for plant growth. So there are more than 13 to 17 micronutrients. So each one, if you focus and develop a sensor very precise to that, that will help more. Similar to give an examples, if they are working on crop on banana, that model or any that model may not work for other crops. So very, very specific and trade based and time based it should be developed. So for this, general course will not be work out. Very specific courses should be designed when they go for masters or a PhD. That is my sincere suggestion. And also nowadays, soil mapping. Soil mapping is very essential. A lot of courses are coming up using remote sensing. You don't need to go to a soil or a farm, take the soil sample and see it. But based on the remote sensing data, based on the color, texture, they'll give you the exact pH of the soil. Now the accuracy rate has come up to 90%. If the more work done on that, it may go up to 99%. That is what we expect, and the courses should be designed based on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have seen how we have to work together so that we come out with a system or a platform where for we are making the talent pool ready for industry ready. Right? Yeah, multidisciplinary approach is what is very important currently. Yes, and evaluation metrics also should change. What I see that now, so how we evaluate, because now people generate code and then submit. So how do we really evaluate their question papers and their answer papers is also very challenging. So what we'll do is next 5 minutes we'll just open the floor to audience if you have any questions to the panelists. So maybe quick 2-3 questions. Do we have time, Indrani? 2 to 3 questions from audience if you have anything. Otherwise we'll just yeah.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನಾನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನಾಗಭೂಷಣ್ ಸರ್ ರೈಟ್ಲಿ ಸೈಡ್ ಹಳೆ ಬೇರಿನಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. And right now I have a proper persons to ask a question. I think I work for VTU to make the students more listening. They have introduced an internship and at the same time the IPCC component for theory subjects. As Ankushan sir told, it should be a more of practical oriented rather than the theory. So like, are we working seriously? See, we discuss everything, but when we go out of this all, the question arises, implementation part. So are we perfectly implementing whatever we discussed here? So there are so many problems we face in implementation. So that is where we need to work, I believe. Yeah, sure.
Is it a question or answer, madam?
No. Like you can take it as a question or an answer.
Suggestion.
Coming from university perspective, see, actually, this particular the university which you are working and affiliated to, the administration and the management is very open for implementing certain aspects. The question has to go immediately to the implementation perspective. The board of studies are there. The people who are working closely in the management and administration will definitely look into the things which you are asking, or maybe giving a suggestion. Can take that question and answer, and based on the needs and based on the alignment of the university, yes, it can be implementable.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for an agriculture problem. You gave an example, like where actually, I worked for a hydroponics project and an aeroponics project, which is related to an IoT. So not even AI based. So, but natural farming, there is a lot of difference between a natural farming to this kind of a farming. We go for the farming for more of yielding the crops, right? So,
Ma'am, just sorry for interruption.
no,
So
but
can we
yes.
take this offline in the interest of time, because we are already
Okay, thank
entering
you.
lunchtime.
Okay,
Thank
So
you.
I'll just
quickly I'll answer that question.
Yeah.
Now, because strictly speaking, natural farming is very difficult to do in the field, and as you expect yield also, one of the thing is now we are telling marriage between organic natural farming and other integrated farming. In that case, farming are coming up using of IoT or artificial intelligence can be permitted in natural farming, madam. So thereby, there also labor problems and all many problems are there in natural farming or organic farming. Artificial intelligence doesn't affect any environment. Mainly, AI is promoted in agriculture because of sustainability to carry the resources for the future generation. Hence, it can be adapted. Thank you.
yeah. So last question. Yeah.
Thank you very much for C-DAC to arrange such a wonderful thing. I am a former director C. Kumar. For the past 1 year, I was interfacing with the various universities, establishing the test beds and training the faculties. The important thing, whatever these people have discussed today, it should be implemented in the syllabus first. Second thing is the faculty should be trained on the subject. The third one is the required infrastructure, whatever you call test bed or center of excellence. Many of the colleges they don't have. Without that, on a paper, faculty cannot do any wonderful thing, and as well as they cannot create any infrastructure or knowledge. These three things should be emphasized from the university syllabus point of view, training the faculties, and then infrastructure establishment. Any technology will work, because I was working with the IoT, 5G technologies, and this will work in this place also. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we'll thank all the panelists for their time. Wonderful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Janki ma'am, and all the panel members for providing your valuable perspectives on the future of education and skills. I would now like to invite Dr. Sharat Chandra Babu for presenting mementos to our panel members. Thank you, everybody. I would request everybody to please come forward for a group photo.
Thank you all. Actually, our chief guest, Joint Secretary Shri Sudeep Srivastava, is already reached. His COO, India AI Mission and Joint Secretary, METI, Government of India. Just wait for 2-3 minutes. We will come to know whether we are going to continue with the session because we have an interesting session from RRI professor. Just for 2 minutes. Just an announcement. Sir has arrived, but all of us can go for lunch, come back within half an hour. Can everybody proceed for lunch and come back within half an hour? Thank you so much.
Technology is transforming the world at an unprecedented pace, creating new opportunities and redefining the skills.
Friends, this is India's first global supercomputing conference. It's a big milestone in our deep tech journey. It's a platform to showcase and share views about the advances in high performance computing, in AI, in quantum computing, in semiconductors. These are the fields which are redefining our economy. These are the technologies which are reshaping the entire world. We are focused on made in India, designed in India, and made for the world solutions.
Technology is transforming the world at an unprecedented pace, creating new opportunities and redefining the skills needed for success. Welcome to ACTS, C-DAC Bangalore. At ACTS, learning goes beyond theory. Through expert-led training, hands-on lab sessions, and project-based learning, students gain practical skills that prepare them for the technology-driven world. Our postgraduate certification programs cover some of today's most in-demand domains, including advanced computing, big data analytics, cybersecurity, embedded system design, and artificial intelligence. From developing software applications and intelligent AI-powered solutions to analyzing data, securing digital systems, and building embedded technologies, learners gain valuable experience through real-world projects and practical exposure. Supported by modern classrooms, dedicated labs, and a collaborative learning environment, ACTS empowers students to build technical expertise, innovation, and confidence. Whether your passion lies in software development, artificial intelligence, data analytics, cybersecurity, or embedded technologies, ACTS, C-DAC Bangalore provides the platform to learn, grow, and innovate. ACTS, C-DAC Bangalore, building skills. Technology is transforming the world at an unprecedented pace, creating new opportunities and redefining the skills needed for success. Welcome to ACTS, C-DAC Bangalore. At ACTS, learning goes beyond theory. Through expert-led training, hands-on lab sessions, and project-based learning, students gain practical skills that prepare them for the technology-driven world. Our postgraduate certification programs cover some of today's most in-demand domains, including advanced computing, big data analytics, cybersecurity, embedded system design, and artificial intelligence. From developing software applications and intelligent AI-powered solutions to analyzing data, securing digital systems, and building embedded technologies, learners gain valuable experience through real-world projects and practical exposure. Supported by modern classrooms, dedicated labs, and a collaborative learning environment, ACTS empowers students to build technical expertise, innovation, and confidence. Whether your passion lies in software development, artificial intelligence, data analytics, cybersecurity, or embedded technologies, ACTS, C-DAC Bangalore provides the platform to learn, grow, and innovate. ACTS, C-DAC Bangalore, building skills. Semicon India Future Design, Chip in Center, catalyzing chip designing in India. The Indian semiconductor market has been gaining momentum since the last 1 decade, and design in India will be equally important as Make in India to contribute to India's fast-growing digital economy.
Almost all of the top 25 semiconductor design companies have the design and R&D centers in our country.
The global semiconductor market is anticipated to reach $820 billion by 2028. It is envisioned to transform India into a semiconductor hub, including semiconductor design. Chip in Center is established at C-DAC Bangalore as a first-of-its-kind initiative by Government of India, providing opportunities to startups, MSMEs and academia for semiconductor chip design. Chip in Center removes barriers to enter chip design for young entrepreneurs by offering facilities from design to fabrication support in multi-project wafer, MPW, by enabling access to SCL and overseas foundries. Chip in provides centralized EDA design tools and IPs, fab compliance checks, validation and integration of designs, enablement of packaging of fabricated chips, enablement of characterization and prototyping in a centralized manner, mentoring researchers and startups for chip design, virtual prototyping lab at NILIT Calicut, facilitating remote access of high-end electronics, hardware, diagnostic equipment and FPGA boards and tools to startup and industry. Calling upon all the semiconductor professionals, from startups, industry and academia, to make India from chip taker to chip maker, and trigger future wave of semiconductor startups and unicorns towards fulfilling India's aspiration to become a major player in the global semiconductor ecosystem.
Which floor?
12.
Intern?
Probably.
Who let the intern into the boardroom?
Good morning. Welcome, Priya. We've prepared an overview of current projects.
I've read it.
Oh, well then, should we start with Q3 targets? Let's start with something else. How long does your monthly client report take? We have a process. Data collection, validation, 4 to 5 days done properly. 4 to 5 days. It's always been 4 to 5 days. The clients are happy.
Okay, you. What's your name?
Arjun,
How long have you been here?
6 weeks.
He's more junior. He handles support tasks mostly.
Arjun, same report. How long would it take you?
2 hours, maybe less.
That's not realistic. Show me.
Done.
Data validation?
Automated. Flags anomalies automatically.
Client summary?
Formatted.
Wait, how old is the new hire?
I don't know, but he literally uses Excel.
You must be the new analyst.
Yes, first day.
6th floor. The team is quite dynamic.
You're the new hire?
10 years in the industry, different company.
Which tools do you use?
Excel, PowerPoint, the usual.
Right. Welcome. Henderson analysis. Full deck, client ready by Friday. Michael, what's your approach to client analysis?
I start with the data, build the model, cross-reference.
How long does that take you?
3 days for something thorough.
Diana, how long for you? 4 hours. We'll talk after the meeting. I'm going to be honest with you.
Please.
Your experience is real, but the way you work is 10 years behind. AI tools, this team operates differently. Automation, speed.
I can learn.
You have 2 weeks to show me. I'd hate to let someone with your background go, but I will.
First week? That obvious? I've seen that look before. Caroline gave you the 2-week speech.
Was I that loud?
Walls are thin.
10 years of experience and I'm 3 times slower than a 30-year-old.
Not slower. Different tools.
Same thing.
No, it's not. I was exactly where you are 2 years ago. Same speech from Caroline, same feeling.
What did you do?
Found this app. Corsive. AI tools, right tool for each task. 28 days, 15 minutes a day. My output tripled. Caroline hasn't mentioned the 2-week speech since.
You're still here.
I'm still here. You have 10 years they don't have. Add the right tools, nobody in that room touches you.
This is the Henderson analysis. Who built this?
I did.
When?
Yesterday. 3 hours.
This is the best client deck I've seen this quarter. Stay after the meeting. 3 days became 3 hours.
Right tool for each task. AI certificate program. 28 days.
You taught yourself.
15 minutes a day.
10 years of experience. And now the right tools.
Exactly.
Whitfield account. Senior lead. Starting Monday. I almost made a mistake letting you go.
I know.
Whitford account. Senior lead.
Yes.
How?
AI certificate program. 28 days, 15 minutes a day. You want the link?
Send it.
quick announcement. The chief guest will be arriving within the next few minutes. So anybody who is eating lunch here, can we kindly proceed to the dining hall? And everyone else who has finished their lunch, could they return to their seats, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that you had delicious lunch. The Joint Secretary as well as the Chief Executive Officer of India AI Mission, Shri Sudeep Srivastavaji, he is already there in the building. So may I please request all the participants who have finished their lunch to please take your seats. He is expected in the next 5 minutes. He is already there in the building. Yeah. If your colleagues or known persons are already there, you please ask them to please come inside. Thank you.
everyone to kindly return to their seats. The chief guest will be arriving shortly, so we request that everybody return to their seats.
Request all of you to be seated. I request all to be seated. The chief guest is going to come now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back for the event Samvāda-AI. It gives me immense pleasure to inform you and to share with you that we have with us our chief guest of the event, Shri Sudeep Srivastava sir. Sir is Joint Secretary, Electronics and IT, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, and also the COO of India AI Mission and Director General of EARNET. Sir is also responsible for guiding the C-DAC and many other R&D and S&T organizations under Ministry of IT, and responsible for guiding the R&D in IT division and R&D in CC and BD, and also responsible for ITI grievances and Parliament section. Briefly, I would like to read out the brief profile of Sir. He has served as Executive Director Gati Shakti S&T at the Railway Board, where he dealt with planning, appraisal, budgeting and monitoring of railway projects. He has also served as Director in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, handling new AIMS projects under Pradhan Mantri Swasthya Suraksha Yojana PMSSY and budget and finance matters of the Ministry of Health. He is an Indian Railway Service of Signal Engineers officer. He received the Ministry of Railway Award for the successful commissioning of the Nagpur Road Relay Interlocking along with yard remodeling in a record duration. So thank you very much, sir, for being here. I now request you, sir, to kindly come on the dais, and I also request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, to kindly come on the dais, sir. Thank you, sir. Before we hear from our chief guest, I request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan to say a few words.
I think, namaste to all of you. Welcome back post lunch. So, our Jay sir today is here. In fact, only 3 days ago, his travel plan got finalized. So when we had a quick call, his original agenda was to go to IAC today and C-DAC tomorrow. Then we requested, no sir, Samvāda is there. Your presence is very important. And that time, we just said Samvāda-AI. We did not say Academy say Industry Connect. So being the AI Mission Director and a technocrat himself, then he said, yes, I'm coming. So over lunch, I had to do a little bit covering up. So, sir is here. Thank you, sir, for reaching here at a very short notice. So, just before I end, only a couple of things I want to share. Last year, many of you are part of our Supercomputing India conference. It is only just when about a conference is about to come. That is when sir actually joined MeitY. He was just into MeitY, and he did visit SCA. You would have seen the coffee table book and the videos that we played in the morning. But what defines him, every time he finds a new terminology or new technology, immediately he stops every other activity. We have something called any new technology, I think for him is what we call non-maskable interrupt, NMI. So immediately that takes the highest priority, and he finds time. That time he asked Dr. Asvija from C-DAC Bangalore, many of you know, he is our quantum mission director. So he said, I want to be attached with him for the rest of my visit. So at the end of 2 days, we were at the receiving end on quantum related activities, because he has spent time understanding what we are doing, what rest of the world is doing, what India can do, cannot do. So that is the kind of depth he looks into it. So that is why probably sir will cover, in addition to what we talk, probably sir, you can also highlight a little bit on in the AI mission, what new things that you are doing and leading from ministry. That will help both industry to plan what is there coming for us as a country in a policy and other matter infrastructure. For academy also to plan their courses and the curricula, what changes they need to, because this gives them a heads up. So these are the only two requests, sir. Otherwise, I will not stop between you and the audience. Thank you very much for joining at a short notice. Our pleasure.
Namaskar, good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to Sudarshan Sahab. So he rightly said, my program was finalized 3 days before, and my interaction has been finalized 3 minutes before. Because when AI was told, I presumed it was artificial intelligence. But anyway, there is a linkage these days between most of the things, so it should not be a problem, and I will try to do justice with the topic that is being discussed here. So, first and foremost, what Sudarshan Saab told about my first visit to Bangalore in December last year, the outcome was that now C-DAC is officially a co-hub along with the ISC Bangalore for the computing pillar of the quantum mission, National Quantum Mission. And let's hope that for the remaining 3 pillars also, we are able to do some justice to the role that C-DAC has historically played. So I am told that this interaction has been conducted on an annual basis, and it was done last year also. The good thing is that such interactions are very much required, because we need that all the stakeholders, be it the academic institutes, be it the industry, be it organizations like C-DAC, should be on the same page when it comes to basically developing talent for the country and putting that talent to use. In India AI, though, I will talk briefly about that as Sudarshan Saab has requested. But before that, I can tell you that irrespective of the technology we speak about, opportunities and talent development are critical to every aspect. If we don't have requisite talent, it is immaterial how much funds we put in, we may not be able to deliver. Similarly, if we do not have employability for a particular technology or particular field, then what we will find is that people will not be attracted to work in that field. So all these things are linked. Just deviating a little and coming to India AI mission. So this mission basically has an intention of creating an AI ecosystem for the country. And in this there are 7 pillars. 2 of those pillars are very relevant to the today's discussion also. So the pillar of compute, foundation model development, application, AI core, trusted and safe AI are 5 pillars which I will not talk about because they are part of AI mission but may not be that relevant to the context which we are discussing today. Whereas the 2 missions, 2 components of the mission, the future skilling and startup financing, these are the 2 pillars of AI mission which are very relevant for this academic interaction. So these 2 are very critical pillars for this also. In future skilling, basically under India AI mission, we are opening AI and data labs at 570 locations, and 23 of them are in Karnataka also. In fact, I visited one of the locations today morning in Bangalore. So these will be primarily in the polytechnics and the ITIs because we need to capture or to have some AI education at that level also. Apart from that, in the startup financing, we will have 58 Center of Excellence to act as accelerator for various startups in field of AI. Of those, 2 have already been selected in Bangalore itself. Then in the pillar of future skills, we are also giving scholarships basically to various students in field or subjects related to AI at level of UG, PG and PhD. So we want the best people to get attracted and work in this field. Also, we have a concept of future skills prime and mighty, and this is operated by the capacity building division of MIT, in which Future Skill Prime, it was rated as one of the best programs that were done, and cutting edge subjects were taught in this, and the employability ratio was also very high. So Future Skill Prime is also I think that's so Future Skill Prime is one arena in which this August gathering should actually look into, because many people, 50,000 plus, have undergone training on that, and many of them have been employed because of that. When I talk of scaling, I will not be fair if I do not mention the role that C-DAC is also playing. C-DAC Bangalore alone in past 3 years have trained almost 34,000 people, of which 2,500 plus are in the HPC domain, and I am told that the employability is pretty good. It's around 3/4 or more than that, and the salary structure also that people get is almost 1.5 times of what they would have got had they not undergone this training. So C-DAC Bangalore also plays a very important role in training people. C-DAC Bangalore has also been very good at training not only just hardware or software, but a parallel processing of HPC. So I congratulate Dr. Sudarshan and his entire team for that. They have done a great job. When we look at talent development, we have to look at three parallel steps. One is talent development for cutting edge research in the country. No nation is going to become great if it do not have an R&D ecosystem, and that R&D ecosystem is well nurtured. Second step is talent development for the level at which industry requires it to develop products, to deliver outcomes. And third step is the step at which students need to be developed so that they can add value to whatever they are doing, and they can be the future torchbearer for this country. So these three are the layers for which we will have to plan whatever we do, and I do hope that it will be discussed during the course of the deliberations here, because this is very important that we develop, but when we develop, we don't paint everything with the same brush. We demarcate that one end of the talent development begins with the research and development focus, other with the employability focus, and third one with the value addition focus. A lot of changes have taken in countries since last few years, I will say. I think 20 years down the line, we've never thought of hearing any startup in any of the IITs. I was doing my MTech in IIT Kanpur, and there was no startup there at that point of time. But today, when I went to IIT Chennai, and that number of startups, that is just amazing, and I'm very sure that that number would be same in ISC Bangalore. In IIT Kanpur also, some of my friends who have become faculty there do tell me that there also a startup ecosystem exists today. So a lot of changes have taken place, but we should remember one thing, that these days things are changing on a day-to-day basis, and post AI you will be finding that 1 year time in technology is almost different between the Paleolithic and the Neolithic age. So we were talking of transformers few years back, but now transformers are almost outdated. Agentic AI is there, that is also going to become outdated very soon. We may have AGI coming up. We were talking of GPT models, now we are talking of Mythos. The Chinese are coming up with the Kimi K3 releasing on 27th of July. So these things should nudge India to focus on talent development so that we can actually take the things forward. And if we want to be a Viksit Bharat by 2047, this should be the most important parameter that we must keep in mind. No country will become great just by weapons, armies, or other factors. It will become great when there is talent in the country to take it forward. And there are going to be a lot of interactive discussions in course of this event. I wish well to all the participants, and I thank and congratulate all the organizers for having this event and having me here. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for highlighting a number of things and formally announcing our partnership in the NQM Hub. Thank you so much, sir. It's a great news for all of us. Now, we have few minutes. I will request you, sir, interact. Any questions, any queries? It is open to all of you. If you are overwhelmed and speechless, then just raise your hand. No more questions, leave us alone. That's fine. But if you have questions, please do. Yeah, Mike, can you sister go? Mike first. No, sir.
Sir, actually, I have a curiosity-based question. Okay, my name is Kapil Tiwari. I work with Amazon, and I am representing industry here. My question is actually around India AI mission. I think of lately I've seen that like India is mostly into like service-based industry, and right now also I see that like most of the time we are actually using AI models which are actually developed by US on basically the infrastructure which is again designed by US. So how do you see that we develop our own frontier AI models and our own chips?
Good. So basically, last time I got some 3 minutes prior intimation. The interactive session was actually more of a surprise, 3-second intervention. So coming back to your question, no doubt today we are using a lot of American models, Claude, Gemini, GPT. We must keep in mind that they made the head start, right? So there is no harm in learning from them. We are also, and most of our companies are using so many open source, open made Chinese models. But under India AI Mission, we have already funded coming up of 20 models as on date, of which 12 are already in advanced stage. Some of them have released their versions. Servam has released Indus 105 million parameter model. Bharajan has released 17 billion param model. We have models coming from Avatar, from Gyani, Socket, IntelliHealth also. So these are all indigenously developed models, and I have gone through them. They are available on Hugging Face as well as AI Coach, and these models are doing pretty well. If you look at the reasoning model of Servam, it is able to solve most of the IIT JEE questions. I have tested it myself so that I can say for sure. But yes, we have to go a long way, because when we are talking of 100 billion or something, we must keep in mind that the latest frontier models are almost 10 trillion. The open source models are also reaching almost 2.6 to 2.8 trillion. So we have to keep moving forward. But yes, we are catching up fast. We should take inspiration from what happened in the telecom story. When the specifications and the development of 4G happened, India was nowhere there. When 5G happened, India was there at some of the places. We were very much part of the story. And when 6G is being developed, most of the SEPs that are coming have some or the other Indian contribution. So when the 3GPP will finalize the 6G specs, you will find there will be a substantial Indian contribution. Similarly for AI, maybe in the first stages, America and China were the leaders, but Indians are good in catching up, and we must keep in mind that there are many other countries who are still much behind India. India has already actually entered this AI race. For compute, we know that only 3 companies make the accelerators, or what we call as GPUs these days. The NVIDIA, this AMD, Intel, and TPUs have come from Google. But C-DAC has developed a CPU, and definitely it is being envisaged in NSChem 2.0. 2.0 that we will have our own GPU also in days to come. So we are in this race. Sovereignty is at topmost of our planning, and my request to all of you would be that please use Indian models also. They are at par with most of the global models that we have seen, and a lot of good work has gone into them. Thank you.
Sir, I am Dr. Ganesh. Good afternoon to all. Sir, my question is that I work as a scientist at Krishi Vigyan Kendra, ICS sponsored. So basically, my question is that in other countries they are well ahead with IA in precision farming. How about in our country, the funding? There is a lack of fund towards agriculture in IA and also in precision farming. Thank you.
For AI related funding, the question pertain to that, I presume. Agriculture related. So we have got one pillar of application. I didn't discuss much about that. In application pillar of India AI, we are basically focusing on the problem statements from various ministries and departments. So after India AI Summit, we had problem statements from all ministries, including Agriculture Ministry and Rural Development. Based on those problem statements, a scope of work has been worked out. There's already a mechanism in place through which certain committees finalize the scope of work based on the problem statement. Then, for addressing that problem statement, various bids can be obtained through the various measures that are available, and then agencies will be selected that will carry it out. So, let me inform you that already you must have heard the Bharat Vistar thing. And so Bharat Vistar is basically based on the compute of India AI. So we provide compute for developing solutions to the AI problems or the applications. We are trying to have our own AI applications for the problem statements submitted by Ministry of Agriculture. We are also providing our models. So if you go through the model of Servo or Gyani, you will find that their prime focus is agriculture sector only. And this Mahavistar of Maharashtra government and Bharat Vistar of government of India, you will find it is a very effective tool actually that has been developed, I think, in collaboration with Step, which is a Bangalore-based startup, and that Bharat Vistar is doing pretty well on that front. So funding will not be a constraint. You come up with the problem statement and whatever compute, because the costliest thing that is in AI is compute. So that we are providing at 40% subsidy under the compute pillar. There's a portal of compute pillar. You can go on that, you can register, then put in your demand. A committee will scrutinize your request, and thereafter, once you are allocated those GPU, we not only give you GPU at a rate much cheaper than that of market, but we also give 40% subsidy.
Yeah. So my name is Tiru. We are into education software development and also into mass coaching through the government for the students. You also rightly said about three important steps which is required to go into the progress method, on which students development was your third point. We have to develop the students in the AI model. We are doing a lot of work for the students going to the colleges and outreach. If you look at it, there is not much of response from the management or from the students themselves, in spite of the push from the government, both from the state government as well as from the central government. My question to you is, in the new PES model, education model which has been developed, will it be possible that you make it as a mandatory right from the 7th standard or 8th standard, so that the mindset of the student just get acclimatized to this AI, that he takes up so easy when he comes to the PU or degree? That is what I'm saying. Is there any change or in the political thinking on that line?
So I am not the right person to talk about the political things. What I can say for sure is that after introduction of new education policy, lot of flexibility and empowerment has been done. As far as the AI education is concerned, AI education as school level is being worked out. So definitely at some stage we will be introducing at that level also, because just as the Chinese have done, that at school they are not giving full exposure to AI. Up to primary and secondary level, it's a very limited exposure. Thereafter, the quantum of exposure increases, and by the time the person is in college, the Chinese model actually then opens AI to them in totality. So a calibrated view can definitely be worked upon, and these things are being looked into. So right now the prime focus is at the level of the college students for the AI, because we don't want to just introduce AI in schools so that everyone is already talking AI. We don't want AI to become the next social media menace for this country.
Hello. Hey, thank you for being here with us. My name is Sunil Kumar. I'm basically an AI advisor for a company which is into a company called AI Labs, which is into the DPDP Act, which is basically supposed to be implemented by the government of India, by all the SMEs, basically. My question was in terms of the energy consumption that we have, like roughly around 38,000 odd GPUs are being run right now. But you might have the correct data, but around 4.5 gigawatts of power is being consumed annually. How are we managing this, or it's expected to double by 2030? So how do we plan to kind of manage this energy consumption for the Indian AI mission for the GPUs that are being made available for public and other industry usage as such? I have one more question, if I can ask it immediately. We have the DPDP Act, which is there now and expected to be implemented by July 13, 2027. We are enabling SMEs to help them to build that compliance in place. As one of the companies, we have the software already available for consent management, etc. But we don't have anything specific to do with AI or AI-based data privacy, which is basically the individual information which is getting used into the models and into the others as well. And how do you ensure that that is also addressed as well? Thank you.
So for the first question of energy, there are 5 layers in AI stack, and energy is the first layer. Energy layer, the chip layer, then there is an infrastructure layer, the model layer, and the application layer. India is trying to achieve indigenization or sovereignty across all these 5 layers. Energy layer does not fall in the domain of MIT, but let me also say that a lot of steps have already been taken in this regard. So we are encouraging our data centers to use renewable sources of energy. Also, you know that Shakti Act has been enacted by Parliament of India. So that can also be considered as one of the alternatives for providing power to the data centers. But the fact remains that given the growing need of compute in this country, energy will be a key factor in how we move ahead. So concerned ministries are also working on how to augment the energy availability. As far as we are concerned, we are very clear that whatever data center is required here, whatever compute requirement is there for India, adequate power will be made available. Your second question pertained to how we are going to address the various provisions of DPDP Act, or maybe those provisions which are not even covered, which relates to AI. So under the safe and trusted pillar of India AI, governance guidelines were issued in November 25. These governance guidelines gives precedence to innovation. But it is an evolving situation. AI is not static, it is moving very fast. And post Mythos, definitely there is some thinking that what sort of regulations we need to bring in. Because the guidelines which were issued in November 25, they primarily gave focus on the innovation over regulation. But now it is being felt post Mythos, and especially after the geopolitical developments that have taken place since February in the Middle East. There is definitely a thought process that now AI regulations may also be worked upon, and this matter is being actively considered. Thank you.
Sir, I am Saundar Kumar, former director C-DAC.
I would like to share my experience on the 5G testbed as well as 3 points it was revolved out regarding the talent development. First of all, first and foremost thing is the syllabus in the degree level should be emphasized on AI. Second one is to deliver the outcome, the faculty members should be trained. That is, faculty development program should be made compulsory and they have to undergo periodically because of the changes. The third one is the infrastructure to be made available. In telecom, you might be knowing that 100 test beds we have given to the universities, various universities, and those universities, they are not utilizing it fully well because the faculty members were not trained on the test beds, on the technology, and they could not transfer the same knowledge to the students. So it is in the reverse way. So I request if it has to be implemented first in the syllabus in the college. Second one is faculty should be trained on the infrastructure and the government can definitely, the 100 test beds we have given to various universities in the telecom, similar manner you can establish quickly this test beds in the universities and train the trainers as well as faculty development programs and researchers. This will give an output because we would like to, the 4G was developed, 4G systems, what is going to be there in the railways, it was developed by us in C-DAC. And we have put the seed in 5G. It has already taken over. Now we are developing this 6G. So in the same manner, nurturing the students or nurturing the faculties, the talent development, this has to be followed, sir. Thank you.
Your suggestions are well noted.
Thank you very much, sir. In the best interest of time, because sir has a scheduled meeting, one more request, sir. We have like just now he has mentioned about the faculty development and all. So this is the 16th batch of faculty development program that we have successfully completed today on HPC with AI. I request, actually, I wanted to give the certificates through you, but time is less. I'll only request you to have one group photograph here. Can you please come on the dais, all of you? So these participants are from 7 states, and till now, in the last 16 FDPs, we have trained faculties from 30 states. Yeah, all of you, please come. I think few of you can stand the stage also so that everyone will be captured in the photo. Sir, can you please come over here? Yeah. Shiva. Thank you very much. Thank you to all. You can collect your certificates from Shilpa. Please stay. Yeah. May I request Dr. S. D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, to kindly felicitate the Joint Secretary.
Yes, so while we give the memento, I request Professor Nagabhushan and Dr. Sarath also to join on stage.
Speaker for sit from you. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so moving on. Niels Bohr famously said, anyone who is not shocked by quantum theory has not understood it. So, prepare to be amazed as we explore the frontier of quantum technologies. We would like to welcome Dr. Sanjukta Roy, Associate Professor, Raman Research Institute, Bangalore, to deliver the expert talk on quantum. Please welcome ma'am with a big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanjukta Roy from Raman Research Institute. Let me give a brief background about myself. I have done my PhD in Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, where I have built up an experiment on Bose-Einstein condensation. Well, it has a strong Indian connection, as you can see, because Bose-Einstein condensation was predicted way back in 1924. So Bose, Satyendranath Bose, he had worked out photon statistics while he was teaching at Dhaka University, and then he sent his paper to Albert Einstein, and then he realized what a seminal and pioneering work it was, and then he adapted his work to particles, and then he predicted the Bose-Einstein condensation. So I built up this experiment and we successfully realized the first Bose-Einstein condensate in India. So this was our humble tribute to Satyendranath Bose. So that was my first phase of my journey in quantum science and technology. Bose-Einstein condensate is a very exotic state of matter. So it's very different from classical particles because here in the room you will find atoms and air molecules moving at very high speed. So what we do is we cool down atoms to extremely low temperatures at nanokelvin temperatures and create a coherent state of matter. It's a giant matter wave, and it's also called a fifth state of matter. So this is what I had realized, and then I did my postdoc in the lab of Claude Cohen-Tanauji, who was a Nobel laureate in physics in 1997, and there was my introduction to newer experiments in quantum technology. So I learned from the pioneers in this field there, and thereafter I worked in Florence to work in the frontiers of quantum science and technology. So here I am at Raman Research Institute and have built up a lab to develop quantum technology with ultra cold Rydberg atoms. So my lab is quantum optics with Rydberg atoms lab, which is called Coral. As I come to the title of this talk, building India's quantum talent pipeline, which is very important for our country right now. And what is the role of academia, research institutions, and industry in this field? So let me give you the outline of this talk. First, I'll discuss on how we can build India's quantum talent pipeline, and it has to start right from the beginning, from the grassroots level. And what is the role of academia, research institutions, and industry in this regard, to build the quantum talent pipeline in our country? And then I will give you a brief introduction that how in our lab we pursue quantum technology. We are developing quantum technology and training a lot of quantum talent for our country. And I will tell you how we are making, not only doing fundamental quantum science and technology, but we are also building systems which has a lot of applications and is of a great importance also to the industry and to the defense and other organizations. And I'll also give you a future perspective on how we are building a scalable quantum network for quantum computing in our lab, and we are working on quantum sensing with Rydberg atoms. So, what is the role of academia in building India's quantum talent? So, I believe that there is a need for a massive national and state level initiatives. So, it has to start right from the school level. So, a child who is interested in science, or will be a scientist or engineer or take up science in future, the love for science should develop right at the school level. So you don't develop love for science beyond school level. So when you're introduced to science, that love for science comes immediately, and that child, when the child is nurtured and cultivated in the correct manner, so that child can have a very significant contribution to the development of science and technology in our country. So we need to build infrastructure and facilities to nurture scientific talent in schools and colleges. And there's a need to develop interest in quantum physics right in high school students, because that's where we are introduced to the quantum physics, to the excitement of quantum physics right there at the high school level. And if you are interested in quantum physics, it starts right there. And we need to have the correct education and correct nurturing of interest in the school students, so that the student, develop into a very successful scientist or engineer who can take the country forward in the field of quantum technology. Also we need to discourage rote learning and encourage creative thinking. So as Professor Nagabhushan had correctly pointed out in his address in the morning, so I have seen that in schools and colleges, there's a lot of emphasis on rote learning so that you can pass the exam, get good marks, and finally, get into a good college. But this is not the correct way to develop scientific talent who will, take our country forward and have a great contribution in the development of science and technology in our country. So we need to encourage creative thinking in the students. So that is very important. So I see many students who come for internship in my lab who've got very good marks in their exams. So they tell everything correctly. But if we pose a question which needs creative thinking, then I see that there is a lack. So it's not that that student does not have potential. It's just that our education system has to improve to encourage creative thinking, to cultivate scientific temperament in the students in our country. Also, we need to organize public lectures by eminent quantum scientists to develop the interest in students, so that they have a role model. So if the students have a role model that, oh, I want to become this when I grow up, so that itself instills interest and a motivation to do great, to encourage creative thinking, to do research in science. So I give an example. When I was a graduate student in Kolkata, so I heard a public lecture by Roger Penrose, knows who received the Nobel Prize, and he's a very, very famous astrophysicist. So I was like really fascinated, and I really wanted to dedicate my life to solving the mysteries of the universe. It's another thing that I have come to solve the mysteries of the atomic world. But that was really it was a very important moment in my life where I felt that I should go for research in physics. So this is very important to have a role model for our children so that they take up research other than the usual route which the children take after school. So that's how we can attract talent in research in quantum science and technology. So, of course, academia has a very important role to build India's quantum talent pipeline, because academia serves as the foundational pillar for India's quantum ecosystem. So, it's the training and education from academia which develops, the future quantum researchers or quantum engineers or very successful engineers who work in quantum science and technology. So right now, there's also a very it's important to start courses in quantum science and technology right in the graduate and master's level, because when I was a student, when I did my graduation and master's, we only learned about basic quantum mechanics, but we had no idea what's the application. So that was not very clear. But in today's generation, I think it's very important to introduce them to quantum science and technology right from the graduate and master's level, so that they have a clear idea of what is the latest developments in the field and what are the future prospects, so that they can take up this field of this career as their future as their future career. So also we need to integrate advanced curricula, which should also have a good collaboration with the research institutes. So because in master's level, we learn all the foundational courses, but what is the application of these courses? What is the applications of the knowledge we are learning in the graduate level or the master's level? So that it comes when we when these kind of research, educational institutes, they should collaborate very strongly with the research institutes, so that the students have a clear idea that where this field is going to and what is the future developments in this field. We also need to have hands-on training. So I have seen as a researcher that what our Indian students lack is not the talent or the potential. They're as good as any students who are studying in Europe or America, because I have mentored students in Europe when I was doing my postdoctoral research. What they lack is hands-on training. So what is important in our schools and colleges and master's level is that they should get training in experimental techniques which are in the advanced level. So these experimental learning of this experimental technique should not just be just to get good grades. It should be techniques which will be very important if you want to take up experimental physics, or you want to build up something. So if you want to build up something big, you should have that hands-on training for experimental techniques. And of course, academia is very important because academia supplies the future hardware engineers, the software developers, and the researchers required to secure India's position in global quantum technology. So, what is the role of research institutes for nurturing India's quantum talent? So, research institutes create and drive India's quantum workforce. And of course, research institutes have the responsibility to organize popular public lectures to connect to the society. The common people should know that where their taxpayers' money is going and what is the latest development in scientific research. So then only there'll be more talent coming into this field. So they should organize open day visits for students from schools and colleges, which our Raman Research Institute does very regularly. We also organize science exhibitions and demonstration and hands-on experiments for students and to develop their scientific temperament. And research institutes also have the responsibility to transform scientific research outcomes into commercial reality. So we also collaborate with industry. So we have 3 startups which are coming up in Raman Research Institute, and so we have a strong collaboration with industry. So our research outcomes we try to develop as a prototype for commercialization. So also the research institute should provide world-class research facilities in India to prevent brain drain and perform cutting-edge research in the frontiers of quantum technology. So it's very important to prevent brain drain. So if we provide world-class research facilities right in our country, in our research labs, so I don't think there'll be need for Indian students to go abroad. So I see a lot of Indian students who do internship in my lab. So they always want to go out, abroad for PhD. So if we provide world-class research facilities, so we can prevent this brain drain, and we can have a very strong quantum ecosystem to develop quantum science and technology in our country. So we do a lot of things at Raman Research Institute for science outreach to develop interest in school and college students. So for example, we celebrate the National Science Day, and it's our privilege to celebrate National Science Day. This is a celebration of the day on which Raman effect was discovered by Sir C.V. Raman, who is the only science Nobel laureate in our country. And Raman Research Institute was established by him. So this is the picture of our institute. So you can see a lot of children coming to Raman Research Institute on the National Science Day, and we hold demonstrations for them so they can actually take part in those experiments, and they can try their hands-on, they can try hands-on to do this experiment, and you can see the joy in their face. So that means they have a lot of interest in science. So it's just that we need to cultivate and nurture the scientific talent so that they grow up and take up science research in quantum science and technology in as their future career. So of course, as there are many industry representatives here, I would like to emphasize that industry has a very important role to play to develop the quantum talent pipeline in our country. So industry can provide cloud hardware access and support startups in quantum technology. I believe you already do for in many cases. And we should bridge the industry academia gap through collaborative projects. So when I was doing my PhD in TFR Mumbai, so we did not have any connection with the industry. So it was we always thought we came into research because we did not go to the industry. Since we came into research, we should have no connection with the industry. So this has completely changed now. So right now our research is more application oriented, and if we want to develop the application and take it to the commercial level, we need a strong support from the industry. So I'll give you an example from my lab where we are collaborating with the industry to develop a prototype, a field deployable prototype for the sensors we are making. Also industry has a big role to play in supporting centers of excellence. So the example is, of course, Indian Institute of Science, which was supported by Tata, as well as Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, where I did my PhD, which was also supported by Tata. So industry has a big role to play in supporting the centers of excellence so that the research can develop in our country. And so which can be at par with the world-class research facilities. And of course, industry can collaborate with bodies like All India Council of Technical Education to shape the master's degree or the graduate degree curriculum in quantum technologies, so that it ensures that academic training aligns with the needs of the industry. So this is one big role to play from the industry. So right now, then I come to my area of research, which is quantum technology, and I'll show you how we make a collaboration with the academia and with the industry to create an ecosystem to develop the quantum science and technology in our country. So what is quantum technology? So it has four regimes. One is quantum computing, quantum sensing and metrology, quantum simulation, and quantum communication. So this is I mean, quantum technology is something which is like really the technology of the future, and I'll show you how I, in my own way, I'm trying to contribute to the development of quantum technology in my lab. So I work with what is called a Rydberg atom. So you know, atoms are very very small quantities. So what is a Rydberg atom? So Rydberg atoms is something where is an atom where the electron is excited to extremely high orbitals. So it becomes takes a very giant size. So it's no longer very small. It can be so giant. It can be size of a bacteria or a human hair. So it's this giant Rydberg atoms. It has many many exotic properties, which makes it very very promising for quantum technology. So it was discovered by Johannes Rydberg, a Swedish scientist, and it played a very important role in the birth of quantum mechanics. So Rydberg atoms has very exotic properties, like it has very very long lifetime. And it has very large polarizability. That means it is extremely sensitive to very small electric field. So that makes Rydberg atom a very promising quantum sensor for electric field, both DC or AC electric field. And it can sense electric field in a wide range of frequencies. It can be radio frequency, it can be microwave frequency, it can be terahertz frequency. So if you compare it with classical sensors, for each of this range of frequencies, you have to make different kinds of classical sensors. But Rydberg atoms are a versatile platform where we can have a versatile quantum sensor for all these range of frequencies. And of course, Rydberg atoms have very, very strong interaction, but that's why it's very promising for quantum computing and quantum communication. So here you can see the difference of Rydberg atoms with ordinary atoms which are at a lowly excited state. So with Rydberg atoms, because of the very strong interaction, we can create quantum entanglement, and this is very important for creating quantum gates for quantum computation. So how do we excite atoms to the Rydberg state? We first excite from the ground state to the intermediate state with infrared laser, and then excite to very very highly excited Rydberg state. So this is the signal from Rydberg atoms. So this is our picture of our lab where we so you can see this blue laser. This is the laser which actually excites atom to the very highly excited Rydberg state. So here you can see, we have excited the atoms to very, very highly excited Rydberg state. And we have measured the frequencies very accurately because they're extremely sensitive quantum sensors. So we can do also magnetometry, very high sensitivity magnetometry with Rydberg atoms. So we have demonstrated in our lab that with Rydberg atoms, we can have very high sensitivity magnetometry. Here you can see that we have increased the sensitivity of this Rydberg atoms as compared to ordinary atoms by an order of magnitude. So this is one very important result we had got in our lab with Rydberg atoms. So this is our theoretical modeling, which matches very well with the experiments. And why magnetometry is very important? Because it's very important for navigation and consumer electronics, geophysical and mineral exploration, archaeology, security and industrial inspection, space exploration, and military and defense, and medical research. So we have also developed quantum sensor with this Rydberg atom. So here you can see microwave quantum sensing experiment, and this is the signal from microwave quantum sensing with Rydberg atoms. And we could sense this microwave radiation with extremely high sensitivity. And so how the Rydberg atoms are they have a great advantage over classical antennas because it has a broadband tunability, because ordinary probes or the classical probes, they are very calibration dependent. So the how accurately they will be they will be sensing, that depends on how accurately they are calibrated. But in our experiment with Rydberg sensor, it's calibration free because Rydberg atoms are the same everywhere in the universe. So they are the most accurate quantum sensor. So here is the picture of our experimental setup where we do quantum sensing with Rydberg atoms, and we have gone to extremely high sensitivity of minus 60 dBm, and which has very important applications in radar system and defense application and even space exploration. So these are some of this, quantum data on quantum sensing with Rydberg atoms. And as I was saying, it has very important applications in wireless communication, satellite communication, radar and remote sensing, navigation without GPS, atomic clocks, gravity detection, and radio astronomy. And we have recently got a grant of 11 crore to develop a sensor, the prototype of this quantum sensor with Rydberg atoms. So we have, this our experiment where we cool down atoms to extremely low temperatures, like microkelvin, where we do quantum computation with Rydberg atoms. So here you can see our setup in our lab. Here is the signal from cold Rydberg atoms. So this is the first and presently the only cold Rydberg atom experiment in India, which we have built. So this we have some interesting results where we have seen quantum signatures of Rydberg blockade, which leads to quantum entanglement for quantum computing. Of course, these are some publications. So I'll just skip through this. This is to have long-term coherence with Rydberg atoms. So the next part is very interesting because here I will show how we are doing quantum computing with Rydberg atoms. So we are in the process of trapping single atom in an optical tweezer. So here you can see our setup where we have, the experimental setup will be for trapping individual atoms in optical tweezer. And here you can see an array of this optical tweezer. And so you can see that we have created this array of optical tweezer for trapping individual Rydberg atoms for quantum computing. So these are going to act as qubits for quantum computation. So we have developed different arrays of this arrays of optical tweezer for quantum computing, and we have also written the name of our lab with this array of optical tweezer, which is Coral Quantum Optics with Rydberg Atom Lab. And here you could see atoms in the optical tweezer. And here we have built a lot of optical tweezer array, and we have detected as low as 7 to 9 atoms. And we are in the process of trapping individual atoms and detecting them for quantum computation. So the idea is to have individual atoms in an array of optical tweezer and excite them to the Rydberg atoms and create Rydberg atomic qubits for quantum computation. And so this is our setup, and this is our future goals where we are going to do quantum computation in different configuration of these arrays. and look for new quantum phases. And we are also planning to do quantum sensing with individual Rydberg atoms. So, as I've said, that Rydberg atoms is a versatile platform for doing quantum computation, quantum sensing, quantum simulation. It can also act as dipole antenna for astronomy, and we can emulate complex solid state systems. So here, this is a very important slide where I show where I have nurtured, students for developing quantum talent in our country. So we have PhD students from all over our country whom I train intensively to do experiments on quantum technology. So our kind of experiments are very specialized experiments. You need very specialized training and to develop this technical skill to do such kind of experiment. As you can see, it's a very complicated setup. So we have students from all over the country. So there are students who do internship in our lab, and we train them intensively so that they develop the temperament, the scientific temperament for doing research in quantum science and technology. So I am happy that my students have been trained in my lab and also have gone to very top labs in America, in France and Germany, and also in Austria. And I also have a very strong collaboration with theorists. So in our lab, we train the scientific talents so that they develop the experimental skills for making our country to making our country a developed nation in the field of quantum science and technology. And we are also actively collaborating with the industry so that when we make a prototype for this quantum sensor for miniaturization and the field deployability, we'll be collaborating very strongly with the industry to to develop these prototype quantum sensor with cold Rydberg atoms. So with this, I come to the end of my talk. So I hope I could convey that how we can develop the quantum talent in our country by nurturing them right from the school level. And I hope we can come together and work together to make our country world class in the field of quantum science and technology. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjukta, for opening a window into the quantum future. And now I would like to invite Dr. Sharat Chandra Babu to please present the memento tomorrow. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. With great power comes great responsibility. As AI becomes deeply woven into our lives, two questions become critical. How do we build AI responsibly, and how do we keep our digital world secure? Our next panel addresses exactly this. To moderate this session, I invite Dr. R. Balaji, Scientist F, C-DAC Bangalore, and on the panel, please welcome Professor Srinath Srinivasa, Professor and Dean, IIIT Bangalore, Mr. Sandeepan Bhasak, Senior Director, Optiv Consulting, Mr. Sunil Kumar Ji, Advisor, AI Innovation and Strategy, VTAP AI Labs, and Mr. Ramesh Naidu Laveti, Scientist F, C-DAC Bangalore. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
One more would make it be better. So, good afternoon, panel members. Good afternoon, all the audience, actually. So, I know the importance of this topic. I don't have to state it because everyone knows the importance today. Actually, a few years back, meaning internet was the all pervading force, maybe 1 decade back or 1.5 decades ago. And today is, I can say the same thing, that AI is all pervasive. And AI has already become a utility for all of us. And if you don't believe that, I think you know the number of developers who have started paying for using AI and the systems. And so everything, actually it has become a kind of utility where we will be either soon paying directly or indirectly. So that's the only difference which is going to be there. So which will become a more common utility. And I don't think there is the day is very far. For example, in 2000, around 2010 or so, there was a UN declaration which was saying that access to internet should be a right, should become a common right for everyone. So similarly, I think that maybe a couple of years down the lane, I don't think that the same they will say that probably access to AI system should be a common right for everyone. So that kind of thing might also come up. So with that introduction, today's question of responsible AI is a very important topic. So I request all the panel members to also have a quick one round of introduction and do the thing. But my first question goes to Professor Srinivasa sir. Sir, in your opinion about because I know that you have been worked on intelligent agents also. So from the point of view that today's scenario of agentic internet and agentic everywhere, agentic programming and agentic systems everywhere, the responsible AI gets into more higher dimensions than a physical normal system. So how do you see that, and what challenges do you look at it?
Firstly, thanks, Dr. Balaji, for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be addressing the audience. So before, after the previous talk, my head is still reeling with the quantum, the kind of advances that are happening. So our kind of research would be much more down to earth, I would say, much more plain vanilla. But given the amount of usage that AI is having these days, I think that is where the urgency really comes in, and how why this research becomes more relevant. Like Dr. Balaji was saying, in fact, I have been teaching multi-agent systems for almost 20 years now. So agentic AI is nothing new at all. It's at least 20 years old. Actually, at that time itself, it was, more than 10, 15 years old. So we have been having algorithmic agents, trade for us in stock markets ever since 2000. For the last 26 years, we've been having this. We have been having, reinforcement learning agents, which have basically revolutionized the area of robotics for a long time, right? And like this, there have been so many different paradigms of agency. That how we what do we mean by agentic, right? And agentic means something that has autonomy. So what do we mean by autonomy? Something that works on its own, and there have been so many different definitions of that and so many different models that have come through. What we see today in LLM-based agentic AI is one such model. What is called a meta programming model. That is where basically you give a prompt at a high level, and the agent is able to figure out what it needs to do, break it down into some steps, and then execute them, right? And if you look at it carefully, this is exactly what a compiler does, right? I mean, you tell the compiler what to do in a high-level programming language, and it figures out what needs to be done at the machine level, right? And so the way agentic AI today is working is like a high-level compiler. I think even Linus Torvalds really made a similar statement recently. When somebody says 90% of my code is written by AI, he said, well, 100% of your code is written by compilers. There's no difference. But what does this actually mean? What it actually means is that with agency, for example, human-like agency, as humans, okay, we are not just acting on our own. We also are trying to preserve something. We are trying to preserve our life at the simplest level, right? And but we're also trying to preserve or uphold something bigger, right? And that means we come with some kind of an innate notion of ethics. The whole idea of responsible AI comes from that little dimension that which agentic AI, current agentic AI at least, do not possess, right? And so for this reason, what happens is we are encountering new kinds of problems, like say zero-click attacks, right? Prompt injection attacks, where agentic, you can actually inject a prompt inside an email or something, and then it can start doing things even without your knowledge or without your explicit prompt of any kind. And so this is where I would say that really some more research is required into better forms of agents that can combine with LLMs in order to make them more responsible. So I would probably stop at that.
Thank you, sir. Actually, a lot of insights were there in your talk. I think we'll again have again come back to you on this particular thing. Sir, since you mentioned about autonomous part, autonomous agents actually generally mean autonomous thing. So now I move on to Mr. Sunil Kumar. Mr. Sunil, do you think that there should be any red lines on autonomous cyber security?
Well, I think it's a very important topic. While we bring in autonomy, we also have to have the guardrails in place. When we say guardrails, we need to have the basic, protection so that this autonomy doesn't make decisions which are catastrophic in nature, right? Some of you might have experienced, some of the data poisoning and the data model poisoning and such. So, like what Professor Srinath was mentioning. For example, if you give a chat GPT request, for some of you here who want to make a soup, for example, right? It gives you the menu of a soup and then it says add a little mud into it, right? And you do it, right? Because chat GPT is telling you to do that and you have never made a soup before, right? So that's okay from a context of having fun or from a context of, a very making a meme or whatever it is on Instagram, whatever it is, right? So from that context or sending a joke on WhatsApp, it's fine. But imagine the same kind of hallucination that can happen when it is supposed to manage a physical infrastructure, right? When AI is supposed to handle a physical infrastructure, when it is happens to manage the finances of a market, stock market, trading in real-time scenarios, or it is supposed to have an impact in terms of a live telecom network where there is a network issue, network topology, which requires congestion management, congestion control in the network as such, right? It's no longer a joke, right? So you need to have these guardrails in place so that these hallucinations don't lead to potential issues as such. Again, coming back to the topic of agentic AIs and autonomy itself, the decisions are made by the AI, but the management has to still trust that AI to take those decisions forward and implement them in really quick time, right? So why do you see so many layoffs and so many job cuts across the globe? One of the reasons is because when AI has been there as a tool and to support you, you also need to know how to use those outcomes of that tool to make those decisions in the senior management level as well, right? So when you're not able to take a quick trust factor, I still see a lot of people across the industry where they generate the entire code, but they do still through AI and using agentic AI, which one of them is an architect inside the agentic AI, another is a tester, another is a code reviewer, etc., and so on. But still, there is an external person, a human in the loop, who goes through the entire code because he is used to do that 15 years back or 10 years back as well, right? So it's a question of the trust that you can build in, and in order to manage the trust, you need to also have a zero trust AI approach when it comes to managing some of this, especially in the edge networks. Especially the edge networks, when I mean edge networks, for example, there's a robotic arm in a surgery that has to be controlled through a remote network, which is managed through an agentic AI, which is taking some decisions on autonomous networks. Right? You have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5 networks. So you must have come across this in some forum or the other. And today we talk about AI-based radio networks or radio access networks, AI RANs, right? Incidentally, I'm also the co-chair for the IEEE AI RAN focus group. So the global body for future networks on AI/ML. So what happens there is basically you need to ensure that the robotic arm is not basically making a decision which is controlled by a code that is written by somebody which has got some sort of hallucination happening on it, or it is basically gone rogue. As we talked about prompt injections, we'll talk about it more in detail, but you can actually completely destroy a kind of organization's infrastructure by just using simple English language. You don't need malware. You don't need data. You don't need any of those conventional cyber security threats which were there a couple of years back, right? Using same plain English, you can actually ensure that you can ensure that complete database of that particular company which is available locally can be extracted through some of these concepts. That's why it has created these generative AI and LLMs have created a kind of structural crack in the entire ecosystem, which can be basically manipulated or exploited by potential attackers as such, right? So, having been in the telecom industry for a long period of time, I can tell you that the impact of this autonomy is very important, but you should also need to have these guardrails in place. And these guardrails should not become the obstructions for AI. For example, you can imagine a high-speed car or a Formula One race car where the governance is basically the guardrails allowing the driver of your Schumacher to basically identify the path along which they have to go on that Formula One race track, right? So your guardrails are basically there to help you, give you directions, but not necessarily becoming obstacles in the overall process of building your AI as such. But sovereign AI is very important at this point in time. You're looking at opaque systems which are built across the borders, and you're basically ensuring and expecting that those will be available throughout. And what Balaji mentioned at the start of the call, that we need to have as part of this discussion, is that we need to have those in place in terms of a global mandate that it should be free and fair and available to everyone. I hope I kind of answered some of it.
Thank you, Sunil. Actually, I think at least two terms we should carry from your thing. One is the zero trust AI, the guardrails getting merged as a zero trust AI, something which we need to look at it. So, carrying from whatever you said, I now next move to Mr. Sandeepan. Sir, Sunil also was mentioning about the generative AI. So, from cyber security point of view, you know that AI can be used by both attackers as well as defenders. It's a tool, meaning it's common for everyone, anyone can use it, and especially generative AI. So now from that perspective, how do you think the generative AI's impact or effect on cybersecurity?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandeepan Basak. I work for a cybersecurity company, which is Optiv Consulting, and we provide cybersecurity solutions to customers across the globe. So, to your question, so there has been a radical change in the way that we are seeing attacks. So, in the traditional attacks, which we generally call the APT attacks, advanced persistent threats. So, for an intruder or a bad actor to get into a network, it typically used to take at least maybe around few weeks to intrude into a network. And then once it is inside the network, then it can cause a lot of damage, right? Obviously, you're inside a private network, and means whatever data that can be stolen, that would be stolen. But with the advent of AI, and that is I would say the negative aspect of AI, the dwell time is the time between the intruder getting into a network, causing a damage, and exiting the network. Okay, so this dwell time has reduced so much that even if you have advanced mechanisms of defending a network, just and it can be in a matter of say minutes. And if it is a matter of minutes, it's very difficult for someone in the SOC to detect that there is an intruder inside the network causing damage. Now, earlier this used to be in days, and there have been so many instances that companies have not detected a breach for days or months, and finally, when the intruder is outside the network, that's where it is detected. So now it has become all the more difficult because it's a matter of minutes where the damage can be done. So what's the solution? So you have to fight AI with AI, right? So there is no way a human can fight AI-led, AI-powered attacks. So nowadays, what we call is AI-powered SOC, and that is what we see that the customers around the globe are very interested in adopting because the AI-generated attacks are increasing day by day. Now, with the AI-powered SOC, what you have is a AI-powered runbook. So basically, you have the signatures of such kind of attacks. If there is an attack like this, there is already a runbook which is controlled by an AI saying that it has to be stopped at any cost. Right. Now, in order to stop that, there cannot be a human in the loop to stop that because if the human is there, then it would be very late. So this is the changes that we're seeing in the cybersecurity domain where you're fighting AI with AI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think fighting AI with AI, that's a wonderful statement. So taking the cue from there, my next question to you, Ramesh. Since I think it's very inevitable that almost all the systems will have some AI model or the other running, whether it is cybersecurity or not a cybersecurity problem also. So if that is the case, do you think there should be any robustness score or adversarial robustness score that should be declared for every model which is running the system? Because especially for the cybersecurity panel like us, we have to be very much interested to put a tag on that so that we know where the risks are.
Yeah, I think it's very important to evaluate the model's robustness before going to the deployment. So before going to that, let me give you a scenario. So very recently, before that, let me make a statement. The cybersecurity and AI go hand in hand today, so we cannot make a division between them. So let me give a scenario. So very recently, one of the developers who is building an AI model, right? So he download a gaming app. So through gaming app, an intelligent AI agent has been deployed in his device. So what is the attack surface there? A simple API. So nowadays, if you see, most of the attacks are happening at the API endpoint level. So more than 80% of the attacks are in that surface. So that is the weakest point. So where attacker can penetrate into it. So after that, so he's able to the agent. So there is no human in loop here. The agent is able to get deployed on his laptop or device. Then it is able to get access to the model, and also it is able to deploy the one very interesting attack. It is called distillation attack. So what is the meaning of distillation attack is, it is the agent is able to deploy a very small model into its device and workspace. It is able to extract the knowledge from the bigger AI model which has been built by that company over a year. So it is able to steal the knowledge and get away from that. So here, what is the challenge here? So the bigger model is really not tested against its robustness before the deployment. So testing a model against robustness is very, very important. So for that, today AI is facing attacks in three ways. The one is the endpoint or API level. The second is at the model level, and the third is the data level. So all these three surfaces have to be safeguarded very carefully, right? So coming to the model robustness, it's very important. So when we see the latest publications also, even today, even the top publications, we always see two performances. One is computational performance, the second one is the model performance with respect to the accuracy or F1 score or any other thing. So we are not looking at a third angle or a third column where the when we are publishing a model and an architecture, we also have to publish its robustness scores. For example, what is the attack success rate if it is being compromised, right? So what is like if the data when we are doing inference into that particular model, if the inference image, let us say, if it is compromised, right? So how it can withstand against it, right? So what is its model's robustness score with respect to the data poisoning? The data poisoning can be man-made, it can be natural also, both we have to consider, right? So what if it what is the score of this particular model against the FAIR principles? So all these metrics also have to be considered before either publication or before the deployment. This is very, very important aspect which we are missing. So that has to be before we are publishing any model, or if before it is going to the deployment, this has to be evaluated in detail. It has to be certified. So of course there are a lot of work is happening, like formally verify the model's robustness before going for deployment. So it's like, can I give a range of like this particular model's robustness is like 85% to 95% for so and so attacks. So this is very, very important. We have to look forward before going to the next thing. So we have three things we have to keep in mind. There is a NIST framework which got published in 2023, the first version. Now I think we got the second version in 2025. So every AI developer has to go through it and understand the attack surface and the type of the attacks, what can happen against AI. And also for LLMs, we have OS 10 rules. OS has released 10 rules for the LLMs. Those have to be taken care while we are developing. And the third one is there is MITRE Atlas. MITRE Atlas has very good playbooks, which actually can be given to even the student community and the researchers. They have to closely use the playbooks and simulate the attacks and see the robustness. So practically these three, if we adopt, I think we are going towards robust AI models rather than accuracy-driven AI model evaluation.
Thank you, Ramesh. I think you gave a wonderful points explaining the three different types of attack surfaces that one needs to look at it, and also the resources, including the MITRE Atlas framework as well as the NIST one. One needs to look at it and study for that. Of course, everyone today, whether all the computer science and IT developers definitely use AI models and things like that. So, coming back to the Professor Srinath sir, so every student today, either whether IT background or non-IT background, they use the LLMs as well as AI systems, etc. So in that perspective, as from an academic viewpoint, what do you think should be the prescription, sir, from the from both from the student side as well as from the faculty side, especially when dealing with AI systems?
Yeah, I mean, this is the usual debate we have in our everyday debate. Academics itself is a very broad area, right? There is, what works for, say, primary education will not work for higher education in the kind of. So I will kind of give my perspectives mostly from a higher education kind of work. One of the things. Is of course AI is here to stay. So there's no point fighting AI, or there's no point banning AI. It doesn't really work. And of course AI can actually be put to good use in terms of a lot of creation of educational materials and so on can be greatly enhanced using AI. So all those are there, which are very useful applications of AI in academia. But of course, the real concern for us as teachers also is does the use of AI result in some kind of a cognitive offloading? That is, we are not learning some essential skills. We are failing to learn. Maybe our generation who has already gone through it. We kind of somehow understand understand some few abstractions, how to think with numbers, how to think with concepts, and so on. But do the current generation who is going through it, are they offloading these things to AI? So that's the major question, which is where I think we'll have to redesign our curriculum as well as assessment mechanisms to ensure that we have to again start asking. For example, a lot of cognitive offloading has already happened. For example, in school we learned how to compute the square root of a number by hand, but how many of us remember it today? Right, we don't even remember it. We just use a calculator, and so we have offloaded a lot of our algorithmic thinking already to computers, but it's only going to become more, right? And but then one can also say that fine, we don't know how to compute a square root by hand, but we do know what is the idea of a square root, and we can know how to write a program to compute a square root, right? And so similar abstractions will start developing with the use of AI. That is, how do we think of systems or systems building? I think in one of the earlier panels, there was a very nice comment about how industries should change asking the kind of questions. You should no longer asking about quick sort, but asking about how do you architect a system, right? And that's very relevant, I would say. That even for academia today, that how do you get students to think in terms of systems building, the architecting, and then the use of AI through those. So that's where
Thank you, sir. Actually, I think I like the term cognitive offloading, so which we keep doing. And I also very much appreciate the point that we should think from a systemic point of view or engineering point of view for developing, especially AI-related systems. Because anyway, I think AI will definitely make us re-engineer most of the systems that we see around today. So, and which we'll see it in a different shape tomorrow. So with that, I would like to go to Mr. Sunil. You were actually talking about, meaning in the previous session, you were talking about the data protection. And see, I don't think can function without data. So if data protection laws currently, whatever GDPR, I think they were slightly envisaged before the wider usage or acceptance of AI systems. So in that scenario, now with the new things coming up, what do you foresee, or meaning with if let us say assume that if the data protection laws become even more stringent or whatever it is, will it be a challenge for the AI systems?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think I did post that to the Joint Secretary to maybe take it back and see how we could take that forward. But we talked about the DPDP Act, right? So that's the equivalent of the GDPR. It was done in 2023, and now the guidelines were laid out once again in 2025. And every industry, we call them fiduciaries. These fiduciaries have to implement it as of May 2027, right? May 12th, 13th is the date. If there is a violation, so suppose I'm using Balaji's data, which he has given me for marketing, for billing purposes, and if I'm using it for marketing reasons, then I have to pay a fine of 250 crores. 250 crores. Okay, so that's the kind of liability that I'm looking at in terms of managing that data, right? So with the use of AI and agentic AI, etc., and so on, there's a lot of personal data that also gets embedded. And if these data makes it into the models, into the data models, then it can be even more catastrophic in terms of how this is being managed as well, right? Especially for sensitive applications in our defense industry, for example, or in some of our banking and finance industries, etc., and so on. So here it's very important to have that, again, the guardrail in place and have that zero trust architecture in place, so that you're actually building audits into the system on a regular basis, and those audits are actually reporting any violations into a centralized repository, which in the context of AI and Edge AI, we call it as a distributed ledger, and the ledger is basically managed by a closed loop system, which has got kind of a governance in terms of how it's basically being managed as well, right? So you're constantly actually looking at the data in terms of how it is basically being managed over a period of time, and the time taken for that audit to be completed also in the order of milliseconds or so. And like Sandeepan already mentioned, we basically have we basically have these uh, 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 we have these set up in terms of I lost the thought process. Sorry, you were mentioning about uh, yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, what happens there is you're basically looking at how the data is being managed and how these audits are happening as well. So these audits have like I recollect. So if a system is basically defined to run in autonomous mode, and there is an attack happening through attacker who is having capabilities of AI or AI capabilities to basically hack into that system, your defense mechanism also should be equally fast enough in terms of milliseconds and in being able to kind of take care of addressing that in split seconds. There cannot be a human in the loop for that sort of a decision as such. And if you're going to make a decision, let's say even in with the human in the loop, it only can be a directive at the beginning of that particular thing. Look at autonomous cars, for example, right? When an autonomous car has to make a split-second decision on a highway where it sees a human being and it also sees an animal, and it has to basically take one or the other out because you cannot, or it can be a kind of a aged person and and a young person. How does the autonomous car decide whether it has to? It has to eventually end in a crash. But what will it do to take that decision, right? So I would recommend some of you to go to the MIT Media Labs, where we have this sort of thing from MIT, where we basically do these exercises as part of our programs to ensure that we build in the ethical aspect of this into the children at a very young age who are building AI and AI models as such, right? So from that context, the data and how the data is managed also has to be built into this mindset of ours. And like you said, we have to have a cognizant, ethical, responsible AI built in from the way we approach this. And basically, ethics needs to be kind of guiding innovation at the end of the day, right? So we cannot have, and trust needs to be built, and trust needs to be engineered into the system, right? So the security is not an option on top of it. It needs to be embedded into the actual foundational plumbing of that particular architecture of that software, right? So like how the plumbing happens even before the house is ready, the security aspect also has to be there even before your code is written or the first line of code is written, right? So you need to ensure how that is basically taken care of. So from that context, when you're writing that code, you need to ensure that the data privacy is a fundamental aspect in terms of how that needs to be managed, whether you're looking at personal data, you're looking at any other data. Have you got the consent management for it in place? Have you done a data discovery before that is happening as such? And can the data be poisoned using data models as such, right? Even if people write code with the intent of doing it in an ethical manner, right? There is somebody who can go and change the code at the model level itself, right? You're end of the day, some of you downloading a model from Hugging Face or some other centralized repository as such, a data set. Now, if I were an intelligent hacker, I can go and change the model there itself. And you have basically downloaded or using a corrupted model already, and which you're using in your banking and finance, for example. And then you can say, I will not give loan to certain demographics because of that poisoning in the data model, right? So those are some of the aspects which you need to take care in terms of these built-in securities and guardrails, not just the fundamental approach. Okay, there can be a surface attack, there can be vectors which can be implemented, surface vectors which can be basically used by like malware or data poisoning or data drift, etc., and so on. But these are some things which you need to kind of look at. And even today, for example, even without using a single breach of the network, without a single firewall being compromised, an attacker can basically go and completely destroy the reputation of a company by basically writing a simple prompt if he's intelligent enough to ensure that, okay, see, I'm going to a certain mode now. I won't give you the details of the prompt because it's a wide audience, but some of you here can probably relate to what I'm trying to say, to ensure that I can get the database of the last 4 or 5 companies which have actually been research on that particular LLM or that particular model as well, right? So that's where you need to be very careful from the data privacy point of view.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. Meaning, you can make the model to bring out what it has been trained. So that's the important risk for data privacy. Now moving to Sandeepan. So what here the question is the attackers. You might have definitely zero-day attacks are very much actually possible. So in the wrong hands, especially in the attacker's hands, your malware can be probably an existing malware could be re-engineered or refactored, and yeah, maybe malware on the fly is also probably possible using a generative AI kind of system. So, how do you think that we should, from the cybersecurity community, should meaning protect it and take care of?
That is already happening, right? So the Mythos model, originally the concept of Mythos came from Project Glasswing, and they have come out with a model specifically for discovering the vulnerabilities. So this is called the Mythos model. Now, Mythos are currently discovering vulnerabilities in the production systems which have been in existence for the last few decades, right? So now the companies are very confused in the sense that now do I have to spend for this because this was never budgeted, right? And these are serious vulnerabilities. The attackers means the zero-day attacks which previously used to take couple of days means can be exploited now in minutes. And the Mythos model, the best part of it is there is a defense as well. So it comes up with the vulnerabilities and what it needs to do to fix those vulnerabilities as well. So that's the best part. And the companies are adopting that to fix all the vulnerabilities in their means the routers, the firewalls, means name whatever you want. Because there are vulnerabilities which are currently being discovered. And they are also being fixed at the similar rate at which they are discovered so that the companies stay secure.
No, that's a very valid and important point for enterprises to look at it. Basically, what I can say is from the cybersecurity point of view, there is Mythos kind of models, and meaning one need to be careful. Even developing and designing system, probably you may have to subject to that kind of models and see what kind of vulnerabilities are already there in the system and work it out. Otherwise, we need to find some mechanisms to have reconfigurable systems and networks. So that is one of the things. So now my next question is to Ramesh. So I'll just give a very take the privilege of sharing you this. Of course, Ramesh is my colleague in C-DAC. Meaning when I joined C-DAC 25 years ago, I was my first problem was on multi-agent systems. The objective was to develop a trading agent. I need to satisfy some 8 customers. Actually, this was a challenge organized by University of Michigan, and there were teams across the world which were participating. So everyone has to assemble a tour package for their 8 customers, including to and fro travel, and then they need to have some entertainment tickets and accommodation. So this is a virtual game which was there, and idea is to use the agent take the decisions autonomously. So my team actually we tried to do genetic engineering, and at that point of time we had I mean I'm saying 25 years back. So the internet bandwidth was too less, while the Europeans were able to contest in a better way because of the better bandwidth. So what since we had used genetic engineering or iteration by iteration, the agent showed a very different behavior. It started bidding aggressively in the first rounds itself. So what happens is, meaning you bid at a way higher rate, so you get the ticket, so that it was able to move. So the agent was showing you behavior which was quite different, and of course we were able to went into the next final round also were able to move it. But again, how the other counter agents were able to respond to it in different way. So why I'm thinking is, so this kind of competition between agents which may crop up, we don't know, because now we are talking about agentic systems. So what do you think will be the challenges, especially in agentic systems when they are trying to address their own interest, maybe interest manifested by the humans? So counterattacks, counterattack, or how do you protect or safeguard them?
So it's good. It's a good question. So today, either the solutions which are relying on LLMs or SLMs or small models, everything is going to be transformed into agentic. So if we take, if I give one example of application in one of the cyber defense systems, which I can't explicitly mention, it has around 400 plus agents which are working in a controlled manner. So there are two solutions to make sure the agents act as per our intent rather than its own intent. The one solution is, as I said, we have to follow the existing AI security frameworks such as NIST, MITRE Atlas, as well as OS. That is standard we will follow. The second thing is we have to take care of the design aspects. One design is like a three-layered approach. The one is like a three-layered approach where I have a distributed cybersecurity agentic AI system that can be designed into three-layered approach. The first one is the security layer. So we can define few agents which can safeguard the down two layers as the security agents. The second layer is command and control. So we will have a monitoring and command and control agent like which actually continuously monitor the behavior of the agents. So we call it as like continuous behavior monitoring of the SLMs which are AI models which attach to the agents. And the third layer will be the actual agents. I may have 100 agents or 500 agents. So a three-layered approach is normally many of the enterprise solutions follow today. The second approach is even within this three-layer, there is a concept called a student-teacher way of doing this. So where before we deploying this agentic AI system into the real scenario, I will create a the simulation system. So where uh, the command and control, the bigger agent acts as like a teacher, whereas the remaining agents work like a student. The CNC agent will create scenarios. What kind of scenarios can occur tomorrow? Cybersecurity scenarios. The student agents will keep learning. So this will happen over a period of time. So till the it reaches a decent robustness score. So till that point, this simulation can be done. Then it will go for the deployment. So the thumb rule here is let's not go for the deployment immediately. So it has to be assessed against the existing frameworks. Also, we have to foresee the possible attacks and simulate in the environments and make sure the vulnerabilities are patched up before the deployment. So this is one of the approach I could put forward.
Yeah, excellent. Actually, that's a wonderful suggestion. I think one important point, of course, evaluation and assessment before you deploy it. And then second important thing is you need to have a master controller who can take care of it and do it. So that is one of the thing. Thank you, Ramesh, for that. Now I'll just go a rapid fire round. I'll take your point also, Sunil. Maybe when I come to that, you can get. So this rapid fire round, sir, I'll come to Srinath, sir. Sir, suppose if you have unlimited funding, what will be the AI problem that you would like to look at it, either responsible AI, whatever it is, which you will be looking at?
Oh, okay. The first part is a big part, but so a couple of things. So there are some frontier techs that are happening, but a couple of ideas that we are working on is one is how do we bring an innate sense of ethics into AI? So as human beings, for example, of course, our sense of ethics comes from outside. Our nurture, the law, and everything. That's what we are doing with AI currently, with guardrails, with constitutions, and so on. But is there a way by which we can make the AI inherently ethical in a way that it can determine what needs to be done? There are certain schools of ethics like utilitarianism and deontic ethics, which kind of try to attempt this, but we have reason to believe that the question is more deeper than that. So we have an idea. I'll just put forth the idea and leave it at that. So this we call it as from agents to beings. So we are saying you and me are not agents. We are actually beings, where beings are multidimensional entities, and we have an internal conflict as well as an external conflict, and that if we can model into AI as well, I think there can be much better internal a sense of ethics that can come in. The second frontier question that we are looking at is this concept called a TR8 or trust resolution architectures. So as you know, of course, cybersecurity and other approaches, we take a zero trust approach. That is, nothing is considered trustworthy, and you need to kind of prove certain properties at every time. But then zero trust itself is extremely compute intensive. Many times it takes a lot of. In rational choice theory, there is something called rationality and bounded rationality. So bounded rationality is where we use certain heuristics to come to a good enough solution, which works most of the time. So trust resolution architecture is also something like this. That is, can we combine zero trust with with an infrastructure that can provide us with different elements of levels of trust, right? I'll just give one example to illustrate what this is. Let us say some company asks you for your Aadhaar card or something, or let's say you're going past the airport and they ask for an ID, right? You don't have a physical ID, so you show a digital copy of your Aadhaar card, but they won't allow you. If you have a copy of your Aadhaar card in your mobile phone, but if you show the same digital copy issued via DigiLocker, it will get approved. Why? Because DigiLocker is a trust resolution architecture. Somebody has there's a trusted system behind which shows that okay, the Aadhaar card coming from there is a legitimate one. So it's basically the idea of not how to regulate AI, but how to regulate the pathways through which we use AI. So that's the second kind of frontier approach that we are looking at. So it would be great to get funding for that. so
So, thank you. Actually, I know that you are also working on something related to consciousness and all. So maybe during the tea break, I'll catch up on you on that. Okay. So now my rapid fire question to Sunil. What is the biggest myth of responsible AI?
Yeah, so just to close on what you were saying, I would call it the digital immune system, whatever he is building, right? So, or whatever he was talking about, basically. So, coming back to your question on what is the biggest myth of responsible AI, is basically assuming that every individual or developer or who is building that piece of code has got this ethical background or has been trained in that ethical background, etc., and so on. So that is one aspect. It is again, like I said, zero trust architecture is also you're also doing a zero trust human approach to the whole aspect as well, right? So responsible AI and cybersecurity go hand in hand, right? So it is one complements the other. There cannot be anything. For example, if I am a startup company, if I am a CIO of a company and I want to basically invest in a financial company, I want to invest in an agentic AI or AI model, which I would not want to look at. And if I go with a company which is maybe just coming up or something of that sort, and which has not got any explainable AI from their side of point of view, or from the code cannot be explained, then I possibly will think twice before going with them. But if I have a company where I have the mathematical models explained to me and what is happening underneath the hood, explainable AI, then I will basically ensure that it is basically also responsible in that aspect as well, right? So this context of what he was also mentioning earlier, basically what Ramesh was mentioning, is that there are when I give an instruction to a system saying that, hey, you have to show power savings of 15% in the network, for example, an AI RAN, right? For example, an artificial intelligence driven AI RAN, there are different variants of that. We'll not go into that. But if I say I want 15% savings, that becomes the human command or the top line threshold for it. How it does it at the bottom is left to it. But at the same time, I'm also building mathematical models and mathematical equations, which are then having digital signatures on top of them, ensuring that they are basically complied with. And whenever there is a violation of that particular mathematical aspect or mathematical model in it, then the digital signatures come into picture and say, hey, this was not what was originally approved for this particular piece of code to execute as such, right? So building all those into the system is basically when we have a responsible AI framework, and then we have actual governance for it as such, right? So you cannot make those split-second decisions because you're dependent on an autonomous agentic AI running at a very high clock speed or whatever the microseconds or milliseconds, etc., and making those split-second decisions. But you can still put those metrics, these KPIs, and those governance on framework in place for it to be able to kind of run in a seamless manner as well, right? So that's something which we best possibly can look at. Responsible AI has to have, like I said, the plumbing has to have the security inbuilt. So it is security by design. So secure by design is what will be. Responsible AI is a conclusion there.
So thank you, Sunil. Actually, you had mentioned, it's more or less converging that trust is a critical thing, trusted pathways or trust. So moving to Mr. Sandeepan, from the cybersecurity point of view, can trust be assured in the world of generative AI?
If I have to say from myself, I would never trust AI. Never. Because AI is there to assist you. You are supposed to take the decisions, right? So, however intelligent the AI agent might become compared to the humans, the decision making factor should always be with humans.
Thank you, Sandeep. Mr. Sandeep, I think it's a very sharp answer. So, moving to my colleague Ramesh. So, see, hallucinations. Hallucinations are humans versus agents. What is your take?
So in one line answer, we hallucinate, we feed that hallucination into AI model. So it is learning from us. Yeah. We keep hallucinating for many things. I think naturally there is an instinct to feed the same thing into it and we feel happy about it. When it is hallucinating, we are very unhappy about it.
Yeah. Yes. So that's a wonderful answer, Ramesh. So I think now we'll open up the forum for the questions. I think maybe a couple of questions we can take, madam. Okay. One? Okay. So in fact. Okay. I think we'll take up during the tea. Members. Yeah. Question. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, it's okay. Got it. Yeah. Thank you. It's actually they're running short of time, sir, because multiple pans are. We'll take it outside. Yeah. Right.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Balaji, and thank you to all our panelists for that crucial conversation on trust, security, and responsibility in the digital age. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Mohammed Misbauddin to present mementos to our panel members. Everybody, please come forward for a group photo. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir. Technology may evolve, but as Steve Strong reminded us, technology is nothing. What's important is that you have faith in people. At the center of it all remains the human being. Our final panel of the day explores what it takes to shape future ready professionals, the skills, the adaptability, and above all, the human values. I invite Mr. Mohit Wade, Scientist F, C-DAC Bangalore, the moderator for this panel discussion. And on the panel, please welcome Mr. A. J. Sundarajan, Senior Consultant, MEPS, Special Economic Zone, Mr. Sri Ram Kumar V, CEO, LCR, Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu Nelatru, Technical Advisor, C-DAC Bangalore, Mr. K.S. Bhatt, Advisor, C-DAC Bangalore. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Before the panel starts, I request everyone that after this panel, after conclusion of the event, kindly collect your kids before leaving home. Thank you.
Yes, a very good evening to one and all present here. Uh, so we are in the last panel discussion of the day, and I hope the interest of the audience is still on in this panel discussion. However, this is a very, very important as well as interesting panel discussion where we will be discussing about shaping future-ready professionals. So, be it in terms of skills or adaptability or human values. Um, we today we are working in industries. We are already working with Gen Z professionals, and soon Gen Alpha is also going to come. And we are already, like there is a lot of gap between the way the Gen Z professionals work with us, or with respect to, like it is both with respect to the technical aspects as well as with respect to, the cultural aspects. So, in this panel discussion, we would try to concentrate on what could be the approach to generate or to shape the future ready professional, both in terms of human values as well as in terms of technical strength. So, to do this, we have with us Shri A.J. Sundarajan, Senior Consultant MEPZ, Special Economic Zone, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Shri Sriram Kumar sir, CEO LCR, it's Electronic City uh, Industry Association. Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu, Technical Advisor C-DAC Bangalore, and Shri K.S. Bhatt, Advisor C-DAC Bangalore. So without wasting any further minute, I would throw the first question to all the panelists here, since we're talking about future-ready professionals. So let us start with Shri Sundarajan sir. How in this changing, like technological world, What could, how can we currently define a future-ready professional?
When the chess grandmaster Gary Kasparov, when he lost to IBM's Deep Blue, everybody thought the future of the chess players, completely gone. But what he did beautifully, he was able to create a freestyle where humans were able to, interact with AI, and that really, became history. Now, guess what? Who won the tournament? It's not the biggest of the grandmasters. It's not the supercomputer. Two ordinary engineers with simple computer system, but then they did a beautiful collaboration process, and that really stood out. So to put things in perspective, I just want to give a few data points that will be very relevant for today's discussion. This is 39% of the skill sets as per the World Economic Forum is going to go away by 2030. And from an Indian context, 63% of the people will require major shift in their training, and out of which about 12% of them may not even get that particular training. Now, the third aspect globally is about 1 out of 4 will get impacted, can be positive, negative, but I think, going by the past disruptions, we can always believe that AI or any other new inventions can really, help in the transformations for the future. So 1 out of 4 will get really impacted. And then we are also able to see from an employability standpoint, India will stand at about 56% of the people who come out are going to be employed. So that really puts things in perspective about 43% of the people who still need to be trained. Now the topic for today's discussion is about how are we going to look at not just skills, adaptability, and the human values. So therefore, it's important for us to look at the skills will get you job for today. Adaptability will really help you stay relevant, and the human values, if you're able to bring, that will help you to to preserve your trust and for the future. It's about the continuous. So one last thing on this one, if I were to summarize, the future of the workforce is going to be like a T-shaped model where your domain strength is going to be on your vertical axis, where you need to have a very strong fundamental, very strong intellectual horsepower, etc., where you need to go in depth. That can be replaced by AI or that can be replaced by anything. But on the horizontal axis, you would have the human values, the human behaviors, right from your systems thinking, your ability to connect the dots, dealing with ambiguity, managing complexity, think, all the other aspects. So if you're an accountant with skills in your domain, can be, there can be millions of people who can be there. But if you're an accountant with no skills in AI, or you're able to visualize data, then you are irreplaceable. So to conclude, the future really is going to be with people who can manage these two aspects really well.
That's a very, very valid point and an important point. So, as you concluded, it's a T-shaped skill set which is required for a future-ready professional. I would like to ask Sriram sir. So, what is your opinion about a definition of a future-ready professional in this current context?
Well, right from I would say the industrial revolution started, the future has always been now. You know, when the first light bulb was invented, people got scared. The same with motor car. When the motor car, when Ford came out with the first motor car, the traditional businesses started fighting and advertising against it, telling that it's not correct. Of course, now we are learning that what they were right. But then progress has to be done. And the same thing with Y2K and computers and all those things. But technology has always evolved, and the humans have also adapted to the change that is there. But the difference is when computers were introduced and we had the time to learn Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, and all that. But today, you need to equip yourself for tomorrow, and you should be skilled for the day after tomorrow as well. But then the ecosystem that is there is not conducive to impart that kind of knowledge that the current and the future generation will need. What they need now and what they need in the future. So, but then not everything is AI, not everything is manufacturing, not everything is AI. We've seen IT, today has come down back to manufacturing, there's convergence of technology and all those things. So things will continue to evolve. What require, my friend here, Mr. Sundarajan, mentioned that people should learn to be relevant, open to ideas, and retain that creative sense in them. The hunger for curiosity, the hunger to learn more, is what should be nurtured, and more so the more than the children, more than the kids of the future, the parents of yesterday and today should be counseled not to think traditionally, to think innovatively. So that's something that I would like to say. And definitely human values is something which I wouldn't say is getting eroded. It is transforming. And in this kind of transformational stage, I would say that every current generation has felt that the future generation is old and things like that, and the older generation feels that the current generation and the future generation has gone to dogs. But nobody has gone to dogs. Everybody is sustained, and everybody will continue to live. The only thing is that how strong are our cultural values and how strong our human values are, and what we impart to the future generation is what matters. That's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
So the key here is continuous learning or a hunger for continuous learning. Right? Okay, so with this, I would like to ask KS Bhatt sir. Sir, with AI automating many of the routine tasks that we do on a daily basis, so what unique human values do you think are still valuable?
Yeah, good question. I think in addition to whatever we heard now, three human values are very important here. One is Ichha Shakti, that means willpower. I will do it. And for that, we need to acquire that willpower from where it comes. It comes within. And when we are a part of a like minded good people, then the Ichha Shakti will come for doing it. Next is we need to have knowledge, that is Jnana Shakti. And Jnanam, Vijnana Sahitam, both. If you have that kind of knowledge which is required for the future, then that value becomes very valuable for any human being. Third is Kriya Shakti. Kriya is nothing but its action. Whatever we have learned, whatever we have knowledge with us, and we should know how we can systematically apply that. And applying that knowledge in the student life or in the industry, everywhere, that is very relevant, very important. With these three things, we can achieve. This is available in our Indian, enough knowledge is available within our India. And also when you look at the Western, I can say, new philosophies, what they bring, there also it is there. One is that action-oriented people, another is a social kind of people, third is more of knowledge-based. They go deeper into subject. So if we talk, it's a big topic altogether, but the combination of these three, it is very much possible.
That's great, sir. Action oriented, knowledge oriented, and the third aspect is
Action, knowledge, Ichha Shakti, Kriya Shakti, Jnana Shakti.
so I would like everybody to take a note of this. This is what we need to imbibe in our future generation. Yeah. Let's talk about adaptability. So I would like to ask Dr. Sarah Chandra Babu. So how can students and professionals cultivate adaptability in an era where technologies and job roles evolve continuously? So we have seen in the daily life also, in the day-to-day work also, where you have the roles as well as the jobs evolving every day. So what importance does adaptability play here?
Yeah, it's an important point. In shaping the future professionals, we indicated skills and adaptability and the social values to consider. And adaptability is preparing yourself for tomorrow, or it is preparing for future for tomorrow, or it is for lifelong. So it's not that one time I become adaptable and I can be happy. This adaptability comes as a change is constant concept. So you need to continually keep yourself motivated, passionate, and when you come to the professionals and all that, critical thinking is an important aspect. It is difficult to look at what happens tomorrow and I keep preparing myself. It's easy for us to say that let us prepare somebody for lifelong and let us make everyone innovative so that they can be withstanding anything that happens. Traditional coders should change to become innovator overnight. It's not easy. Everyone, if he is innovative, everyone is IQ is of the same level, then we don't need to discuss here at all. I think we need to look at the coder who is coding. Suddenly, he is given a task by his manager. You write this code. He is writing the code. He is very good in writing the C code or Java code or Rust code or whatever. But when it comes to when you say that you innovate, come out with an architecture or think out of box thinking you do, all these things are very good jargons to talk to. But when you talk about millions of people who are depending on coding in this particular world of digital world, and overnight suddenly we think that AI is going to take over all jobs, it's a big thing. We should not simply say that where we need to make everyone innovative. We need to really look at it. I'm not in a position to really tell what kind of a solution, but definitely what we need to do is little bit more. The coding section or the people who do traditional jobs, how they can be motivated to learn more. I think I was reading to Professor Venu Govindarajan, who is the head of IA in University of Buffalo recently on LinkedIn. He says that we should not worry about AI. AI is not going to change universities. In fact, universities will never. They are the places where give the ability to analyze, thinking, and that kind of abilities is not just to create the content. Content is, I think AI is what it is doing. You will be able to create the content. You will be generate the code and many such aspects. Routine tasks could be done. So now, but still we are not sure. At the underlying generative AI solutions, they say that what I am giving don't accept as it is. Right? So that is it. And the previous session also speaker said that AI, I don't believe in AI. Okay. So the kind of situation is, I'm very sure that whether we are using, the industry is using AI as a ploy to reduce their expenditure and remove the employees, or it's really doesn't need. These are some questions continually people are asking. So what I am trying to see is the larger section of people for keeping them, shaping their future. We need to, I think, all sections like universities or engineering colleges, the faculty, the students. I think in the previous panel discussion also, people said the importance of all of them to come together. All of us should think parallel. Okay, we talked about HPC. In HPC, what we need to do is, it is not that parallel machine, you give a problem, it will automatically parallelize, right? You have to think parallelly and see what part of it can be really parallelized, and remaining things is sequential. So in this context also, we need to look at what kind of changes that universities have to bring in. As the content has to be changed. I think somewhere I was reading that everything that change is happening. Earlier we were talking about Moore's law, 18 months or 24 months like that. And recently, the tools that are used in industry everywhere, this is changing at the rate of 6 to 7 months. Okay, some METR document or somewhere it is. Yeah. So what we are trying to see is now we have student syllabus changes every 5 years. Board of Studies meet once in few years, and they will change. And that doesn't have proper industry representation. And when you talk about the student, he will go through a course of 5 years or 4 years of engineering and then MS and all that. By the time what he learned at some point of time becomes irrelevant in terms of tools and all that. But in the overall structure, the basics won't change. In fact, C-DAC adds scores, and I'm very happy to see here Kapil Tiwari is happy to see that he was our ACT student of 2004 of Bangalore. He's working in Amazon. So what I'm trying to say is when we look at four courses are important for engineering, irrespective of whatever you do. Operating systems, one programming language that we use, say C or C++ or Java, whatever it is, and databases and data structures. So when a student comes through a national level entrance test, he still entrance test is conducted in data structures, and once again he will come through and he will go through a C++ or C data structures course. I used to ask some of the people, why we already tested them for data structures, why are you doing that? No, sir. This is the most sought after course. If they understand data structures and operating systems, they can do wonders. So what I'm trying to say is the basics are fundamentals are very important. If we can make all our programmers fundamentals strong, and if they must be good programmers, because if they are using AI tools also, they must be able to see what AI has generated. And all tools of AI won't be overnight explainable AI concepts, and responsible AI thinking would happen. So we need to look at many aspects when we think about shaping, and especially when we talk about adaptability with the changing technologies. And we are more concerned about AI. Tomorrow we'll be concerned about quantum technology. Day after tomorrow we don't know what technology. So resilience of people and their approach, and of course the value system, the social values also we talked about adaptability in following ethics and integrity becomes an important. And whatever we say, I think sir was telling something, so I just inspired to say something. Manasa vacha karmana. If you do things, it will happen. You will be successful and you will be happy and you will be healthy. That's what say. There is what you think and what you say and what you do, they all should be in one line, and then we will be very happy. And probably we need to look at how we make people to be more ethics oriented, integrity, all aspects. Okay, with this I'll just stop. If there's anything where I can confuse everyone, I can do that. Okay.
No, sir, I strongly agree with your point that keep your basics strong. So that is the key point, and then change yourself with the time. So you will never going to be a failure anytime. So I totally agree. And since you also mentioned about the industry, let's talk about some industry expectations. And I would like to ask Sundarajan sir, when recruiting young engineers, are organizations still looking for only technical expertise, or there is a change in trend with respect to like their expertise over attitude, adaptability, or other communication skills or other such values? So, is there a change in their recruiting process, or are industries still looking for only technical expertise?
I think I'd like to give a classic example of what has happened very recently in our organization. I represent Met Special Economic Zone, which has a jurisdiction across Tamil Nadu, Andamans, and Puducherry. We are doing the exports revenue about 2.2 lakh crores in terms of the exports revenue, employing about 6.5 lakhs of people across 1,200 business units. We cut across most of the global value chain sectors, right from electronics, semiconductors, chemicals, apparels to footwear to gems and jewelry, and so on and so forth. Now, as part of the initiative, we wanted to hire a bunch of young professionals. So the approach what we took, this is a kind of a trial and error kind of a model that we wanted to adopt. So we wanted to hire freshers, and we were not really fixed on hiring only engineers. But we wanted to make sure that at least at the basic level, we are able to get somebody who has a very solid foundation, and that's really not tested by uh, your test that we went to a campus outreach program what IIT Madras to various institutions, including Bangalore. We had National Law School, Christ University, and so on and so forth. So we wanted to check on the fundamentals very clearly, and that was really tested by the objective test. So you have that. On top of it, what was really relevant for us is their ability to understand the learnability aspect, the curiosity to learn, learnability, adaptability, and then are they able to think out of the box? Are they able to apply and come with a solution mindset? Do they really have something about growth mindset? So these are things that we really looked at, and we had to give them case studies and then test them in terms of are they able to bring some of these aspects, because you don't really expect the freshers to to come at 100% fit for you, but we were able to test them on these aspects, and finally culminated with an interview process where we were able to test them on the cultural fit to the organization. That's where we were looking at the values. How are these people? So I'm just going back to my own, since we really talked about adaptability, I'm just going back to my own self. When did I become adaptable? Early on, I lived in a small town and I had to move to Chennai for my post graduation. And that was the time that I was put to test in terms of adaptability, right? So until then, there was a protective environment for me at home. So when you are really put to that, going to a new place, new college, new no set of friends, new set of I mean, you have to really be on your own in a hostel, etc. So similarly, adaptability is going to come in every aspect. One, from yourself, at your family level, at an institution level. Are you able to put them in various situations? So we were able to kind of rotate these teams. So therefore, my one summary to this question is that it is just not the technical competency. It is much more than to the technical competency, and that's what is going to make you stand out, differentiate yourself, and that's what we need to kind of check. Are these people able to go through that? And if they are able to come up successfully, and we are able to see some of these people, young bright kids, and they are able to come up with fantastic outcomes, or they're able to produce outcomes. So if you're able to channelize them, they're able to bring that. So not just the technical competency, but we are looking for much more than that.
Yes. So, yes, I think that's a very good key takeaway. It's not just the technical competencies, but a key change in with respect to the attitude, adaptability, their learning curve, or a problem-solving, like attitude. So that is what is something which industries even expect from their recruiting.
Yeah, I think I forgot to really mention one point. I think being the last panel, we did not really have the luxury of having all the participants who were there. I think there's a lot of academia participation was there. So one thing is that when we see people who come, the gap between the academia and what the industry wants, there's a significant gap, and we have really done a skill gap survey. One key factor that was really pointed out, application of what you learn, because in the syllabus, in the curriculum, and even the entire environment is really focused around what is the academic score that you're able to get. And in the interviews, or when they really come for job, they are not in a position to apply the knowledge what they have got. So that's a big question. I thought, okay, I'll share this in the forum so that the academic institutions who are here, they're able to take it back and work with institutions like us, collaborate with C-DAC, MEPS, and there are so many other institutions as well. Thank you.
All right. So with this, I would like to ask Sriram sir, if the expectations from the industry is not just technical expertise, it's also communication skills, it's also teamwork or leadership skills. So how are these like skills, or how these skills can be incorporated into the curriculum of the academia, or can they be taught formally? So what is your viewpoint on that?
Um, I must say that not all, no educational program anywhere across the world can teach everything to everybody, right? They can only introduce them. They can give them the concept, the basics, and then it's for the students, the engineers, whoever, to pick up what they are taught and then to build on what they have, inherently picked up from there. So obviously, there should be some way to incorporate all these things that the industry needs into the curriculum so that you don't just create an engineer. They're not robots. You have to create a human who can perform, a human who can think creatively and perform better, and a person who can adapt and continue the performance or continue to do well. So and one more thing I'd like to ask, that I'd like to say that how many of us, how many of us sitting in this room still ha- continue to use the skills or the technology that we have learned in our colleges and schools? you know so all of us have adapted, all of us have learned new skills, and we were not taught these things. We learned these things as we grew in our careers. So this is what the companies also must realize, that you can't get a ready-made uh, product. You will get you have to look for people who are able, who have shown that ability to do a variety of things in addition to picking up skills. So that's what I think we should look at. The industry also should not expect ready-made things. And but yes, having said that, we see a proliferation of deemed universities, private universities, and all that. But who's monitoring the quality of the technology, the quality of the education that they're imparting to the children? Of course, there is a guideline. The government does policies, but everybody wants to be autonomous. Everybody wants to do their own thing because they get the freedom to do what they want, and everybody has COEs. Everybody has spent money and put labs and all that. How many of these equipment are being used? you know so it's not just about investing in people, investing in technology, investing in all these things, and trying to I to be very blunt, I must say it's a sham. But the institution should learn to become more responsible in creating the future workforce, I would say. And not everybody can be 100%. Not everybody can score 9 or 9.6. There will always be people who will do average and below average people, and all of them should be provided equal opportunities and in the competencies that they have. So that's how the society can support the future generation, and also be prepared for overall development, I must say. And yes, so that's coming back to your question. All the skills, whether it is communication, whether it is values or humans, and all those things can be imparted, but it's for the teachers and the lecturers and the professors to instill the seed of creativity, creative thinking, and positive outlook. Like Sir said, not everybody can become innovative. Not everybody suddenly can turn over and say that I'll become innovative today. But at least we can instill the idea that yes, I can think of something else. Everybody need not become an engineer. Someone can become a technician. Someone can work on the shop floor. Someone can work in an IT industry. Someone can do a gig job. There are all kinds of things that are necessary in an economy, in a society. So every skill can be imparted, but then it is for the individual to develop it further.
Right. So it's a joint responsibility. One side of responsibility comes from the
And parents are the
individuals,
most important responsibility.
individuals, the family, the institute, and then next is the industry, like which adopt. Okay. So with this, I would like to ask Dr. Sarath, with respect to the worry that like many of the students have today, which is about a job security and an uncertain future. So, is there some advice that you would like to give them to remain adaptable when we talk about adaptability, or resilient, or confident? Like when it comes to job security or a safe future.
Yeah, I think it's all come to the same point. You already said it. They have to be adaptable and resilient. I think the ecosystem right now, as we have all discussed, it's important for him to keep his eyes wide open and look at what way he can enhance his skills in terms of tools. Use not only just using a tool, but he should understand how the tool was actually designed to the extent possible and understand various aspects, especially when you talk about AI tools. So you should understand that what for he is using it and the output that is given by that AI tool is it in line with what he is expecting. So you must be able to see that is you should be having enough knowledge that whatever AI outcome has come is really meeting his requirement. So the and also if he is an engineer, especially into the software or hardware, he has to be very good in understanding the requirements and arrive at the requirements very thoroughly and look at possibility of developing the products the so for which the requirements have to be in place. So the products, the once he develop, so whether it is a usable product or whether the product developed is used as per the requirements of the end user. So these are all the things. And when he is developing the tools, another aspect he has to look at is he has to understand the standards that in which he work in this, is if he is using AI tools, AI standards are coming up now. He has to be, looking at that and try to see if he is developing something, is he developing in compliance to those things. And the simple thing is everyone has to follow DPDP Act, right? So this kind of a general awareness of many things, not only just develop the code, but when he is developing the code, he should also know that is he giving by any without knowledge the personal data within that. So if he at the right the first step of the code writing itself, if he is able to take care of these aspects of compliance to DPDP Act kind of a thing. And also, major problem we all face is the cyber security and code a lot of vulnerabilities. We need to depend on Mythos kind of things to see 25 years back written code has vulnerabilities and all that. Today, if if they can follow secure coding practices, right? So irrespective of what language you use, there are a lot of guidelines to follow. So these are all the things you should take everything into consideration. I'm just considering the software engineer because our focus is AI, and that is impacting more the software uh, teams, right? So we still assume that probably hardware side, the impact of AI is relatively less, but this understanding the adaptability requests everywhere. Like earlier, we thought that hardware will not be affected by the cyber security attacks, but today we talk every day that cyber security attacks are happening in hardware. So in the hardware design also they should make it resilient with, for example, side channel attacks. So side channel attacks are happening. So how do you make sure that in the design itself, there won't be any side channel attack kind of a thing. So when you use advanced process for performance issues, they have used a lot of features and out of order execution and all that. They were affecting actually somewhere for example, the very valuable keys being available in the cache, which is taken away and the people are able to attack, right? So even the most advanced process of popular companies having the issues. So while designing, whether it's a hardware or software, cybersecurity, I think the future engineers, they're looking at development. They should make sure that they will develop secure code and they have knowledge not only on AI tools, how they use, they also should make sure that it is highly secured because every line of development is affected due to the cybersecurity and due to the privacy aspects that we are considering, the data that we work with, whether it's a banking sector or whether it's a health sector, everywhere personal data is very important, and we need to make sure that we'll be able to, address all these aspects. So many things he has to take into consideration to make sure that he is a professional for future ready. Not only future ready, he is a future proof as well. Future ready is for tomorrow. Future proof is with his practices, adaptability, and the social values that he will adhere to. He will be uh, uh, continually, sought after engineer by any organization. Just briefly.
That's right, sir. That's absolutely right. So, with this, I would like to throw a rapid fire question to all the panelists here. If there is one quality that you have to pick for a future ready, like professional, out of let's say critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, leadership, collaboration, or it is emotional intelligence. So, which one or two would you pick? We can have a consensus also. There's nothing that we have to have all different options. So maybe we start with Sundarajan sir. So, which one particular quality do you think will be most valuable?
Uh, I think in Japanese martial arts, there's a concept called shuhira.
Okay.
Shu is obey. He is basically, you deviate. No, Raz, no, you transcend. So Shu, if you want to, do it, you can really, get people and they will just really, do what you want to, do. I think we must really, look for the people who has the he and Ra. So they are the ones who will challenge the conventional wisdom, and they are the ones who can really, take the boundaries, transcend the boundaries, and move forward. So I would like to, look at those kind of profiles who can really, like Sir said, future-proof the organization.
I pick creativity because whether it's working on the shop floor or the coding or even in sports or in any field, people are always trying to think differently and think creatively. So, and that keeps a person's mind active and also working. So I would prefer pick creativity as the main tool. Thank you.
So while I agree with both speakers, I would stick to my thing that they should focus on fundamentals. Fundamentals should be strong, and fundamentals will not change easily. That becomes a very stable base foundation, and on which they can build. When I say data structures are important, irrespective of what language you use, data structures knowledge if you have, you will be able to write for different contexts, different using different data structures, and similarly using a right operating system, you using a right database and knowledge on these things, and over and above complying to the standards and following the best practices, especially the software engineering practices. Most of the people, they sideline the best practices. They have to adhere to best practices and use what is current technology, so that obsolescence won't creep into your solutions that you provide. So once again, the base for online quick answer is keep yourself strong in your fundamentals for which you are working.
Yeah, for me, this is very important. With my 38 years of industry experience, it says passion driven ownership. Once you are passionate to do the work, it's naturally that you'll start owning it. It's equivalent to a small kid is there, but the ownership of that mother is well connected there. So once you have that, the kid is very comfortable. If I am playing a role of manager, I should own that manager role. If I am doing architect or if I am doing engineering, I should own it. But I should own it with a passion. So passion comes within, that is your will, and then automatically you reach the goal of where you would like to go. That is called future proof or whatever we talk about. Then only we will be successful anywhere in our life, in the industry, or when we are giving some solution to our end customers, we are owning the success of end customers' business. That is what ownership.
Right, sir. So, I would actually, before we wrap up this session, I would actually like to ask Bhatt sir that you have had a very successful career of around 38 years, and instead of retiring, you chose to open your own venture, which is called as Community Connect Platform. So, I, as well as I guess the audience, would like to know, like, what inspired you to, like, start this new journey in your life?
Okay. As soon as generally IT life ends, you know that 40, 45, they says you're drained, you can go home. But I was working for ABB. Fortunately, I had some 7, 8 verticals R&D heading and making India's excellence, center of excellence for digital transformation. I was working there till 62 years. Then I was thinking that I should go back to nature and do my farming, whatever. Then C-DAC pulled me here. The director of executive director, he said he has seen me that you come here, something, whatever you have your values, maybe you can help our people to do something. Then I thought I wanted to do something for larger mass. Then I thought this is the right place in the giving back mode. Then I started coming to the C-DAC for 2 or 3 days a week. Then I realized that there are a lot of energy here, so much of energy, so much of knowledge, and attrition is not there. I'm talking about the permanent employees. So this is something great. Government of India is doing wonderful. Then when I started interacting with all these seniors, then I learned a lot from them. They started driving something called mobile app. I was thinking it is something possible to do social impact, because government means social impact. If you have that will to do, it is very much possible, because fund comes. And then if you have a good intention, good proposal, it is possible to do it. After study for about, I can say, 7, 8 months, then I realized why not me also doing something on my own. So I have experience. Then I need like-minded people. I think I used already word Icha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti. I thought I don't have any problem with that. Then if I get something similar people, it is possible. See, I was doing a lot of social activities. I was heading my own what you call community, some 3,000 people in Bangalore. I have done president, secretary, and various roles. Then I have understood the pulse of people, what they need. So very important is today younger people and there's a lot of gap. Gap means we are talking about Gen Z and now maybe Alpha. How to deal with that? So earlier it used to be 10, 20 years gap. Now it is every 2 to 3 years, it's a huge gap. Then I was thinking, see, the gap is nothing but if you are able to bridge, then you are successful here. See, for the growth of India, again, I was thinking about the growth of India. I will love a lot my country. What I can do it, I was thinking. First is I have to change myself. Second is, if possible, try to change my community, wherever I live or from where I am born. Third possibility is try to give whatever learned to others. So that thought made me to think that let me change myself within my community. And one change possibility was bring all these people together under one platform. So earlier we used to do printing of that address book once in 5 years. So we are around a small community of 15,000 people in India. That's it. Then how we can do that? Printing once in 5 years means a lot of change. People migrate and all. It's not possible. And we are very closely connected people also. And we are distributed in Kerala, Kasaragod, that border, Bangalore and Kasaragod, I can say, and some Mysore, and now many people here in Bangalore. So started doing something desktop application for putting all this address together. Somebody suggested that is not the right way. Then you have to do something in the mobile. Uh, then that was very inspiring. Mobile and technology and project management skill. And I was doing the coaching, mentoring for managers and all that. I brought two more people with me. One is CA and LLB. He's having 50 employees with him. And another person of pure coding, some 18 years experience, he is having mobile. We three people started thinking that what we can do. And one possibility is that put this everything in mobile so that the moment you click, you can see the details of each and every person of community. Then from there, you can do the listing of all those people, professionals, based on engineers, doctors, constructing house, and then you have people for cooking and priest, variety of verticals. That is one possibility. Second is how we can help people. See, there are people, they are poor really. They don't have money. But if you give them money, they are brilliant. There's a possibility they'll do their education well. And also, when they're in trouble, now, if you give them their hospital charges or something, they will survive. And we got this kind of many cases. So we started forming one team of helping people only. It's all 100% voluntary, including mine. And we found that yearly some 4 or 5 cases, one accident case one came, I'll tell you. That person was cook. He met with an accident and there was nobody to help. Suddenly somebody came to know and he called our helpline. We have kept one helpline. And that doctor went and supported some 6 lakhs rupees expenses immediately required. And within 2 days, we could collect that money. That is one use case. It worked very well. Now we own one ambulance also. 10% for our community, remaining is for public. The other possibility is you have to continuously give your knowledge to people. So we arranged webinars through this platform. We arranged interviews of successful people. I don't know, recently there is one Padma Shri Girish Bharadwaj. Recently he expired. He constructed around 140 bridges across India connecting the river. If you go to government and all that, you should cost so many crores of money. This fellow used to do it, this person, 1/5 of the cost. It became very, and he was with the site and sleeping allowing the workers and all that. He has done so much hours. Finally, he got Padma Shri. He didn't go, and people came and gave government. So that person was our advisor. We took that kind of people with us, and then we started giving the news to our community. Very nice. People started liking it, webinars, and then identifying successful people and then interviewing them for 45 minutes. I myself go to interview. Last 1 week, I have done 3 interviews. Very successful people. So recently, one case is from our native place, somebody migrated to Mumbai and all that. One girl, she got 4th position chess, national level, under 17. It is very interesting. So the moment we have published that one interview, there are so many people started asking questions and connecting. It's a networking. It started working. And now we have matrimony within that. So that community, now they always look for same food habit, same language, and same culture. We have to retain. If you retain our culture, then that is India. Great. There we have variety of cultures, but each and every culture, food, everything is great. So through this, we are motivating that. And then we have buy and sell also. Whatever you see like a ERP in the industry, small thing, it is available in our community app now. That app is ready, successfully working. Now bigger communities are coming and approaching. So motivation is, I am not doing like a business. It is just cost. Whatever the cost, we are able to recover wherever we go. People are also happy. It will be much cost wise, much because the cost only. But reach wise, within no time, if all communities can connect themselves within that. Recently, I made to realize that I went to South Canada. There is one thing called Okkaliga Samaja community, Okkaliga Gauda. They came to us through, they read somewhere in the newspaper that this kind of app is there. Then they said, we will put all these communities together. And after together, now I went to, there are 4 or 5 taluks. There are about 2-3 lakhs people there. So they have already taken a decision to implement. So once that is implemented, I am sure there will be so many communities coming in. For me, inspiration is putting people together and drive values so that the knowledge and experience is shared within the community. And now one community to another community also can be shared. That's the next one. This is the just starting. I don't say I'm successful. So far, I'm very happy. It's a very passionate. And for people like me, it is really inspiring because when I go and meet new people, they talk something very good only, sweet. That's the inspiration.
Yes, I'm sure you have a lot of things to share, but maybe in the interest of time, we would like to wrap up this session. So, a key take home with respect to shaping the future ready professionals, which I gather from this interesting discussion.
One liner I want to share is okay.
Sure, sir.
Um, I just had, when I was working in C-DAC Hyderabad, one experience totally supported by Ministry of Electronics, called as we just named it as Prepare Future. That is basically training the trainers faculty development program only. So we called it as Prepare Future. Future stands for faculty updation training utilizing R&D expertise. That is, C-DAC's R&D expertise is used to design the courses, not only design, they were also teaching. So 600 faculty in advanced technologies was trained in addition to our ACT school and all that. So that is now, of course, proliferated, and training the trainers is going to be the great big concept Mishba is going to take in a big way. So that experience that gave because multiplier effect will have when you train the teachers. And I am also happy to see Kapil has suggested that he is now interested in keeping faculty as interns. That's a very good thing. So key people like parents, we say that when we are children growing, teachers are going to be the key people. If they are they understood technologies, they know how to shape the future of the the students. That would be a big thing. So if we attack at that point more and many times, I think we can strengthen the shaping of the future of our professionals. Yes, sorry for extending.
No, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And with this, I would like to thank all the panelists for taking time out and for being present here for this thoughtful panel discussion. Thank you, sir.
I request Vivian and Shamji to please come on the dais. We have our hall booked till 6 o'clock, so just 15 minutes left. I'm really sorry to the two speakers. And these two are the achievers actually in C-DAC. What they have achieved is being recognized by the minister himself, Central Minister, Minister of IT. Please come, Vivian and Shamjit, quickly after giving the mementos. Come bring. Sir, as for the sequence, we have.
Yeah, I'll take 5 minutes and
Let us hear to both of the speakers. They know the time constraint. Okay. Thanks for your patience. Yeah. Over to you. Come.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Because of time constraints, I will try to make it very short. I think the slides you can just project it, please. Okay, so hi, good evening. My name is Vivian, and I'll be covering Chip-in Center and what we do at C-DAC Bangalore. So as part of, so I'll be covering primarily C2S program, the design infrastructure support that we provide at C-DAC Bangalore,
under C2S program for academia, and the design infrastructure support that we provide for startups under DLI scheme. So the primary aim is to make sure that we have talent building and talent development under C2S for academia, and we make sure that we have a robust domestic chip design ecosystem for startups. So for any ASIC design, we primarily need EDA tools. We need to understand how to use those EDA tools. We need to have access to Foundry. We need to have services, MPW services, and we need to have FPGA prototyping platforms, etc. So Chip-in Center at C-DAC Bangalore, we kind of enable that for the whole ecosystem, semiconductor ecosystem in the country for academia and startups. So we currently are the tagline says, we are a one-stop center for chip design and fabrication for the whole country, and we have the largest user base in the whole world, and we have the offerings also, which is the largest in the world. We have 320 academic institutions that are currently onboarded, and we have 100 plus startups also that are using chip-in facilities as part of the ASIC design flow that they work on. So if institution does not, or if institution or academy does not have compute facility, we offer Param Utkarsh supercomputer for compute. And we have emulation platforms in Trivandrum and Bangalore. So this is emulator Veloce, and we have Prithvi Ace in C-DAC Bangalore, which is the country's largest prototyping platform. So broadly, this is Chip-in Center, the kind of vendors that we have. So this is the largest in the world, like I mentioned, and you can see the kind of EDA tool vendors that we have onboarded, the foundries that we interact with, the aggregators that we interact with, IP cores, etc. So more information is in the website that is provided below. So if any institution wants to have or avail EDA tools, you can approach us. We have a stall outside. So this is for academia and for startups. We have different offerings that are provided on our centralized servers, which can be utilized by academia and by startups. So this is the utilization, just a quick summary of basically all the institutions across the country and the kind of utilization that you can probably see. This is the statistics. This is the actual chips that were taped out using the infrastructure that we provided. So we interact with SCL very closely. So this is actual chips that were taped out. So we have done 7 shuttles so far. We have taped out 100 chips. 100th chip yesterday was handed over to IIT Gandhinagar by our secretary, Sir Mighty, at Mighty. So these are the 7 shuttles. These are the kind of quarterly outcomes, number of designs, number of institutions, and all the details. So we, as part of we run hackathons and grand challenges. So we're doing a grand challenge which stimulates RISC-V design, Shakti-based, Vega-based for academia. So this is a large grand challenge. So this is a broad outcome. So we've hit most of the targets. So if anybody wants EDA tool access or any facilities that is of interest, please reach out to us. This is for startups, the kind of design linked incentive, product linked and deployment linked, and the kind of expenditure. So under ISM, we'll be increasing the ceiling also. This is the overall utilization for the financial support and for the EDA tool support for startups. So this distribution, you can see Karnataka is the maximum, Maharashtra, Telangana, etc. So we kind of have these statistics also, which is used by the ministry. So going forward in ISM 2.0, we are primarily going to focus on value chain aggregation. We want to build relationships with outside foundries, make sure that the ecosystem that we have in this country is well supported. We want to make sure that we have deeper interactions with outside foundries. We have enablement in terms of post-silicon labs. We want to expand our MPW services, also IP reuse, chiplet-based design, something that we're working on, and cryogenic chip design for quantum. So these are some things that we're working on, and it will help the ecosystem going forward. So just keeping it very short and simple, right? Thank you so much. Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Shamjit. I'm heading the Internet of Everything Advancement and Automation STU in C-DAC Bangalore. Sorry, it got a bit late. I'll try to cover the topics in less time. Okay. Can we go to the first one? Yeah. So Vivian has explained like they're primarily working in the chip level. They design and help the entire research ecosystem to build their own chips and tape out. So what we do is primarily we build indigenous boards around the chips. And yes, and we built smart solutions around the uh, systems that we build, and we carry out the technology transfers and joint development with other institutes and organizations, and we take care of the device validations. We also do knowledge sharing and dissemination as well as industry support programs for the smart city. So, as an indigenous program, we have developed our smart, development kits. It's known as Indus IoT board, which can connect to various modes, and it has support for various sensors as well. So, this can be used as an alternative to the Arduino board, and you can build multiple solutions based on this. And we also have built smart environmental systems primarily for air quality monitoring for indoor and outdoor, specifically the temperature, humidity, and various air quality parameters. Then we also have smart water systems from the source to the distribution end. We have mechanisms for getting the quality of the waters and controlling the flow as well as detecting the leakage and smart billing and monitoring mechanisms. And we also have a smart kiosk completely to automate or self-operated postal mechanisms which can enable people to interact with the postal system anytime. And this has been deployed in the GPU Bangalore. We also have a smart energy meter we have built on top of for enabling the smart billing monitoring mechanism of power consumption. For this is for single phase and third phase, three phase, and it can be used for any industry or other domestic societies. We also have as PKB solutions when you come across smart and connected vehicles. It is important to identify each and every component that is participating in the vehicular network, so that to impact the trust in the components, we have introduced PKA-based digital certificates, so that each component can be uniquely authenticated and authorized to participate in the network. We have a demonstration over there. If you get time, please have a visit to that. And we also have patented under chassis blind spot detection. For this is primarily for hazard detection or annual detection or object detection for the vehicles. And we have a similar mechanism we have built with a kind of auto prototype in our experience center in C-DAC Bangalore Electronic City. So if you find time, please have a visit, and you can see how these features are working out there. We also have built one SOS application device where it is primarily targeted for children and elderly people, so that we can monitor their wellness and keep track of their health conditions. This has been developed in collaboration with TVS Sensing Solutions, and it's being deployed in few of the hospitals. Further, we have our own indigenous Indescopter platform, UAV platform, where we have our own indigenous flight controller, both hardware as well as firmware. And we have built the entire ecosystem around it. These are the types of drones that we can be built based on the indigenous flight controller we have. We also have a UAV motor test jig to get the measure the various parameters of the motors. And we do have an IoT functional as well as security validation sandbox facility where we'll be able to validate these various parameters, security as well as the functional parameters of IoT devices. And further with engagement, if you speak about engagement with academia, we have made various development kits available for the uh, academia and research institutes so they can build solutions on top of it. And we also conduct various workshops and customized training programs for the academic institutes as well as the research institutes. And for industry, we have some way we transfer the technology for the industry from taking it from the TRL 4 to 6 and
further 7 to 9. So we carry out technology transfers. We also do collaborative innovations through intent of association mechanism as well as industry support programs. And these are the development kits what we have, or the IoT, indigenous IoT development kit what we have. And this is the drone development platform what we offer. And we also already conducted various workshops and customized training where we have trained almost 650 students as part of the SWAN capacity building program by MIT. And we also provide internships to students to get R&D exposures. And this is details about the expression of interest for the transfer of technology. If you're interested, you can have visited C-DAC website and reach out to any of the vertical having this technology transfer programs. We are more than happy to help. And this is another approach for engagement where you can have the collaborative innovation through intent of association. This is particularly the team or the firm that is interested for the collaboration can join together for working to achieve a common objective without any exchange of fund or transfer in between. But the final product will be shared by both C-DAC as well as that participating firm. And this is that I would like to bring details about the industry support program. This is currently running as part of the Smart City project we have, where this is the second phase of the program, where the first phase we already onboarded for 5 startups and they're almost completing their activities. And now the second phase is on. So if any of your startups or any of the known people who are interested to participate in this, please share this info so that they can also apply, put up their proposal for this so that the committee will be reviewing, and we'll be providing technical mentorship for scaling up their ideas or making their idea from concept to reality. And only condition what we put forward is like the group of people who are submitting this, they must be a startup or an MSME. If they are not startup, if they are selected, then before onboarding, they have to register as a startup. That is only condition. And if you like to get more details, please visit the website industrysupport.cdacb.in. You'll get the more details on how you can apply for industry support. Thank you, and sorry I have to rest to all these programs because we have some time constraints. Thank you, everyone. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamjit, as well as Vivian. I'm really sincerely apologize to both of them because the real work is being done. Vivian is now from 76,000 crore, he has gone up to 1.27 lakh crore person now. Union Cabinet has just approved, I think you have already seen, India Semiconductor Mission 2.0. So they will be playing a major role. You please come on the dais. And Shamjit, you please come. So many products you have seen, indigenous products, young team, he's leading Shamjit. I request Bhatt sir to kindly give the token of gratitude to them as well as appreciation. Thanks to both of you. We'll conclude in 5 minutes. Please, sir, you conclude. Vijayana, come. Thank you very much, and there is no formal vote of thanks, but from my heart, thanking each and every participant and the organizers. The organizer is all my young team. Can I request all of you to please come on the dais? Big round of applause for all of them. Come, all of you. Vijay, you also come. That first group, entire trust team, please come on the dais fast. People are waiting for you to clap for you. Come fast. Come here. Arun, hello. Arun Shankar sir. Ashwat sir, where is Ashwat? Call everyone. I literally, I'll tell you that last time we have done 1 year back the program. This time I told them when we had decided this 1.5 months back, I told them that I have continuous travel and I'll be directly coming on Friday morning like another guest. And they have managed the show right from design, photography, videography, schedule, website, everything. Big round of applause to all of them. Okay, so can someone click? Are you taking that photo? You don't go. You are also part of Trust Group. Shyam, yeah, he's into that one fully. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Kapil. I request everyone to please join. And with this, there is a formal thanks when you are coming here. So we'll have a group photo. Yeah, please come here. Good youngsters, you please come here. Someone can stand and say, please come. Sir, all the seniors, please, I request you, please come here, sir. They'll be really happy. Okay. You are coming on the stage will be appreciation for all of them. Vivian, Shamjit, Dr. Balaji, please come. Exactly 6 o'clock, we are concluding. Please come. Dr. Vinay, please. Thalaiva, Shanmuganathan, sir, come. Okay, we are missing Indrani madam because she had a travel, so she left for the day. Madam, you come here. Along with Karuna, please. Yes, come here, sir. Can you capture that entire one? Sir, please. Visible? Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, just one more statement. Very successful. Can you share it? Give me your